Chapter 637. The Saintess was very satisfied with the result of the deal. She smiled and said, "Although it's still too early for you to break the curse with your current strength, since you've agreed, then this deal is done. You say that I'm not strong enough? Then why are you talking to me about this condition so early?" The Saintess stood up and walked to the side, looking out the window. "You have to make money when doing business. You can't wait for everyone to see that this is a profitable business. I'm taking advantage of the fact that you're not familiar with the wildlands and you're not that strong. The price now is the lowest. Once you've grown, you'll definitely not agree to 5 million. Lucien shook his head. When it came to doing business, he was indeed not an expert. However, he was also a person who understood everything. If I die, then naturally you won't lose anything. So, your business is definitely profitable." That's right. The Saintess tribe was indeed honest. She did not even hide her thoughts. However, Lucien just smiled. "Actually, even if you don't give me the money, as long as you tell me the location of the demonic lotus heart, I might not necessarily not agree to your conditions." The Saintess smiled. "Money will come back after it's gone. What you're after is the pinnacle of strength." Lucien smiled and did not say anything. It was a tacit agreement. In real life, Lucien was already a billionaire. Moreover, he was different from other billionaires. No one could replace his position. He was under the protection of the global authorities. Even if he left the Jiutian, now, the money would not be used up in a few lifetimes. In the game, earning money had never been difficult for him. The Saintess felt that she had made a profit by using 5 million to settle this matter. However, she did not know that Lucien did not care about this at all. He was more interested in seeing this so-called origami bloodline curse. "Interesting." The Saintess smiled. "The more you act like this, the more I look forward to your performance." Solipsistic catch. After saying that, the Saintess threw a token over. The token had the words Saintess Tribe written on it. "Show me this token. If you need anything else, you can directly exchange it with the Holy Maiden Tribe's trading officer. We have trading officers in every town. You can ask around, and you'll find them. Other than that, no one in the wildlands will dare to provoke you. But you also have to remember that the most terrible thing in the barren land is not people. When you feel that you can defeat a stage 4 domain boss, come find me at the Saintess Tribe. I will tell you about the curse in detail and complete our final deal. Also, don't tell anyone about my identity. Otherwise, I'll kill you with my own hands." After the Saintess finished speaking, she turned her back to Lucien and gently put on her veil. Her pleasant female voice returned. "You can leave now." Lucien stood up, looked at the token in his hand, and then left the Saintess's room. After traveling for 2 hours, Lucien and Xuangling returned to their residence. With the money, Lucien first booked 2 heavenly rooms. The next day, the two of them went to the town to find the trading officer arranged by the Holy Maiden Tribe and bought a large number of medicinal herbs. After giving these medicinal herbs to Little Green, the only thing left was to wait. On the same day, Little Green refined a batch of medicinal pills to help Xuangling recover. Xuangling was cultivating in the room when Little Green returned to Lu Chen's room. "Boss, when I went with you to pick medicinal herbs, I noticed something." "What's the matter?" Lucien asked. "The Saintess Tribe doesn't seem to have many high-level alchemists, so the medicinal herbs they sell are much cheaper than the finished pills. The same is true for the purchase price. The medicinal herbs are cheap, and the pills are much more expensive. In other words, we can buy their medicinal herbs and sell them after I refine them into pills." Lu Chen's eyes widened. "Use their medicinal herbs to refine pills and sell them? Hiss, are you sure you won't lose money?" If it were other alchemists, I wouldn't dare to guarantee it, but I am confident that I won't lose money and can even make a little bit of spirit stones. It doesn't matter if you can't make money. The key is that your alchemy skills have improved. Yes, I've taken a look. The 3 skills of medicine and poison can all be upgraded in this way. However, I need a startup fund to buy the medicinal herbs at the beginning. Lu Chen naturally trusted Little Green. Lu Chen immediately gave the Saintess token to Little Green and gave her 20,000 spirit stones. I don't need so much. Just give me 5,000. It's okay. I don't usually use spirit stones. With this token, you should be safe here and can also buy medicinal herbs yourself. Okay, then when Miss Shuangling recovers, I will start. Lu Chen smiled slightly. He didn't expect Little Green to find this loophole. During the few days when Shuangling was healing, Lu Chen began to learn about the Divine Tomb Secret Realm from Shuangling. The entrance to the Divine Tomb Secret Realm will open in 20 days, and the entrance will be open for 3 days. After 3 days, the entrance will be closed whether you come out or not. Lu Chen nodded. 3 days should be more than enough to explore a secret realm. However, Shuangling still added, Brother Kuang, in fact, I guess that if I can find the information, it means that others can also find it. Maybe this time, the Divine Tomb Secret Realm is open, and there are more than the 2 of us. It doesn't matter. Secret realms are like this. Everyone can enter, but it depends on who has the ability to get the things. Have a good rest, and we will set off in a few days. 5 days later, Shuangling's physical injuries had healed. In order to ensure Little Green's safety, Lu Chen left Little Green with Little Furball. With Little Furball's protection, the Saintess tribe token, and the protection of the inn, Little Green was almost safe. After the arrangements were made, Lu Chen and Shuangling set off. According to the information Shuangling had, the location of the Divine Tomb Secret Realm was in the uninhabited wilderness. The conditions in the wilderness were particularly harsh. Along the way, there were countless cliffs, swamps, and torrents. The journey was long, and it might take 2 to 3 months on foot. They had to ride a mount. Shuangling's mount was a 30 to 40 meter long carp with feathered wings. After the fish rose, the surrounding water vapor turned into ice crystals. At first glance, it looked as if it was shrouded in a layer of ice. Shuangling, what kind of mount is yours? I don't think I've seen it before. Shuangling smiled slightly. Brother Kuang, my mount is very rare. It's an orange mount called the luo fish. It has the body of a fish and the wings of a bird. Its voice is like a mandarin duck. Lu Chen nodded. It looks good. Brother Kuang, what's your mount? Lu Chen thought for a moment and summoned Nine-Winged. A giant dragon hovered in the air, its eyes wide open as it glared at the luo fish not far away. Shuangling screamed, Aya Xiaoguo, what are you doing? In front of Nine-Winged, the luo fish was forced to land. Lu Chen was also a little embarrassed. Nine-Winged really had a bad temper. He didn't even let his friend use his mount. Nine-Winged, we're on the same side. Don't bully Shuangling. Lu Chen glared at Nine-Winged. Nine-Winged felt wronged. It wasn't his fault that others were afraid of him. There was no other way. The luo fish didn't dare to fly. Lu Chen could only pull Shuangling to sit on the dragon's head and fly to their destination. Brother Kuang, where did you get this 9-winged celestial dragon? Oh, I synthesized it in the pet dungeon at level 1. Level 1. 9-winged is considered a top mount in level 4. Shuangling's eyes widened. Lu Chen thought of the first time he escaped from the demon fortress. At that time, there were 4 or 5 mounts that didn't need to be forced to land. It seemed that 9-winged needed to improve his strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep his position as the strongest mount. 10 days later, the two arrived in the sky above a forest. At this time, there were still 5 days before the Divine Tomb's secret realm opened, but many people had already gathered in this area. What shocked Lu Chun was that there were about 400 to 500 people here, and there were more than 100 mounts. None of them were lower in quality than 9-winged. Without a doubt, those who could have mounts of this level were all super powerhouses. Lu Chun narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that this trip to the Divine Tomb might not be easy. Chapter 638. The underground area was a rocky area. Everyone was hovering above the area. On one hand, they were inspecting the underground area. On the other hand, they were guarding against others. The people here were very clear that even if this was not the savage land, they could not rule out the possibility of someone eradicating their competitors in advance. The Divine Tomb's secret realm was many levels higher than the U.S. secret realm. The treasures inside were definitely worth fighting for. There are still 5 days before it opens, and there are already so many people. Lu Chun secretly observed these people. In the distance, he saw a few familiar people. Saint's tribe, Kazan tribe. They're here too. Lu Chun narrowed his eyes slightly. Brother Kwang, once the secret realm opens, everyone will rush in immediately. After entering the secret realm, many people will immediately set up traps at the entrance to obstruct the people behind. So it's important to come here in advance to seize the advantageous terrain. Lu Chun could also imagine this situation. The competition now was not as simple as before. It was a matter of life and death. It was normal to use all kinds of methods. Where's the entrance? I don't know. The news I received is that the Divine Tomb's secret realm opened for the first time recently. That means there's no experience to be used. Everyone is at the same starting line. Lu Chun noticed that many others were hovering at a low altitude. They must be occupying a good position to be the first to rush in when the secret realm opens. They also sent many people to investigate the ground. These people used various tools and treasures to try to find out the location of the entrance in advance. Lu Chun immediately let 9 wings fly high. There was no one in the sky, so it was better to avoid being sneak attacked. Heaven's Eye. Lu Chun suddenly opened the Heaven's Eye on his forehead. Shuang Ling, pay attention to the surroundings. I'll see if I can find some clues. Shuang Ling was already used to it. Solipsistic had too many tricks up his sleeves. Until now, he could still take out things that she had never seen before. Now was not the time to ask questions. Shuang Ling agreed and became vigilant of the surroundings. After opening the Heaven's Eye, the world in Lu Chun's eyes became different from what he saw with the naked eye. The flow of spirit qi on the ground was very strange. In addition to the spirit qi emitted by the plants on the ground, there was also a large amount of spirit qi gushing out from the ground. The amount was far greater than normal. The tomb of the god of sin is right here, but where is the entrance? Wait a minute. There seems to be a pattern to the dispersing spiritual energy. 9 wings fly higher. On top of the flying white tiger, Zhu Hua came to report. Saintess, Solipsistic, and the others have also come. They seem to know that they are not strong enough, so they are flying higher and higher. It seems that they are afraid of being attacked. The holy maiden's clear and resplendent eyes looked towards the horizon. They're here too. He actually knows that the tomb of the gods is open. I reckon they also want a share of the loot. They're right there. That brat actually has a 9-winged heavenly dragon. The subordinate pointed to the sky. The holy maiden looked into the distance and saw Lu Chun and the others. Interesting. His strength isn't ranked at the top here. Let's focus on the teams of experts. Oh, right. Tell Halberd and the others to expand their search area. They must find the entrance. The first to grab the entrance will have a better chance of winning. Yes, Saintess. Many teams saw Lu Chen's nine-winged heavenly dragon. Although his mount couldn't be said to be of higher quality than the others, it was still the most eye-catching one. TCH, do you see that nine-winged heavenly dragon over there? Look at how scared he is. He's just flying high up in the sky. If he's so scared of us, why didn't he come here to fight for the treasure? He's flying so high. If the secret realm opens, he'll definitely be the last to enter. Lu Chen didn't know that so many people were talking about him. He was currently carefully observing the direction of the spiritual energy. Only by standing high could he see more clearly. The spiritual energy overflow in the entire area is uniform. I can't see where it's especially abundant. That means it's not the entrance. Lu Chen frowned. After a moment of observation, Lu Chen discovered that the spiritual energy was rising upwards and then being blown towards the southeast by the northwest wind. Everything had spiritual energy, and spiritual energy was almost weightless. It was similar to air. When the wind blew, it would naturally fly in the direction of the wind. After searching for a long time, Lu Chen still couldn't find anything unusual. Brother Kwong, what are you looking at? I'm analyzing the direction of the spiritual energy. Those guys on the ground should be using the same method to try to find the possible entrance to the secret realm in advance. You can even see the spiritual energy. Aya, the wind here is so strong. Shuangling's hair was blown into a mess. Lu Chen glanced at Shuangling's appearance and smiled. Although her hair was messy, it had a different style. In the next few days, dozens of teams arrived. Lu Chen noticed that some people's mounts landed far away. Those people took a look at the situation here and turned around to leave. It turned out that not everyone who came was strong, but those who stayed were strong. In these 2 days, Lu Chen still didn't stop trying to find the entrance, but he didn't find anything. Brother Kwong, should we go down? I feel that the wind here is getting stronger and stronger these 2 days. Shuangling's hair and clothes didn't stop for a moment. What she was doing now was to constantly tidy up her hair. In the end, she directly froze her hair. I'm so angry. Lu Chen looked at Shuangling's angry look and felt that it was very cute. However, that night, Shuangling suddenly pulled Lu Chen's sleeve. Brother Kwong, the ice on my hair has been removed. Shuangling was shocked. Has the ice melted? My ice won't melt. The surrounding water vapor will constantly replenish the frozen state. Something is absorbing the spiritual energy in my ice magic. Lu Chen frowned. Brother Kwong, if I'm not wrong, we should be looking for the entrance in the wrong direction, Shuangling whispered. At first, we all felt that the tomb of the god of sin must contain a lot of spiritual energy. When looking for the entrance, we would naturally look for the place where the spiritual energy overflows. That's where the entrance is. But there might be something in the tomb of the god of sin that has been absorbing spiritual energy. The wind here might be formed in this way. Lu Chen's eyes widened. Shuangling's words made sense. Brother Kwong, let 9 wings fly higher and see where the wind is the strongest. Then use your heaven's eye to observe. By the way, don't rise too quickly, or it will attract the attention of others. Lu Chen nodded and let 9 wings quietly climb up. Fortunately, no one paid attention to their 2-man team. They thought that there were too many people, and they were afraid of trouble, and went higher. At an altitude of 4,000 meters, the wind speed was the strongest. 9 wings had to spread his 9 pairs of wings to maintain balance. Lu Chen immediately let 9 wings fly at the same altitude. Lu Chen quickly opened his heaven's eye. A large amount of spiritual energy was moving in one direction and then quickly disappeared. The entrance! Lu Chen's eyes widened. Shuangling, I really underestimated you. You found the entrance. Chapter 639. The area where spiritual energy was constantly pouring in was most likely the entrance to the tomb of the god of sin. However, in order to prevent others from noticing the abnormality, Lu Qin quickly returned to a height of 2,000 meters and pretended to wait for the tomb of the god of sin to open. Late that night, many people in the surrounding teams were already resting, but there were still many people on night duty. Lu Qin whispered to Shuangling, "Shuangwu, can your ice-type spell seal the entrance?" "Yes, but there are too many experts here. If it's an ordinary spell, it might be shattered very quickly. Unless we have time to set up the ice mirror illusion array and combine it with the mirror illusion, it will take them at least half an hour to break the array." Lu Qin nodded. Shuangling's ice-type spell seemed quite powerful. "How long will it take to set up the ice mirror illusion array?" 30 to 40 minutes. Lu Qin frowned. Even if the others did not find the entrance immediately once the entrance opened, those guys would quickly enter the tomb of the god of sin within a few minutes. Since it's too late to set up the array inside the tomb of the god of sin, we'll set it up outside the entrance. Lu Qin suddenly said, "We've already determined the location of the entrance in advance. If we set up the array near the entrance, we can still delay them from entering the tomb of the god of sin. Set up the array near the entrance first. When the entrance opens tomorrow, inject spiritual energy and let the array take effect. But, Brother Kwong, if we set up the array now, others will see it. I'll take you there. Xiao Min, attach yourself to Shuangling and make her invisible." A little ghost jumped onto Shuangling. "Brother Kwong, you have a ghost pet?" Lu Qin smiled slightly, then saw Shuangling disappear in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. Then he changed into the black outfit Demon King descends that the Balrog gave him. At the same time, he left a clone on Nine-Winged and deliberately stood in a conspicuous position. Lu Qin said, "Shuangling, I'll take you to set up the array. Brother Kwong, if Nine-Winged stays here, how are we going to go up? I'll carry you there." Lu Qin said, and hugged Shuangling's waist with one hand. "Brother Kwong, where are you hugging?" Lu Qin was speechless. Now that Shuangling was invisible, he wouldn't be able to see it without using his celestial vision. Just now, he had been careless and misjudged the position, causing his hand to drop a little. Your legs are a bit long. Sorry." After adjusting his position, Lu Qin spread his wings and soared into the sky. Combat flight. This skill was obtained from the 4 treasure chests in the suboriginator's lair. Lu Qin had never used it before, but now he finally had a chance to use it. Taking advantage of the night, the two of them quickly shot toward the entrance. The closer they got to the entrance, the stronger the wind became. Lu Qin had no choice but to hug Shuangling with both hands. At an altitude of 4,500 meters, it was currently nighttime. The people below could no longer see such a distance. Shuangling, start setting up the formation. Brother Kwong, the wind is so strong. You hold me tight. Don't worry, I won't let you fall. Lu Qin hugged Shuangling tightly. 1.5 hours later, Lu Qin and Shuangling returned to Nine-Wings. The two of them observed the surroundings and didn't seem to find anything unusual. They just had to wait for the mystery land to open tomorrow. At dawn the next day, no one was resting. All the people searching for the entrance on the ground were recalled. All the teams preparing to enter the tomb of the god of sin were fully alert and ready for battle. Brace yourselves. The mystery land will open before 8 o'clock in the morning, but no one knows the exact time. Once the entrance is discovered, it's likely that all the teams will rush to the entrance. At that time, a fierce battle will be inevitable. Understood, Captain? Check your equipment, status, and elixirs. Always pay attention to the location of the entrance. Anyone who discovers the entrance doesn't need to report to me. You can command your mount to charge. Yes, Captain. Our Kazan tribe must win the treasure hunt in the tomb of the god of sin. Are the array breaking team and the array setting team ready? Not only do we have to break the traps left by the people in front of us, but we also have to make more trouble for the people behind us. Hero, we are all ready. An unusually tense atmosphere filled the air. At the same time, Lu Chun had his 9-winged tiger slowly climb up. After 10 minutes, it had flown up to 300 meters. Look at those two humans. They're really going all out. They're retreating further and further away. What can those two do? It's already good enough that they can come out alive. Don't worry about them. Pay attention to the surroundings. The entrance may open at any time. At 7:17 in the morning, there was a sudden gust of wind. Everyone became nervous. This was a sign that the entrance was about to open. The entrance would appear soon. A moment later, the earth shook. Countless air currents rushed into the sky. Even the trees on the ground were uprooted and rushed into the sky. Everyone could feel a strong suction force from above. The Holy Maiden widened her eyes and looked up. At this moment, a giant dragon was rushing toward the center of the vortex. Solipsistic. Oh no, the entrance is in the sky. Flying tiger, go after it. The Holy Maiden was the first to react. The flying tiger flapped its wings and rushed into the sky. This guy, he already knew that the entrance was nearby. The Holy Maiden gritted her teeth. She had underestimated the solipsistic. The Holy Maiden tribe had already rushed out. The other teams also reacted and chased after them. We'll be in trouble if we overtake the Holy Maiden tribe and let them be the first to enter the secret realm. Take them down. The people present were not afraid of the Holy Maiden tribe. Moreover, it was such a critical moment. Several skills were thrown at the flying tiger. The Holy Maiden frowned. She was not the first. Why were the people behind her attacking them? What was the point of attacking second if they did not attack first? Of course, the others did not think so. The first position was too far away. Moreover, the Holy Maiden tribe was powerful. If they were allowed to enter the secret realm first and set up a powerful formation, it would not be good news. Holy Shield. The Holy Maiden raised one hand and set up a light shield behind the flying tiger, blocking the attack. Desolate Heaven Palm, soft fingers. The Holy Maiden used a skill. Her fingers turned into giant vines and pounced on the team behind her. The opponent clearly had a strong person who resolved the Holy Maiden's attack. Before they even entered the entrance, they had already started fighting. The Holy Maiden tribe was not the only one fighting. There were more than 100 teams behind them. It was like 1,000 sails racing against each other. They chased each other and kept exchanging skills. Lu Chun looked at the scene behind him and could not help but be shocked. Fortunately, he had found the entrance in advance. If he was mixed with these guys, it would not be easy to take first place in such a chaotic battle. Not far ahead was the entrance to the black hole. Shuangling, the moment we enter, activate the formation. Lu Chun opened his eyes wide. When the dragon had entered the black hole, Shuangling shouted, "Ice mirror illusion, activate!" Chapter 640. The Saintly Virgin tribe had been slowed down by the others. 4 minutes later, 4 or 5 teams rushed into the ice mirror illusion array. The entrance could no longer be seen, and the surroundings were frozen. Many shadows were reflected on the smooth ice walls. The road was unclear, and many teams suddenly appeared around them. The experts naturally knew that they had rushed into someone else's illusion array. Damn it, That guy actually set up an array outside the entrance. He had already found the entrance. I was careless. I thought he knew he was weak and avoided the competition. Who knew that this guy was so insidious and had been acting all along? Not good. This array seems to be difficult to crack. As more and more people rushed into the illusion array, more and more reflections appeared in the array, making it harder to distinguish between the real and the fake. The saintly virgin was also angered by Lu Chen. It would take at least an hour to break this formation, especially when there were so many enemies around. Solipsistic, you're really ruthless. You don't give us any face at all. In this secret realm, you actually set up such a complicated array. You want to monopolize the treasures in the tomb of the god of sin. The saintly virgin suddenly said loudly, "Everyone, please stop fighting. Now that we are all trapped in the illusion array, it's already very difficult to break it. If we continue to kill each other, I don't know how long it will take to get out. By then, I'm afraid that guy will have already looted the tomb of the god of sin." Everyone stopped as well. Let's break the array first. We haven't even entered the tomb of the god of sin. So what if we win? Okay, let's stop first. Whoever attacks again is a coward. Let's split up and find the array core. Everyone, hurry up. Lu Chen didn't expect that their illusion array would make these mortal enemies friends. For a short time, Lu Chen and Xuanling rushed into the tomb of the god of sin. Brother Quang, do we still need to set up an ice mirror illusion array at the entrance? Lu Chen shook his head. No need. If they can break the ice mirror illusion array, you can set up another one and break it quickly. This group of people is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. A small array can only delay them slightly. The effect is not obvious. Since we can't completely stop them, let's hurry up and explore this place. Xuanling thought for a moment and sprinkled a piece of ice at the entrance. Brother Quang, if someone comes in, I will sense it. Lu Chen nodded. Naturally, it would be best if he could obtain information about his opponent. Lu Chen originally thought that since the entrance was in the air, then the mystic realm was also an aerial mystic realm. However, after entering the mystic realm, he discovered that the divine tomb, not far in front of him, was actually an underground palace. Heavens, After activating his third eye, Lu Chen discovered that a large amount of spiritual qi was pouring into the pitch-black entrance of the underground palace. Something is absorbing spiritual energy. After so many years, I don't know what it has become. Xuanling, be careful. Xuanling took a deep breath. Ice armor. Lu Chen and Xuanling were instantly covered with a layer of ice armor. Brother Quang, the ice armor can resist most physical attacks and is immune to water, wood, and dark elemental attacks. However, you have to be careful when you encounter other attacks. Lu Chen finally realized that Xuanling was truly a powerful support magician. Now was not the time to praise Xuanling. The two of them carefully walked towards the entrance of the underground palace. In front of the underground palace stood a stone tablet, Tomb of the Divine King. Robbers must die. This was a warning to tomb robbers. Many tombs had it, but it was obviously not a deterrent. As they entered the underground palace, many torches lit up in the divine tomb, illuminating the entire underground palace. As soon as they entered, Lu Chen and the others were faced with three paths. Lu Chen did not know which one to take. Xuanling released 3 fluorescent insects, which flew towards the 3 paths. Xuanling, what are those? Lu Chen asked. Brother Quang, these are frost worms raised by the Frost clan. They are considered a type of elemental spirit. Your heavens, I can't see through things or turn around. Let them scout for us. Let's wait for a while. They will be back soon. Soon, 2 frost worms flew back. Xuanling released them again. Brother Quang, Two of the paths lead to dead ends. Let's take the last one. Although dead ends might not necessarily have nothing, the best things must be in the deepest part of the divine tomb. Lu Chen opened his heaven's eye at the same time. Sure enough, the spirit energy was moving towards the path Shuang Ling had eliminated. I think the last treasure is guarded by something terrifying. Lu Chen took a deep breath. Let's go. After walking for a short distance, Lu Chen found that the three frost worms had stopped and were unwilling to fly forward. There's a trap, Shuang Ling immediately said. Let me try. Shuang Ling raised her hands and erected an ice wall in front of the corridor. Suddenly, countless fine silver needles shot out from the surrounding walls. The needles were very thin. In Lu Chen's heavens, they looked like thin lines. There were so many of them that they were densely packed. No wonder the frost worms were unwilling to go over. Even though their bodies were small, there was no way they could safely pass through such a dense attack. Shuang Ling sensed and said, "It's a physical attack from 200 meters away. The frost armor can block it. Brother Kuang, let's hurry over." Shuang Ling put away the frost worms and took the lead to step into the range of the trap. Lu Chen followed closely behind. The silver needles covered the sky and covered the earth. The frost armor was hit, and icicles flew everywhere. At this intensity, even the frost armor couldn't withstand it. However, Lu Chen noticed that the icicles that flew out of the frost armor were quickly absorbed back into the frost armor to fill in the gaps. So it's relying on spirit energy to control and continuously reconstruct the frost armor. That's why it can block these silver needles. If I didn't have such a high physical defense shield like the frost armor, if I wanted to pass through here, only seamless displacement would be effective. After safely passing through the first trap, Shuang Ling released the frost worms again. The frost worms quickly sent back news that there was a fork in the road ahead. At the end of the fork in the road, there was a coffin. A coffin? Lu Chen frowned slightly. Let's take a look. When he arrived in front of the coffin with the ice worm, Lu Chen was shocked. This place was too big. This coffin was still considered normal. It was about 3 meters long and 1 meter wide. It was slightly bigger than an ordinary human coffin. However, the ground under the coffin had strange runes drawn on it. The rune array was circular, and the radius of the rune array was 100 meters. In the 8 directions of the rune array, there were 8 dried corpses. Baizhe, Nine-Tailed, Dijiang, the mutated beast Ba, the mutated beast Ho, the mutated beast Tengu, the mutated beast Baifang, and the dried corpse of the mutated beast Shengyu. This, the corpse of a divine beast. In other words, these dried corpses are the true bodies of the divine beasts. Shuang Ling was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Lu Chen nodded. Remnant souls wouldn't become dried corpses. In the game, players' bodies wouldn't become dried corpses either. Only the real body could become like this. The owner of the Tomb of the God of Sin is really extravagant. He used these mutated beasts as dried corpses to guard the coffin. No, what's in this coffin isn't the corpse of the owner of the Tomb of the God of Sin. Maybe it's just his subordinates. That's already so extravagant. Shuang Ling, step back. I'll go see what's in the coffin. Big Brother Kuang, be careful. This seems to be the 8-beast coffin guard. Lu Chen nodded and carefully walked to the coffin in the center of the rune array. Chapter 641. This coffin was clearly unusual. Lu Chen activated the blood sacrifice shield, took out Limitless Sword, inserted it into the gap of the coffin, and pried open the coffin lid. The moment the coffin lid was lifted, a large amount of black mist poured out from the coffin. Lu Chen quickly retreated. Shuang Ling reacted quickly and pushed out her palms. Ice prison. The coffin was instantly sealed in ice. However, the black mist continued to pour out, filling the entire ice shield until the entire ice prison was filled with black mist. Big Brother Kwong, what is that black mist? Shuang Ling hurried over. Lu Chen frowned. I don't know either, but it doesn't seem like it's attacking me. Shuang Ling, can you open a hole in the ice prison? I want to see where the black mist is going. Shuang Ling nodded, took out her long sword, and tapped on the ice prison. A small hole as thin as a needle appeared in the prison. The black mist had a way out and quickly poured out of the hole. Lu Chen's guess was correct. The black mist didn't go after Lu Chen and Shuang Ling. Instead, it rushed into the depths of the tunnel. Let's take a look at the ice prison. Shuang Wu removed the ice prison, and a large amount of black mist poured out, all of it rushing into the depths of the tunnel. Not long after, there was no more black mist in the coffin. Lu Chen pried open the lid of the coffin. A corpse lay in the coffin. Its clothes were tattered, and its bones were incomplete. It was impossible to tell what race it was when it was alive. In front of its chest, there was a strange metal block. Lu Chen picked it up. The system gave him the item's information. Bone core, immortal grade, extremely rare core material for synthesis. Immortal grade, synthesis material? Lu Chen had never seen it before. With the treasure in hand, Lu Chen and Shuang Ling looked at each other and smiled. They didn't even need to fight. They got off to a good start. Their luck was pretty good. When Lu Chen put away the bone core, the 8 beast corpses around them suddenly fell limp as if someone had extracted their bones. We've only just entered the divine tomb, and we can already get an immortal grade synthesis material. Shuang Ling, we have to speed up. Yes. Rhubarb, you come out too. Follow behind the frost worms. Lu Chen summoned Rhubarb. At first, he was worried that there would be too many traps in the tomb of the god of sin. Now that he had confirmed the abilities of the frost worm, Lu Chen could also release Rhubarb. Big Brother Kwong, is this also your battle pet? Shuang Ling asked curiously. No, Rhubarb doesn't know how to fight, but when it comes to treasure hunting, Rhubarb is definitely the best. Big Yellow was definitely the king of treasure hunting, as it was able to get out of the whirlpool just by finding treasure chests. With a flick of frost silk, Rhubarb was also equipped with frost armor. The two of them continued to explore the tomb of the god of sin. They found dozens of coffins, as well as some immortal-grade synthesis materials, forging materials, and puppet core materials. Those materials were all extremely rare. Although Lu Chen didn't pay much attention to materials, Lu Chen had seen too many of them in the Empyrean Sex store, the market held during the League of Legends, the exchange store in the Mercenary City, and even the items sold in the Holy Virgin tribe. In the past, he would occasionally see immortal-grade materials, but he had never seen any immortal-grade core materials for sale. Core materials were the most critical and most difficult to obtain for certain synthesis recipes. During the past half an hour, Lu Chen had obtained more than 50 immortal-grade materials, which was a shocking harvest. If he were to sell those materials, he would be able to get a lot of resources. Tomb raiding is indeed a way to make a fortune, Lu Chen exclaimed. But the strange thing is, I thought that there would be a lot of monsters in the tomb of the god of sin. Are the treasures here all taken so easily? Those coffins took up a large area and were guarded by various divine beasts and strange beasts. In the end, they only emitted some black gas and had no other protective measures. Shuang Ling said, maybe the treasures here are the worst. Lu Chen nodded. That was a possibility. The tomb of the god of sin seemed to be very big. Now that they were in the outermost area, the treasures they obtained must be the worst. The immortal grade core materials were the worst treasures. What better treasures could there be in there? Lu Chen suddenly became interested. At that moment, Shuang Ling suddenly said, "Someone else has entered the tomb of the god of sin. I didn't expect them to break the ice mirror illusion array so quickly." Lu Chen frowned. Competitors had appeared. "Let's hurry up and follow the direction of the black gas." At that moment, the people of the Holy Virgin tribe rushed into the secret realm. As soon as they entered the secret realm, they were on full alert, wary of the solipsistic sect's traps at the entrance. However, they soon found that the entrance was empty. "They have been in for more than half an hour. Don't worry about the people behind. Catch up with them." The Holy Virgin ordered and led the team into the tomb of the god of sin. Following that, more teams rushed in. This group of people tacitly stopped wasting time to set up traps. They had been left behind by a lot. Now, the time to delay was not to prevent the people behind from entering the tomb of the god of sin, but to catch up with the solipsistic sect as soon as possible. "Damn it, those two guys have gotten so much. Hurry, catch up with them. If we can meet them, it's not a loss to steal their treasures." Group after group of powerhouses rushed into the entrance of the tomb of the god of sin. The battle for the tomb of the god of sin had officially begun. 5 minutes later, the Holy Virgin and the others found the first coffin. At this time, it was a mess. The coffin in the center of the array had been pried open, and the 8 beast corpses around it had turned into powder. The Holy Virgin frowned. "They have been here. Hurry, look down. Give up on these small tombs. Whether they have searched these places or not, the treasures are not the best. Go straight to the main road on the 2nd floor." Yes, the Holy Virgin's thoughts were clear. If they wanted to catch up with the solipsistic sect, they had to give up on these small tombs. "Holy Virgin, the spirit detector has detected traces of spiritual energy flow here. The type of spiritual energy is death aura. They passed by here about half an hour ago." The Holy Virgin nodded. "Continue tracking. If they can find the entrance in advance, they must have a way to track the flow of spiritual energy. As long as we follow the flow of spiritual energy, we can catch up with them." Although the other teams had been shaken off by Lu Chen's group, there was an advantage to being at the back. They could see the traps that Lu Chen had triggered. Just like the silver needles from before, there were a lot of silver needles scattered on the ground. There were also the remains of the ice wall, so it was easy to identify. In addition, Lu Chen's group had explored dozens of small tombs before. Although they did not waste time fighting, they still needed to draw out the black aura to get the treasures. In this way, Lu Chen's group's advantage was not enough to let them rest easy. Lu Chen was also very clear about this point. Now, he had given up on exploring the small tombs and went straight to tracking the death aura. No matter how many small objects there were, they could not compare to the best treasures. Woof, woof, woof. Rhubarb told Lu Chen that there were treasures on the left side of the road. Lu Chen marked the location on his personal map. "If those guys are bent on catching up with us, maybe we can find some treasures when we come back. Brother Kwang, it seems to be the entrance to the 2nd floor." Lu Chen nodded. "The 2nd floor. Be careful." Chapter 642. As soon as he entered the 2nd floor, he was greeted by several black shadows. 3,000 body flicker, slash. Lu Chen immediately activated his skill, and his figure jumped between the shadows. Immune, immune, immune. After 11 consecutive attacks, these shadows were actually unharmed. Immune. Lu Chen frowned slightly and immediately used his spiritual energy to attack. Lightless Sky Flame Pillar. These shadows died quickly after being hit by the Lightless Sky Flame Pillar. However, a moment later, the shadows split into 2 and charged toward Lu Chen again. Are they unkillable?" Shuang Ling frowned and said, "These should be undead creatures. Death is equivalent to rebirth for them, and from the looks of it, they can also absorb the spiritual energy that they've endured and duplicate another shadow. Lu Qin was a little depressed. Killing them would only increase their numbers. How was he supposed to fight them? Brother Kuang, these shadows feel similar to the black gas that overflowed from the coffin. Let me see if I can imprison them. Ice imprisonment. Shuangling quickly activated her skill, and the ground quickly froze and extended upward, sealing the surroundings in ice. In the long ice wall in front of them, there were already more than 20 shadows sealed. They were all baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, looking ferocious, but they couldn't move. Lu Qin had to admit that ice mages were really strong when it came to controlling abilities. Shuangling, how long will it take for your ice imprisonment to be lifted? Up to you. As long as I have enough spiritual energy, I can keep the ice pillar up, and I can also lift it in advance. Lu Qin narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment before saying, "Then lift the ice seal first." "Ah, but they're very hard to kill." Lu Qin's lips curled into a smirk. "Yes, it's because they're hard to kill that I can make good use of them." Shuangling seemed to already know what Lu Qin was going to do. "Brother Kuang, you have to be careful. Their attacks may have some special effects. These things have been in the tomb of the gods for thousands of years, so their damage isn't low." Lu Qin nodded. "Don't worry." Shuangling lifted the ice seal, and the 20 shadows pounced toward Lu Qin even more angrily. Lightless sky flame pillar. Man, Luo heavenly certificate. Lu Qin shouted in a low voice. The ghost shadow's HP was very low. If it was hit by these two skills, it would be instantly killed. Of course, they did not care about being instantly killed. On the contrary, every time they died, they could create a clone, and their HP would increase. In this way, the number of ghostly shadows rapidly multiplied under Lu Qin's instant kills. Over 40, over 90, 200, 400, 800, 1,600. Put him to death. Dragon blood boiling. 6 divine transformations. Lightning elemental attack change. Lu Qin held the limitless sword in his hand as he roared, "Great Ravager sweep." Fighting these ghostly shadows, Lu Qin actually directly used the 6 divine transformations. Under God, level 6, the damage of thunder elemental attacks would be doubled. Lu Qin converted normal spirit chi attacks into thunder elemental attacks and could obtain the effect of doubling thunder elemental attacks, increasing the damage by another level. A large amount of sword chi swept out, and wherever it passed, the ghostly shadows were instantly killed. However, they quickly revived and created even more ghostly shadows. There were more than 10,000 ghostly shadows, and their HP had increased from a few million to 30 to 40 million now. Lu Qin was also a little unable to farm anymore, and there was not enough time. Frost Damask. Frost Damask hurriedly activated her skill. Ice Shackle, Cold of Heaven and Earth. With a boom, all the water vapor in the air instantly solidified and connected. The entire area was directly frozen. In this frozen world, countless ghostly shadows bared their fangs and brandished their claws as if they were about to break out of the ice. Lu Qin pulled Frost Damask and led Rhubarb through this area quickly, hiding in the dark. 5 minutes later, a group of familiar figures entered the second floor as expected. The people from the Saintly Virgin tribe had already chased them here. The two of them were just a few minutes apart. Just as they arrived at the second floor, they were attracted by the huge ice wall in front of them that almost completely blocked the entrance. What's this? There are so many undead sealed inside. It's solipsistic, and the rest who did it. At this moment, another group of people came to the second floor. This group of people was about 7 or 8 people, and the leader was a middle-aged demon. He glanced at the people from the saintly virgin tribe and snorted coldly. We still caught up to them. But soon, they also noticed the ice wall. This ice wall was left behind by the first person who entered the tomb of the god of sin. The spiritual energy flow is clear, and the surrounding spiritual energy is active. It seems that they just passed through here not long ago. Ha ha ha, we finally caught up to that kid. Lu Chun and Frost Damask hid in the dark and quietly observed. At this time, there were already 2 groups of people passing through the ice shackle, and the third group had already come down from the first floor. Frost Damask, it's now. Release the seal. The ice wall instantly shattered into countless pieces of ice, coupled with the fact that the ghostly shadows inside never gave up struggling. The hundreds of meters of ice wall instantly shattered into ice shards. More than 10,000 ghostly shadows regained their freedom. It was impossible for them to find Lu Chun and Frost Damask, but they could find the saintly virgin and the rest. The seal was released in advance. Solipsistic, and the rest are nearby. Damn it, this guy actually tricked us. What a sinister guy. Not good. These ghostly shadows will revive after being killed, and their numbers and strength will increase. We can only trap them. But they found out too late. Lu Chun had only encountered about 10 ghostly shadows in the beginning, and each of them only had a few million HP. Now that they were in the middle of tens of thousands of ghostly shadows, it was easier said than done to seal all of them in one go. Some of them had even been hit. Not good. Their attacks have strong corrosion. Chongshan. One of them saw that his companion's arm was rapidly eroding, and the corrosion was still spreading upward. He raised his sword and directly chopped off his companion's entire arm. These 3 groups were all experts. Logically speaking, they should be able to control the situation quickly. But unfortunately, more and more groups entered here. They had just come down and did not know anything. Naturally, they would kill the ghostly shadows when they saw them. As a result, there were more and more ghostly shadows, and they were getting stronger and stronger. The strongest ghostly shadow's HP had already exceeded 200 to 300 million. The entire entrance to the second floor was a mess. A large number of people were attacked by the ghostly shadows. If they did not amputate their limbs in time, their lives would be in danger. Lu Chun did not expect that the unremarkable ghostly shadows would gradually become so strong. However, his plan had worked. The ghostly shadows could trap this group of people for a while. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Hey, I told you not to kill the ghostly shadows. Don't you understand? Think of a way to control the ghostly shadows. The more we kill, the stronger they get. If we continue to kill, we will really be killed by the ghostly shadows. The people behind, don't kill the ghostly shadows. Damn it, I'm going crazy." The current situation was somewhat out of control. The number of ghostly shadows had reached hundreds of thousands. Even though there were countless experts here, facing so many ghostly shadows, they were also exhausted. Solipsistic, you despicable person, don't let me find you. It's that person who tricked us. This guy is too despicable. I want to kill him. Shuang Ling could not help but look at Lu Chun. Brother Kwang, they seem to be very angry. Lu Chun smiled. What's there to be afraid of? Let them play with the ghostly shadows. Let's continue. Let's go. This time, we'll go directly to the most important treasure. Chapter 643. A large number of ghostly shadows appeared on the second floor of the underground palace, but they were only in the form of shadows. Along the way, Lu Chun killed ghostly shadows, increasing their numbers and strength. Then, Shuang Ling used ice spells to control them, and waited until they were far away before unsealing them. Lu Chun and the others gave up on the treasures on the second floor, and went straight to the third floor. The opponents behind them had to face a large number of ghostly shadows. They were delayed, and their progress was slow. Woof, woof, woof. Just as Lu Chun and Shuang Ling were rushing to the third floor, Rhubarb suddenly barked. Lu Chun frowned slightly and looked at a fork in the road ahead. "What's wrong with Rhubarb?" Shuang Ling asked curiously. "It's said that there's a small tomb at the end of this road. It's a little different, and there are a lot of treasures inside." Lu Chun frowned. Although he had caused a lot of trouble for the saintly virgin tribe along the way, it was normal for those experts to be confused when they encountered ghostly shadows for the first time. If they encountered ghostly shadows again, they would definitely not be so disorganized. If they went to explore that small tomb, perhaps the time they had one would be overtaken. At this moment, Lu Chun suddenly turned his head and looked behind him. "Shuang Ling, be careful! Rhubarb, come back!" Suddenly, the walls in all directions were smashed through. Nearly 20 beast-headed creatures jumped out from the walls. These creatures were about 3 to 4 meters tall and had taut muscles. There were goat heads, bull heads, horse heads. The first thing that came to Lu Chen's mind was bull heads and horse faces, but no matter what they were, from their eyes, they didn't seem to be friendly. They held all kinds of long weapons and quickly surrounded Lu Chen and Shuang Ling. Trespassing into the tomb of the god of sin is a crime punishable by death. A bull monster said in a deep voice. Lu Chen stared at these monsters. Obviously, they wouldn't be as easy to deal with as the ghostly shadows. "Are you demons?" Lu Chen asked. "We're tomb keepers, not any race. You trespassed into the tomb of the god of sin, so our duty is to kill all of you." It wasn't easy to be number one. Along the way, not only would they have to be the first to face all sorts of traps and mechanisms, they would also be the first to encounter all sorts of monsters. Big Brother Kwong, the tomb keeper in the divine tomb, is very powerful. "Be careful," Shuang Ling said. Lu Chen took a deep breath. He estimated that after this battle, he would not be able to keep his first place, but he had no other choice. Pulling out the limitless demon god sword, Lu Chen entered the state of demon-god symbiosis. Godly demon limitless sword. The bull-headed man actually recognized the sword in Lu Chen's hand. Array formation. 18 earthly fiend beast soul formation. The 18 beast-headed monsters quickly moved and stood in their respective positions, ready for battle. Shuang Ling quickly enchanted Lu Chen's equipment. Ice weapon, frost armor. Lu Chen and limitless sword were surrounded by an icy mist. Ice weapon. Attacks will cause the enemy's movement speed to decrease. After 3 consecutive hits, the enemy will be frozen. Frost armor. Takes effect after being attacked, causing the enemy's attack speed to decrease and casting speed to decrease. The effect can be stacked up to 5 times. Frost Dance had once enchanted Lu Chen's weapons, but she could only enchant long-range bows, while Shuang Ling's strength was stronger. She could enchant melee weapons and armor. Coupled with the previous frost armor, Lu Chen's current defense was very strong. Worthy of being a super support, Lu Chen nodded to Shuang Ling suddenly. The beast-headed men launched an attack. The 18 beast-headed men moved quickly. Their speed was so fast that it was difficult to capture their figures, and even more difficult to lock onto a specific unit. Speaking of which, this should be the first time Lu Chen encountered a high-level battle array. It was different from the general array. The array was dead, and the array could be broken by breaking the array core. The role of the battle array was to improve the overall strength, allowing the people in the battle array to exert more than the simple addition of everyone's combat power. Lu Chen had many skills, but because he couldn't lock onto the target, he couldn't find a breakthrough for a while. He could only use group attack skills first. Lightless Sky Flame Pillar, Black Coffin Dead Zone, Man Luo Sky Certificate. mountain-splitting strength. Among the 4 skills, Black Coffin Dead Zone and Man Luo Sky Certificate were directly immune, while Heavenly Flame Pillar and Mountain-Splitting Strength were easily dodged. Black Coffin Dead Zone is related to death energy. It's not difficult to understand that they are immune to it, but why are they immune to the poison attack of Man Luo Sky Certificate? Lu Chun thought for a moment and thought of a possibility. These guys' bodies were no longer their original bodies. These bodies should have undergone some kind of special treatment to be able to be preserved for such a long time. Simply put, these guys should be zombies. Thinking of this, Lu Chun quickly changed his attack type. Maybe it was because he had watched too many zombie movies in the past. Zombies might be afraid of thunder and lightning. Change to thunder and lightning attack type. Heavens, Now Lu Chun had to lock onto the opponent's units and break them one by one to break this array. Suddenly, a sharp spear turned into a silver light and pierced Lu Chun's Heaven's Eye. Now is the time. Triple door. Lu Chun quickly dodged and landed less than 2 meters away. Then he formed a claw with one hand and shouted, "I'm just waiting for you to make your move. I'm all ears." A strong pulling force came from Lu Chun's palm. He had successfully locked onto the attacker's body and was about to pull it out of the beast soul array. But at this moment, several silver lights pierced toward Lu Chun's vital points. In the battle array, when one person was attacked, help came from all directions. Damn it! Lu Chun gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to give up on listening and quickly dodge. When Lu Chun looked back, a silver light flashed from Shuangling's side. Someone was attacking Shuangling. "I'm all ears." Lu Chun grabbed with one hand and pulled Shuangling to his side to avoid the attack. At the same time, he held Shuangling with one hand and said, "Follow me." Encountering the 18 Earth Demon Beast Soul Array, Lu Chun had a headache and could only deal with it for now. A quarter of an hour later, the first batch of competitors appeared around the corner. The people who came were not from the Saintly Virgin tribe. This team only had 7 or 8 people. At this time, when they saw the battle not far ahead, they immediately stood in place to observe. Is it that solipsistic? They seem to be trapped by something. Should we? One of them raised his eyebrows at his companions. His meaning was self-evident. This was the best time to kill the solipsistic. No, the one surrounding them should be some kind of tomb keeper of the tomb of the god of sin. I've read in an ancient book that the tomb keeper's duty is to protect the tomb of the god of sin. Anyone who enters the tomb of the god of sin is their enemy. So, if we kill the solipsistic at this time, we will become their new target. Remember, our primary mission in the tomb of the god of sin is to seize the treasure. Let them delay the tomb keeper while we go find the most important treasure. The group passed directly in front of Lu Chun and the others. The tomb keeper was focused on dealing with Lu Chun and the others at this time and did not stop them. "Ha ha, you're the solipsistic, right? Weren't you very sinister before, thinking of ways to trick us? Now it's your turn to fall for it. There are no great opportunities in the tomb of the god of sin. Do you think you can get the treasure just by being first? Dream on." Oh, the tomb keeper is very difficult to deal with. Thank you for stepping on the mine for us. Ha ha. A few people laughed wildly as they passed by. Lu Chun was also depressed. You'll have to pay for it sooner or later. Chapter 644. After a few waves of people passed by, each of them more sinister than the last. No one dared to attack Lu Chun, afraid that the tomb keeper would target them. Isn't this Brother Du Quang? The saintess had also arrived. Aya, you look like you're having a hard time. You must be hard to deal with. Previously, these people had a deep grudge against Lu Chun. Now that they finally saw Lu Chen stumble, although they did not kill him, they would feel aggrieved if they did not make a few sarcastic remarks. I originally wanted to help you, but unfortunately for Guiying, you made us too miserable. 2 of my subordinates have lost their arms, so we don't have enough manpower. You can slowly fight here. If I manage to snatch the treasure and search through the other levels of the underground palace, and you're still alive when I come back, I'll save you. I'm still counting on you to complete our deal. So don't die. Lu Chen did not have the time to pay attention to the saintess' sarcastic remarks. He needed to focus on dealing with the 18 Earth Fiend Beast Soul array. Within the array, Xuanling whispered, "Brother Kuang, this array is so powerful. They broke my ice imprisonment. They had already tried to use ice imprisonment earlier, but it had not worked. Don't worry. Since we're no longer in first place, we might as well deal with it peacefully." Lu Chen took a deep breath. The difficulty of this array was that it could not lock onto its target by rapidly changing positions. It could easily cause Lu Chen to lose his target. Furthermore, Lu Chen's area of effect skills could also be dodged. On the other hand, the array's attacks were not particularly sharp. At the very least, Lu Chen could dodge them. So, the key to this array is high evasion. If I keep defending, I'll definitely lose. If I can't hold on, I'll still lose in the end. Lu Chen's mind raced. At this point, he could only take a risk. Several silver lights flashed out and went straight to Lu Chen's body. Lu Chen, let go of Xuanling. This array is hard to break from the outside. It must be broken from the inside. Be careful. Triple door. After saying that, Lu Chen charged into the enemy's array. When he entered the enemy's battle formation, he immediately fell into the trap of being besieged. A large number of attacks rained down on Lu Chen. It was like a soldier charging into the enemy's defensive line, and the enemy would kill him at all costs. As a result, no one cared about Xuanling anymore. The heavens I gave out a lot of warnings, covering almost all the routes. 9 void steps. Lu Chen took 3 steps in a row. Under the influence of the 9 void steps, all of these attacks were greatly offset. Amidst the chaos, a large deviation in one's moves could result in the injury of one's companions. At this moment, the movement of the battle formation indeed slowed down. Of course, it was only slow in comparison. Lu Chen had to rely on the heaven's eye to lock onto the enemy, and the locking time was also extremely short. Less than half a second was the key to determining the outcome of the battle. 3,000 body flicker slash. Lu Chen quickly locked onto one of the tomb keepers. The 3,000 body flicker slash had 11 normal attacks, and each normal attack had 5 consecutive hits. Even if he was immune to poison attacks, Lu Chen could still deal 55 hits, minus 29. 2 million double critical hit, minus 35. 4 million triple critical hit, minus 27. 7 million double critical hit. Just as Lu Chen dealt the 3 hits, a figure suddenly replaced Lu Chen's target. Damn, in my 3,000 body flicker slash, it can directly replace my target. Lu Chen was shocked. No wonder he could not lock onto the target. The 18 Earth Beast Soul formation had such an effect. However, Lu Chen suddenly realized that the unit that was replaced with low HP was actually standing still. It's the effect of the ice weapon. That guy is frozen. Since that was the case, Lu Chen naturally would not hold back. With a normal attack, he killed it instantly. At this point, Lu Chen finally tore a hole in the 18 Earth Beast Soul formation. The tomb keepers also reacted quickly, and they quickly attacked together. 9 void steps. Lu Chen used the same trick again. Using the attack deviation, he forced the opponent to reduce their movement speed. Once again, he locked onto another person. With 3 hits, he froze it and then killed it. As more and more holes appeared in the beast's soul formation, the power of the formation greatly decreased. Next, Lu Chen became more and more skillful. When he could lock onto the opponent's unit, it was very easy to kill the beast, headman, infinite grace release. Lu Chen's figure quickly shuttled between the remaining tomb keepers. Wherever he passed, he was killed instantly. When the last bull headman fell, Lu Chen let out a long sigh of relief. It's finally done. The corpse of the tomb keeper on the ground gradually turned into black gas and flew toward the entrance of the third floor. The bull headman's body was also disintegrating. He looked at Lu Chen. You can actually break the beast soul formation. Unfortunately, you can forget about leaving alive. Not a single one of you can think about leaving alive. It will tear you all apart. After saying that, the beast headman finally turned into black gas and rushed toward the depths of the underground palace. Xuanling looked at Lu Chen in surprise. What does it mean? Lu Chen thought for a moment. Probably there is an extremely powerful creature in the underground palace. However, since there is a treasure in the tomb of the god of sin, it is inevitable that there will be a powerful creature guarding it. Since we are here, we should all be prepared. Xuanling, I have consumed a lot of energy. Let's go and see if the treasure on the other side of the fork is still there. Are we not going to chase them? Xuanling asked. No, I have thought it through. It is too bad to be first. Let them be first. The tomb of the god of sin has been open for 3 days, and this is only the first day. I believe that no one will be able to get the treasure until the end. It is a blessing in disguise. It is not certain who will have the last laugh. Don't worry. I will do my best to help you get the treasure. Xuanling was a little ashamed. At the beginning, as long as Solipsistic accompanied her to the tomb of the god of sin, the other treasures would belong to Lu Chen. She only wanted one. Although no one knew if the treasure was the one Xuanling needed, generally speaking, the last treasure should be the best. It was related to the fate of the Frost race, so it should be the last treasure. Brother Quang, if you can help me get the treasure, the Frost clan will remember it for generations to come. Lu Chen smiled slightly. You and your sister are my friends. Why are you saying this? Besides, the treasure is not in my hands yet. There are too many masters here. I can only do my best. Yes, I know. Let's go and see if the treasure Rhubarb said is still there. The two walked to the location indicated by Rhubarb. This was a tomb with a large area. There was a huge talisman array on the ground, and there were 108 mutated beast corpses around, each standing in the eye of the array. In the middle of the array, there was a coffin. Behind the coffin, there was a golden treasure chest. Damn, if it weren't for the fact that everyone is in a hurry to get the first place, such a big treasure chest would have been gone. Lu Chen swallowed. This chest was bigger than the 4 chests in the base of the suboriginator. He did not know what was inside. He checked it with his sky eyes and found that there was still a weak flow of spiritual qi in the array. After thousands of years, there was no injection of spiritual qi, but this array still had a slight effect. One could imagine how powerful this array was when it was set up. The owner of this tomb is really strong. How many mutated beasts did he capture to be buried with him? Lu Chen shook his head and carefully approached the coffin. A standing coffin just couldn't allow him to sleep peacefully. He had to be careful. Chapter 645. Xuanling was already on standby, ready to seal the coffin at any time. After Lu Chen finished his preparations, he pried open the coffin lid. The moment the coffin lid was pried open, a large amount of black gas gushed out of the coffin. It was abnormally turbulent. Xuanling, Lu Chun hurriedly turned around and motioned for Shuang Ling to act. Ice imprisonment. Shuang Ling immediately acted. The two of them had cooperated many times. Logically speaking, there was almost no gap between the two of them. However, this time, the black gas was too turbulent. The speed at which it gushed out was extremely fast. Even the water vapor needed time to freeze. Before the ice imprisonment took effect, a gust of black gas still wrapped around Lu Chun. Damn it, this thing doesn't attack people. Lu Chun was complaining when his mind suddenly became chaotic. Then he lost consciousness. When Lu Chun opened his eyes again, he found that he was in a unique space, and a female human was standing in front of him. This woman was graceful, elegant, especially her eyes, which were as clear as water. They reminded Lu Chun of the Saintess. Where is this? A whirlpool? Lu Chun held his forehead. He was at a loss. The woman smiled. This is your consciousness. As for me, I am just a remnant consciousness left behind by the first Saintess. Lu Chun was a little confused. His brows were still furrowed. In the fourth heaven, you still need to rely on the connection of your consciousness to enter the 9 heavens. However, I used some methods to intersect your consciousness. I don't know if you can understand what I'm saying. All right, I think I understand. The woman shook her head. I didn't expect to meet a human. If you weren't a human, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to communicate. Since the woman had intercepted Lu Chun's consciousness, the translation software naturally couldn't be used. Lu Chun stood up and looked at the woman warily. You want to communicate with me? What do you want to tell me? The woman looked at Lu Chun quietly. I want to give you a mission. Ah, mission? Lu Chun asked, puzzled. Yes, of course. My mission is different from the missions you've encountered in the past. This is a personal request, not a hidden Jotian mission. Of course, you can also think of it as a hidden mission. In essence, there's not much difference. Help me fulfill my wish, and I will reward you. It's that simple. Lu Chun took a deep breath. What if I don't agree? Are you going to trap me here? It's been a long time since I've met someone I can ask for help from. Soon, my remaining consciousness will dissipate. Logically speaking, since I've met you, I should ask you to help me fulfill my wish no matter what. But I don't like to force people. If you're not willing, I'll let you go now. Lu Chun looked at the woman who called herself the first Saintess in surprise. Previously, the current Saintess had told him that the desolate god had many women, and the one he doted on the most was a woman from the human race. It seemed that it was this woman in front of him. Needless to say, this woman's appearance was flawless. However, there were too many beautiful women in the Jotian, each with their own merits. The reason why this woman could be so deeply loved by the desolate god was probably because of her aloof personality. The more ambitious a person was, the easier it was for him to be conquered by such a simple woman. All right, tell me what you want me to do for you. Lu Chun asked, Release the war soul of the flesh-water immortal. Please set him free. Lu Chun frowned. The war soul of the flesh-water immortal? Yes, there are a total of 2 immortal supremes buried in this tomb of the gods. The desolate immortal and his mortal enemy, the flesh-water immortal. The desolate immortal is the desolate god that everyone talks about. He's also my husband. You know too little about the difference between immortals and gods. It's inevitable that you'll call him by the wrong name. You should have noticed that after the Tomb of the Gods appeared, it constantly absorbed the surrounding spiritual chi. Even the death chi inside the Tomb of the Gods all rushed to the bottom of the Tomb of the Gods. The desolate god is accumulating strength. He's preparing to revive. But because his obsession was too deep when he died, he can't reach the strength of an immortal supremacy after his revival. He'll only become a terrifying monster. I don't care what he'll become. I just hope that the flesh-water immortal can let go of his obsession and enter the reincarnation cycle again. Luchan narrowed his eyes slightly. Thousands of years ago, there seemed to be some love and hatred between the two immortal supremes and this beautiful woman. Could it be that the desolate god was cuckolded? Could it be that some of the desolate god tribe today were the descendants of the flesh-water immortal? Lu Chen was too embarrassed to ask this question. The task was more important. How do I release the flesh-water immortal? What reward will you give me after I release the soul? There's a hairpin in the grave behind me. Once the desolate god awakens, the flesh-water immortal will also awaken. I'll take you to another tomb of the gods. After you find the flesh-water fighting soul, show him this hairpin. I think he'll understand. Remember, even if the desolate god fighting soul is no longer as strong as immortal supremacy, your strength is still far from it. You must find the flesh-water fighting soul and leave the rest to him. As for the reward, if you can complete the task I give you, then the treasures of the 2 tombs of the gods will be your reward. Lu Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. This fairy's business acumen was pretty good. It was a completely empty-handed business. But then again, the reward was still very tempting. With his own strength, Lu Chen would need extraordinary strength and incredible luck to stand out among the many masters. But if he could find the flesh-water immortal's fighting soul, no one would be able to compete with him. Not only could he get the treasures of the desolate god's tomb, but he could also get the treasures of the flesh-water tomb. Okay, I promise you. But I still have a friend. Can you take her with you? I'm sorry, child. My consciousness is already blurred. After teleporting a person, I will dissipate. So, your friend will have to stay here. However, I can guarantee her safety for 3 days. Lu Chen shook his head. Xuan Ling was indeed a competent support mage. She was of great help to him. Without her, he would have to face much more difficulties alone. However, the saint's consciousness said that he could not teleport. He could only take a gamble. Okay, then please ensure her safety. When I come back, she must be in good condition. Yes, before the tomb of the gods closes. The demons in the tomb will protect her. She will be fine. So that's how it is. Lu Chen was relieved. Take me to the flesh-water tomb. Xuan Ling hugged Lu Chen's body, anxious to the point of tears. Suddenly, Lu Chen's body disappeared from her hands. Before Xuan Ling could react, the illusion of a woman appeared in front of her. Your friend is helping me with the mission. For 3 days, you must avoid other tomb explorers. You will be absolutely safe in the tomb of the gods. The demons here will protect you, and the traps will not be triggered. The woman waved her hand, and 18 beast-headed tomb keepers appeared beside Xuan Ling. They stood behind Xuan Ling like 18 bodyguards. However, you can't use them to attack others. I'm only ensuring your safety. I didn't say I would help you get the treasure. Remember this. Who are you? Xuan Ling was shocked. Who I am is not important. What's important is that I hope your friend can complete the mission. With that, the woman's illusion turned into dust and scattered in the air. Chapter 646. Standing in front of a small tomb again, Lu Chen had a golden hairpin in his hand. This should be the hairpin that the first saintess mentioned. This time, there were no more competitors behind him. He was probably the only one who could come to the Lochwater tomb. The Lochwater tomb was not as dark as the desolate god's tomb. It was surrounded by flowers and grass. Rhubarb, come with me. Let's go in and see the tomb of the Lochwater god. Since almost no one could find the entrance to the Lochwater tomb, Lu Chen did not encounter any traps along the way. There were no small tombs in the tomb. There was only a large road. From the structure of the tomb, I feel that Loachwater is indeed much more open than the desolate god. At least he didn't have those things. The desolate god was licentious. It's normal that the first saintess didn't like him. Loachwater looks much more upright. If I were a woman, I would choose Loachwater too. Rhubarb, did you find any treasures? Rhubarb shook his head. Let's keep going. At the same time, Xuanling was leading her new subordinates to look for the treasure chest behind the first saintess. There were a large number of immortal core materials, common rare materials, rare herbs, and even an immortal martial art. I don't know when Brother Kwong will come back. If he can't find these treasures in time, then Brother Kwong will suffer a great loss. I have to help him find more treasures. After putting all these treasures into her backpack, Xuanling thought for a while. Most of the other teams should have gone to the third floor. It would be best if she did not meet them. There were still many places on the first and second floor that she had not explored yet. There were still many treasures there. All right, let's search floor by floor. There should be a lot of fish that escaped the net. Returning to the first floor, Xuanling was carefully searching every fork. Some of them had already been taken away by others. However, those people did not have the time to search for all the treasures, as they did not want to be left too far behind. This made Xuanling very lucky. She had nothing else to do. She carefully searched every small tomb and found more and more treasures. At around 9 o'clock at night, the torches on the walls of the desolate god's tomb were all extinguished. Xuanling, who was looking for coffins, was shocked. Her 18 tomb keepers surrounded her, but they didn't seem to have any vitality, as if they had entered a state of hibernation. Looks like we won't be able to continue exploring today. Xuanling stopped what she was doing and sat down to rest. On the fourth floor of the divine tomb, the top teams were competing for the ranking of the treasure hunting teams. Along the way, everyone had seen that the treasures were almost at their fingertips. Then, wouldn't the ultimate treasure also be so easy to obtain? At the very least, they had to ensure that their team's position wouldn't be left too far behind. Only when they found the treasure would they have a chance to fight for it. However, the surrounding torches were suddenly extinguished, and the entire underground palace was pitch black. Someone took out a lighting tool, but the range of the light was too small, and it would not last long before it was extinguished by the airflow. Saintess, what should we do now? The Saintess' eyes were particularly bright under the candlelight. Let's wait for a while. There are traps everywhere in the underground palace. After the fourth floor, there will be more and more demons. It's too dangerous to act rashly now. We'll continue exploring when the torch is lit again. However, some teams wanted to widen the gap between them, and others while others were resting. Not far away, a few screams were suddenly heard. Someone must have fallen into a trap. The people of the Kazan tribe snorted. Don't you know that haste makes waste? What an idiot! Let's rest here. And Tai Minju, take some people to be on guard. Don't let your guard down. The others are more dangerous than the divine tomb. Yes, sir. The moonlight shone through the open skylight. Lu Chen was lying in a herb garden, enjoying the fragrance of the herbs. If Yi Shui is not a pharmacist, then he must be a very sentimental person. He even designed a herb garden in the tomb. The skylight above his head should have been designed to let the herbs bathe in the sunlight, but now it became Lu Chen's comfortable bed. Although Yi Shui's tomb doesn't have any miscellaneous things, it's still very stylish. The scale is huge, just like a maze. I can't earn all of it in one day. Let's rest here first. Just as Lu Chen was about to fall asleep, a rustling sound came from the herb garden. Lu Chen looked at the source of the sound and found a pair of small eyes peeking at him from the bushes. He jumped to his feet and looked at the guy in horror. "Who are you?" A human child walked out from the herb garden. He looked about 4 or 5 years old. His clothes were tattered, but he looked like he was carved out of jade. Who are you?" The child stared at Lu Chen. "Why are you lying in the herb garden? You'll crush some herbs." I'm a tomb raider." "So what if you're a tomb raider? Get up." Lu Chen was stunned by the child's imposing manner. He stood up involuntarily. Of course, it was mainly because he was in the wrong. Everyone was responsible for caring for the plants. The child carefully examined the plants that had been pressed down by Lu Chen. "Look at you, this heart-burning grass has been pressed down by you until it has no vitality. Are you a human or a ghost?" Lu Chen stood aside. "I'm a medicine boy here," the child said angrily while carefully handling the plants in his hands. "I have to collect them as soon as possible. Otherwise, the efficacy will be reduced by more than 70%. It's all your fault. Of all places to sleep, you had to sleep here. These precious herbs, I've taken care of them for thousands of years. You ruined them." Lu Chen frowned. "You've been here for thousands of years. Why are you still a child?" "TSK, I didn't say I'm still alive," the child said disdainfully. Lu Chen took a deep breath. This answer was a bit domineering. "Hey, stinky brat, since you can come to the tomb of Master Yishui, you should have gotten the approval of Sister Saintess. These herbs have no chance to play their role here. Now, they're being crushed by you. I'll collect them and you can take them out." Lu Chen felt strange being called a stinky brat by a child. However, listening to the medicine boy's words, Lu Chen was overjoyed. The Yishui divine tomb was extremely poor. The only thing he could find were these herbs. Originally, Lu Chen was troubled because he didn't know how to collect herbs. He could only collect them casually, which would inevitably destroy the efficacy of the herbs. Now that the medicine boy was here, he didn't have such worries. "Oh, there's such a good thing." Lu Chen stood aside and watched the medicine boy carefully collect the herbs. Each of them was extremely careful and attentive. He even said something to them as if he was bidding farewell to his family. "Little Dragon Beard, you've grown up. Whether it's an immortal pill or an ordinary pill in the future depends on what kind of alchemist you meet. Death Flower, you're the one who loves to show off. Now you've been crushed by that blind, stinky brat. However, I'll keep your medicinal properties. As for what kind of pill you can refine, it'll depend on your luck." Suddenly, Lu Chen felt a little sad. This medicine boy had been here alone for thousands of years. He had no one to talk to. In his world, there was only this herb garden. All the herbs had become his friends. He had been alone for thousands of years. Chapter 647. "Hey, Medicine Boy Senior." The word senior was said with clenched teeth. In any case, the other party was a few thousand years old. Calling him senior was not a loss. "Why are you in the divine tomb?" The medicine boy was still carefully processing the herbs. He just casually replied, "I used to be the ghost pet of Master Yishui. After Master Yishui died, I have been accompanying him. Master Yishui was afraid that I would be bored, so he sold his equipment and bought a lot of herbs. Thus, this herb garden was created." Lu Chen was somewhat moved. Yishui was so good to his ghost pet. In other words, if one day he was going to fall, he should not treat Little Green and Xiaomin unfairly. Although Lu Chen had never seen Yishui, nor heard of any of his achievements from other people's mouths, he seemed to understand more and more about this expert from thousands of years ago. The medicine boy was busy for a long time. After collecting some of the herbs, he looked up at Lu Chen and said, "These herbs are too precious for your current level. For the time being, you can't use them. Wait until tomorrow. I will process them again. This way, you can store them for a long time." And thank you. By the way, what is your alchemist level? I didn't learn. Lu Chen was a bit embarrassed. He was a beginner in life skills. There was only a 6-star refiner in the panel, and he had forgotten about it. What? Didn't learn? Alchemists are required to learn, okay? Even if it's the most common healing medicine, the qi-generating pill, the cost is also much lower. I also have a ghost pet. She knows alchemy and is now an 8-star alchemist. You are really a hands-off shopkeeper. If you can be lazy, then be lazy. However, I am a bit surprised that an 8-star alchemist is willing to be your ghost pet. How is her talent in alchemy? It seems to be immortal level, called 1 in 10,000. Immortal level. You brat, your luck is too good. Well, it seems that these herbs will not be wasted for you. Lu Chen thought for a moment. Hey, you have been here alone for so many years. How lonely. See if you are interested. No? Do you want to poach me? Impossible. I will not leave Lord Bai Shui. Lu Chen shook his head, helplessly. The medicine boy of a venerable immortal indeed had a personality. It seemed that he was not that easy to poach. At this time, it was already the latter half of the night. Lu Chen sat beside the herb garden and meditated. Since there was no one else here, he directly activated the celestial demon symbiosis and cultivated the celestial demon origin cultivation technique 5 times faster. After activating the divine demon symbiosis, the surrounding black and white energy waves fused together, creating a world of primordial chaos. A massive amount of primordial spiritual energy poured into Lu Chen's body, causing his spiritual energy to crazily increase at a rate of 5 points per minute. Hey, what kind of mental cultivation method is this? The medicine boy looked at Lu Chen strangely. I'm not telling you. It looks a little special. It seems to have caused a bigger disturbance than Master Ji Shui's purple water of the East Sea. Your current state is the 9 transformations of gods and devils. Lu Chen suddenly stopped cultivating. You know about the 9 transformations of demons and gods. Of course I do. Who doesn't know about the 9 transformations of demons and gods? It is the #1 forbidden technique in Jiutian and also the foundation of the celestial demon set. Lu Chen's eyes widened. Although there were people who recognized his 9 transformations of demons and gods, no one knew more than this medicine boy. He actually knew about the celestial demon set. You know about the celestial demon set. Then do you know about the parts of the celestial demon set? Also, what else do you know about the 9 transformations of demons and gods? The medicine boy sat cross-legged beside Lu Chen. If not for the fact that he was a spirit pet, he really would have looked like a child. Then I don't know. If everyone knew about it, how could it still be the #1 forbidden technique? The medicine boy said, leisurely. However, I do know that the power of the celestial demon set is extremely terrifying. However, the difficulty of obtaining it can only be said to be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It is said that once you complete the celestial demon set, you are no longer alone. No longer alone. Then what is it? I don't know either. Lu Chen almost vomited blood and died. Why did it feel like he was being scolded? Hey, I also heard that you seem to be walking on the path of defying the heavens. In Jiutian, the coexistence of demons and gods is a great taboo. You are destroying the balance of Jiutian. You are using your position to challenge the rules of the entire Jiutian. Lu Chen sneered. What celestial demon set? I am me. I do good things, and I do bad things. Moreover, what you think of as a good thing might be a bad thing in the eyes of others. No, you don't understand. It doesn't matter whether you become a demon or a god. In fact, it is just to make you give up your position and make you compromise. Lu Chen looked at the medicine boy in surprise. This little fellow knew quite a lot. I will not compromise, Lu Chen said calmly. The medicine boy turned his head and looked meaningfully at Lu Chen. What are you looking at? Is there something on my face? The medicine boy turned his head. No. By the way, are you here to look for Master Fei Shui? The medicine boy's voice suddenly weakened. Yes, the first saintess asked me to look for him. She said that only Fei Shui could defeat the Aragami war soul. The alchemy boy sighed. The people of Lochwater knew that the Aragami had been planning to be reborn. However, what the Aragami did not know was that no matter how hard he tried, he would never be reborn. The thing that would be reborn would not be him. It would be a monster. What about Fei Shui? The resurrected Master Fei Shui is no longer Master Fei Shui. It is just his war soul. It is for the thing that will stop the Aragami war soul from existing thousands of years later. Lu Chen frowned and took out the first saintess hairpin. Does he recognize this hairpin? The medicine boy looked at the hairpin and nodded. Yes, Master Fei Shui left this message in the war soul's consciousness. Lu Chen nodded. Looks like Fei Shui and the first saintess had already set up a chess game. Lu Chen noticed that the medicine boy's mood had suddenly become very low. He asked curiously, "Hey, why are you suddenly so depressed?" "Nothing." The medicine boy turned around, not letting Lu Chen see his expression. "Just tell me there is no one else here." Lu Chen nudged the medicine boy with his shoulder. "If you don't tell me now, you won't have the chance when I leave." The medicine boy pouted and thought for a while. It seemed to make sense. After this annoying guy left, he would have no one to talk to. In the past, other than these herbs, I could occasionally visit Master Fei Shui. However, after this war, the medicine boy lowered his head and sobbed. Lu Chen finally understood. It seemed that after this war, the Fei Shui war soul would also disappear. The medicine boy's most respected person would completely leave him. Unfortunately, Lu Chen could not help the medicine boy in this matter. He refused to leave, and the desolate god fighting soul was not something that Lu Chen could deal with. He had to rely on the Fei Shui war soul. After a moment of silence, Lu Chen suddenly said, "Hey, you said that you occasionally visit Master Fei Shui. Can you take me to find the Fei Shui war soul tomorrow? The underground palace is too big, and I always get lost." The medicine boy's eyes were still filled with tears. He looked at Lu Chen with disgust. "You rascal, I am talking about such a sad thing, and you only heard that I occasionally visit Master Fei Shui? Can you be any lazier?" Lu Chen shrugged and smiled. Anyway, I can't help you. Why don't you use some of your remaining energy to help me? Why don't you have any empathy? I don't have empathy, but you do. Then all the more you should help me and fulfill Master Fei Shui's last wish. I have never seen such a shameless person. Now you have seen it. In the underground palace, Lu Chen and the medicine boy quarreled with each other, and it was particularly lively. However, the argument did dilute the medicine boy's depression. Chapter 648. I will never help such a shameless person like you. The next day, the medicine boy processed the herbs and brought Lu Chen to look for the Lochwater fighting soul. If it wasn't for Lord Lochwater's wish, I would never bring you there. The medicine boy said angrily. Lu Chen smiled and followed behind him. With a guide, things became much simpler. Hey, can you hurry up? The desolate god's tomb will close in 3 days. I have to rush back to the depths of the desolate god's tomb. It will take time to go back and forth. I know. The Celestial's underground palace is huge. It's normal that you can't finish in 1 or 2 days. Follow me closely. Do you have many movement skills? Not many. The medicine boy finally found a chance to take revenge. He smiled sinisterly. He, then follow me. Don't blame me if you lose me. After saying that, the medicine boy's speed suddenly increased. His movement speed was comparable to rapid movement. The medicine boy was moving normally. In other words, he could maintain this speed. If his movement skills were not enough, he would definitely lose him. Lu Chen smiled faintly. Put him to death. Dragon's blood boil. His HP dropped rapidly, and his skills cooldown was close to 0. 7 stars chasing moon. The medicine boy looked at Lu Chen strangely. What kind of movement skill is that? Why doesn't it have a cooldown? I'm not telling you. Tisk, it's nothing compared to Lord Lochwater's 1,000 steps wave treading. As they bickered along the way, Lu Chen's speed did not slow down. The 2nd floor of the underground palace, the 3rd floor. Finally, they reached the 9th floor. In the 9th floor of the underground palace, there was only one tomb. The floor was painted with complicated runes. In the center of the runes sat a mummy. The mummy sat cross-legged in the middle of the runes with its head lowered. Lu Chen opened his heaven's eye and found a small amount of spiritual energy in the surroundings. It flowed into the mummy through the runes, and there was also spiritual energy flowing in the mummy. This thing was still alive. Lord Lochwater, Tong Tong is here to see you. The medicine boy looked sadly at the mummy. However, the mummy did not respond. Lu Chen asked curiously, are all fighting souls in the form of mummies? No, this body is a puppet created by Master Ji Shui, using his own body as a vessel for the battle soul. The Aragami's war soul might not be a mummy. Lu Chen nodded. Why is he ignoring you? The war soul is not the entirety of Master Ji Shui's consciousness. It only has part of his fighting skills and strength. Master Ji Shui told me not to come here often because he was afraid that the war soul would hurt me. Lu Chen heaved a sigh of relief. This mummy was the spiritual sustenance of the medicine boy, but in the end, it was just a puppet who did not know who he was. All right, you go and show him the hairpin. Be careful. Lu Chen nodded and walked towards the mummy. When Lu Chen got close to the mummy suddenly opened its eyes. The pair of eyes had completely dried up, and the optic nerves had turned into strips that resembled tree roots. They were connected to the withered eyeballs, and just looking at them made one's hair stand on end. Ugh! The mummy's throat let out a dry groan, and its figure instantly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Lu Chen. Its withered arms were already in front of Lu Chen. However, at this moment, it stopped. Lu Chen was already covered in cold sweat. Was this the strength of an immortal prime war soul? He did not even have time to react. It was too terrifying. All the techniques and skills, if he did not even have time to react. What was the use of being strong? The speed of the Ji Shui war soul had far exceeded the limit of Lu Chen's reaction. The Ji Shui war soul stopped and slowly took away the hairpin that Lu Chen held in front of him. That pair of eyes that did not have a trace of moisture showed that it was thinking hard about something. The first saintess asked me to bring this to you. The Aragami's tomb is open, and that guy is about to wake up. You have to come with me. Ji Shui raised his head slightly, and some deep-rooted memories were awakened. The ferocious expression on his face finally calmed down. Ji Shui turned around and pressed one hand on the center of the talisman array. A coffin rose from the ground. He opened the lid of the coffin, took out a blue and red bead, and threw it to Lu Chen. Inside the bead was a translucent blue liquid. There was a red liquid wrapped in the middle, and it looked a little like blood. Obtained item, black ice divine blood. Lu Chen frowned slightly. What was the meaning of this? Was this Ji Shui's reward for him? What was this thing for? However, now was not the time to think about this. Lu Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. The first part of the mission was finally completed. How are we going to enter the Aragami's tomb? Lu Chen suddenly thought of this problem. There was no saintess tomb here. Ji Shui carefully put away the hairpin and faced the void in front of him. He fiercely struck out with his palm. In an instant, the entire underground palace shook and was on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, a black hole portal opened at the spot where Bai Shui had attacked. It had always been Lu Chen who shocked others. However, after seeing Ji Shui's strength, Lu Chen was completely shocked. This guy actually created a portal with a single strike. This is too strong. The Ji Shui fighting soul gestured at Lu Chen toward the portal, indicating for him to enter. Lu Chen took a deep breath and took the lead to step into the portal. The Ji Shui fighting soul followed closely behind. In an instant, only the medicine boy was left in the Ji Shui divine tomb. He looked around blankly. Lord Ji Shui, when you fought in the past, you would never leave me behind. The medicine boy lowered his head sadly. After thousands of years of loneliness, even Lord Ji Shui was gone. The guy who bickered with him was also gone. There was only him and his herb garden left. Lord Ji Shui said that his fighting soul would not recognize him and would not protect him. As a ghost pet that only knew how to grow and care for herbs, it was very dangerous outside. Looking at the portal that was about to close, the medicine boy suddenly raised his head, gritted his teeth, and rushed in as well. Medicinal ingredients are just like people. If they are unable to erupt with the most brilliant radiance, then in the boundless nine heavens, what difference is there between them and dust? Lord Ji Shui, Tong Tong will accompany you in this final battle. Lu Chen finally returned to the desolate god's tomb. Looking at the tomb, the Ji Shui fighting soul was stunned. There was only a day and a half before the tomb closed. Time was tight, but Lu Chen still waited patiently. Ugh! Ji Shui growled and looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded. Let's go. Time was tight. Lu Chen immediately teleported and rushed into the tomb. The people in front of him had almost triggered all the mechanisms. Unless he encountered something like a ghost, Lu Chen could boldly sprint all the way. When he reached the third floor, Lu Chen strangely found that most of the ghosts had disappeared. Right, they will protect Shuang Ling. Oh, right, where is Shuang Ling? Chapter 649. On the third day, which was also the last day of the desolate god's divine tomb, Lu Chen and the Lochwater fighting soul quickly rushed to the deepest part of the tomb. On the seventh floor, Lu Chen finally met Shuang Ling. Shuang Ling! Lu Chen hurried over. Why are you here? Didn't I ask you to wait up there? Shuang Ling was happy to see Lu Chen, but she was a little scared when she saw the Lochwater fighting soul behind Lu Chen. Brother Kwang, what's that? It's so scary. Lu Chen had no time to explain. He just said, it's okay, he won't hurt you. Shuang Ling saw that the Lochwater fighting soul had no intention of attacking her, so she answered Lu Chen's question. Brother Kwang, it's okay. As long as we don't meet other teams, I'll be safe. Now that they've reached the 8th floor, I guess they'll enter the 9th floor soon. I took advantage of the few days when you weren't around to search for treasures in the small tomb. I found a lot, and my backpack isn't small anymore. As she spoke, Shuang Ling pushed over a trade window and was ready to give all the treasures to Lu Chen. Lu Chen immediately canceled the trade. Shuang Ling, now's not the time. I don't have much time left. I have to hurry to the 9th floor. On the 9th floor of the divine tomb, there were already 3 or 4 teams rushing down. As the last floor, After coming down from the 8th floor, they saw a huge stone door in front of them. It was ajar, and there was a cold current flowing into the tomb from the crack of the door. After 2 days of competition, the top few teams all had super powerhouses overseeing them. At this moment, when everyone saw their competitors, they immediately reached a stalemate in front of the door of the 9th floor. Saintess, others may be afraid of you, but I'm not. I've reserved all the treasures here. A tall and strange-looking dragon-human race man shouted sternly. The Saintess was not a pushover, and her aura was not weak at all. This is the Desolate God's tomb. It should be explored by my Saintess tribe. You guys are just tomb robbers. What a joke. The Aragami have been passed down for thousands of years. How much of the Aragami's bloodline is left in your body? Another tall and skinny demon sneered. Do you think it's yours just because you say so? If you want the treasure, you'll have to rely on your own abilities. That's right. The tomb of the gods is open to the outside world, and not only to you descendants of the Aragami. This means that the treasures here can be obtained by anyone. The man of the divine descendant clan said, speaking of bloodline, which ancestor of the divine descendant clan is not a powerful figure, then all the opportunities in the 9 heavens will belong to the divine descendant clan. Don't talk nonsense. Isn't it just a fight? Hurry up and do it. Once I get the treasure, my chances of success in the 5th celestial layer will increase. Everyone here was an absolute expert of the 4th celestial layer, and the treasure was right behind the door. At this moment, no one would give face to the other. Not long after, 2 more teams broke through the encirclement and entered the 9th level of the divine tomb. The situation began to become abnormally chaotic. Right at this moment, a horrifying roar suddenly came from the half-closed door in front of everyone. That voice was definitely not the voice of a human. It was heart-wrenching, as if it came from the depths of hell. Hearing this roar, the faces of the experts in front of the door did not change. There's something inside. The ghost shadow, tomb keeper, and mechanical puppet from before did not let out such a shrill cry. That thing's voice is unusually crazy and fanatical. It's not a good time to fight. Let's see what's inside first. When everyone stopped fighting, the huge stone door in front of them slowly opened. There was only one extremely spacious room from the tomb. There were no forks in the road and no other small tombs. There were 9 thick stone pillars around the tomb, each of which had a huge chain tied to it. The other end of the chain was tied to a black shadow. The team that had just come down saw the scene in the 9th level of the tomb from afar, and they were all stunned. What kind of monster is that? Was that the voice just now made by this guy? Why is there a living thing here? The black shadow frantically struggled to break free from the 9 chains on its body, and the chains clanked as they shook. Then the 2nd chain, the 3rd chain. Soon, that guy would break free from all the chains. At that moment, someone saw the coffin beside the blurry black shadow. That was the only coffin on the 9th level. If there was a treasure in the tomb of the god of sin, it must be in that coffin. When they came to the tomb of the god of sin, they naturally thought that there might be a powerful creature guarding the treasure. Now, it was even more proven. Suddenly, 2 figures moved quickly and went straight for the coffin behind the monster. That thing is restrained by the chains on its body. Now is the best time to seize the treasure. The treasure is ours. The treasure of the tomb of the god of sin. Hee, you cowards. Watch us, brothers, from the mountainside. Seize the treasure in front of your eyes. However, no one expected that when the black, blurry monster sensed that someone was approaching, it roared as if it had gone mad. Then that thing pulled fiercely, and the iron chain on one of the stone pillars was directly broken. It waved the chain in its hand, and a gust of wind was stirred up. The mountain demon brothers, who took the risk out of desperation, did not even have time to react. Both of them were directly cut in half by the iron chain. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. The mountain demon brothers were the super powerhouses of the mountain demon tribe. They were once the reserve great heavenly generals of the mountain demon tribe. Although they were not the top powerhouses here, they could be ranked in the middle. It was also because they were confident in their own strength that they dared to seize the treasure in advance. However, such super powerhouses did not have time to react or dodge under that guy's casual attack. They did not even have time to make a sound before they were cut in half at the waist. What the hell is that thing? It killed the mountain demon brothers like it was a game? No way. With the strength of the mountain demon brothers, they were squashed to death like ants. That guy can't be the desolate god, the combat strength of a celestial prime. Oh my God, it's over. That's not something we can deal with. At that moment, everyone finally realized what kind of terrifying monster was guarding the treasure of the desolate god's tomb of the god of sin. However, with the treasure in front of them, no one was willing to give up. Although this thing was powerful, it might have other weaknesses. Just like the chains on the stone pillars, all of them were broken. 9 steel chains that were 100 meters long merged with that thing's body. It looked like that guy had 3 heads and 6 arms. At that moment, a large number of tomb explorers suddenly rushed into the entrance of the 9th level. These people did not enter the 9th level normally. Instead, they were forcefully sucked into the 9th level by a force. When they reached the 9th level, they all staggered. When they stood up, their faces were filled with surprise. The saintess squinted her eyes slightly. Seeing the team of an Aboriginal tribe, she asked, "Say, why are you all here?" Perhaps the saintess tribe had a good relationship with the Zay tribe. Zay stood up and nodded slightly at the saintess. "We don't know. We were fighting at the entrance of the cave when we were suddenly sucked in by a huge force. Saintess, that guy, what is that guy?" Zay looked at the black shadow in the tomb chamber and asked with his eyes wide open. The saintess shook her head. "He just killed the mountain demon brothers. If I'm not wrong, he should be the desolate god's fighting soul." "What? The desolate god's fighting soul?" With a loud bang, the huge stone door behind everyone suddenly closed. Chapter 650. Lu Chun and Xuan Ling were at the outermost part of the 8th floor. All of a sudden, a gust of wind blew. Even Lu Chun could not stand still due to the strong pulling force. At that critical moment, the loathsome war soul grabbed onto Lu Chun so that he would not be swept away. However, Xuan Ling could not escape. The 18 tomb keepers around her were blown away into dust, and she was swept away quickly, disappearing from Lu Chun's sight. Xuan Ling. Lu Chun was furious, but it was too late. Soon, the gust of wind stopped. Lu Chun looked around, but could not find any trace of Xuan Ling. Loathsome war soul, what took Xuan Ling away? Lu Chun asked anxiously. The loathsome war soul could not speak, but it was pointing at the end of the tunnel. Lu Chun did not know where it was pointing. Right then, he heard a voice behind him. "Hey, you brat, hurry up. The Aragami war soul has completely awakened. It took your friend away." Lu Chun turned around in surprise. It was the apprentice that had spoken. That guy had followed him. Lu Chun did not have time to ask. He knew that the loathsome war soul could not be weak. Xuan Ling was in grave danger. Lu Chun was anxious. Now that he knew where Xuan Ling was, he hurried toward the end of the tunnel with the loathsome war soul. The stone door had been sealed and could not be opened. Everyone had an ominous premonition in their hearts. Pull everyone here and seal the exit. This guy, could it be that he wants to kill us all? That guy, everyone, stay alert. Get ready for battle. The aura of death from the coffin is gathering here. I think it is replenishing his energy so that he can break free from the 9 iron chains. That guy's strength is unfathomable. The group of people who had been ready to fight against each other were forced to gather together to fight against that powerful creature. All kinds of battle pets and puppets were released. Many fields and seals were stacked. Everyone was ready for battle. At this time, as long as one wasn't an idiot, they should know that they didn't need to use their special skills. Everyone was going to die here. In a corner, Shuangling stared at the black monster. There were also 2 corpses on the ground that had been split in half. Both of them died with their eyes wide open. To be able to kill 2 people so easily, the strength of this monster was evident. At this moment, Shuangling suddenly rejoiced that Lu Chun had not been sucked in. Perhaps after the battle here ended, she would have a chance to obtain the supreme treasure here. She took out the sound transmission talisman, but the sound transmission talisman was unable to transmit sound to the outside world. It could only record sound. Brother Quang, I haven't told you what the Frost Tribe is looking for. Now, I don't even know if I can get out alive. If you can find the black ice divine blood, go find Sister Shuangwu. Our Frost Tribe will remember your kindness for generations. Leaving behind a simple sentence, Shuangling brought out the ice seal barrier. It's an ice mage. Someone immediately noticed Shuangling. Hey, little girl, aren't you the girl who was with Solipsistic? Sigh, forget it. Now is not the time to talk about this. Your control of ice magic is strong. Go to the front. Shuangling nodded and went to the front of the few teams. The Saintess looked back at Shuangling and immediately recognized her. Hey, come here. Ice magic has always been one of the strongest support spells. If we lose this time, none of us will be able to leave alive. I hope you can help us as much as you can. Shuangling nodded. I know, but if we kill this guy, the final treasure, shouldering the mission of revitalizing her family, even if a disaster was imminent, Shuangling was still thinking about what she was looking for. Now is not the time to talk about this. If people die, everything will be in vain. Shuangling knew that the United Front was only temporary. Even if she won in the end, the others would not let her have the treasure. She had to play it by ear. Facing hundreds of super-powerful warriors, the Aragami was not afraid at all. The chains on his body seemed to be alive, dancing on his back. No one could tell what race the Aragami's war soul was. No one could tell if he was a human or a ghost. There was a long roar. It was as if the roar had traveled through thousands of years. In the long river of time, the roar had become empty and soulless. What was left was perhaps just an obsession to kill. Instantly, the rage god's war soul moved. His speed was so fast that it was unimaginable. Before anyone could react, he was already standing in front of an abyss rock monster puppet. He grabbed its neck with one hand and crushed the abyss rock monster puppet that was made of special rock. The chains on his back were swung, and several mythical beast battle pets were killed. Blood splashed. The Aragamis were soul-bathed in the blood, enjoying the feeling of blood falling on his body. Perhaps this could remind him of the feeling of being alive. You, all of you, will sacrifice for me. The Aragamis war soul said in a very loud voice. One punch. The space in front of the Aragamis war soul was shattered. All the territory and enchantments were ineffective. Not only did the territory fail, but the person who activated the territory was also injured. What kind of monster is this? Oh my God, this is the Aragami's war soul. Celestial Prime. It's over, it's all over now. The tomb of the gods is a trap. He wants to sacrifice us. Xuan Ling spat out a mouthful of blood as she stared at the Aragami's war soul. On the 8th level of the tomb of the gods, the Loachwater war soul let out a low roar. Ugh. Lord Loachwater said that he doesn't have much time left. He wants you to hurry up. Lu Chun was sweating. He was already fast enough. Brother, why did you stop me just now? We are going to kill the Aragami. We should hitch a ride. The potion boy shook his head. Although there is a big gap between them and the real Celestial Prime, they are still much stronger than you. In a battle of this level, how can they let the other side get the upper hand? Hitching a ride is suicide. Lu Chun thought about it and agreed. Forget it. The entrance to the 9th level is just ahead. Hurry up. They finally reached the 9th level. Lu Chun and the others were blocked by the stone door in front of them. The stone door was locked, and there was no entrance. Lu Chun tried to break the stone door, but he failed several times. Loachwater war soul, can you break this stone door? Lu Chun asked anxiously. The potion boy said, Yes, but you better break it yourself. Lord Loachwater and the Aragami strength are on par. Moreover, the Aragami becomes stronger by absorbing the death chi, while Lord Loachwater's strength is decreasing. This battle is going to be a fierce one. This stone door is made of heaven-mending black stone. To break it, you will need to consume a lot of spiritual chi. It's best not to let Lord Loachwater consume too much of his spiritual chi. Lu Chun almost collapsed. In other words, he had to break the stone door himself. At this moment, liquid was seeping out from the bottom of the stone door. Lu Chun looked down, and his heart suddenly shrank. The viscous liquid that was flowing out from the crack of the door had the smell of blood. Needless to say, the Aragami's war soul had begun his massacre in the stone door. Damn it! Burning with anxiety, Lu Chen's eyes emitted a green mist. Celestial demon symbiosis. Place of death. Dragon blood boiling. 3 lives reincarnation. Buddha body transformation. 3 heads and 6 arms clone. Void shattering attack. Lu Chun had been forced to use all his trump cards in front of the stone door. He had adjusted his condition to the limit. The only thing that was useless was the celestial might and the demonic might. Chapter 651. In front of the Aragami's war soul, more than half of the elites had been killed. The scene was filled with corpses that were cut into pieces by the iron chains. Too strong, we can't get out of here. Why is there an existence that is stronger than the celestial domain boss in the 4th heaven? This doesn't make sense. It's been a few thousand years. What do you mean by reasonable? Stop talking nonsense. Heal us. At this time, Xuan Ling was standing behind the Saintess tribe. She was enchantment on the weapons of the others. At the same time, she was using ice control spells to restrict the Aragami. Now, she was the main force controlling the Aragami's war soul. Ranged players, don't stop. The 9 iron chains on that guy can block most of the attacks. However, the slowing effect is still effective. When the Aragami rushed to the front of the group, Xuan Ling quickly summoned an ice wall. The ice wall was instantly broken. However, in that short period of time, those people had already retreated far away. The Aragami's war soul's attacks were all blocked by the ice wall. One should know that its speed was already faster than a human's reaction speed. However, that ice elemental mage was always able to cause trouble for it at the critical moment. The Aragami finally turned its head and looked at the woman. That pair of withered eyes were filled with killing intent. Xuan Ling could not help but take a step back. However, The hope of the Frost clan's rise was behind this guy. If she did not meet Lu Chen, she would have to face all of this. Shuang Ling stopped retreating. She gathered her courage and looked directly at the Aragami's war soul. The Frost clan will never retreat, Shuang Ling murmured. Even if I have to pay with my life, I will never give up. That was the mission of the Frost clan's remaining descendants. Shuang Ling, be careful. Everyone protect Shuang Ling. She is our only hope to survive. The saintess shouted. However, the saintess only focused on the Aragami's war soul. She did not pay attention to what was behind her. Suddenly, Shuang Ling moved her sword finger. The blood on the ground condensed into a blood-colored ice spike. The arrow pierced into her heart. When the saintess saw that, she was shocked. Miss Shuang Ling, what are you doing? Shuang Ling looked at the maiden sage with a desolate expression. Tears of blood flowed from her eyes. If Brother Kuang comes, please don't let him see me like this, okay? The holy maiden was shocked. There were too many things that she did not know. She did not know that Lu Chen was outside the door at this moment. She did not know that Lu Chen had brought along the fighting soul of the rage god with him. She also did not know what Shuang Ling would become next. You said Solipsistic is here? Will he come to save you? He will. Shuang Ling's eyes became extremely clear, and the corners of her bloody mouth curled up slightly. I believe that he will. It's just that I hope he doesn't see what I'm about to do. Blood flowed out of Shuang Ling's chest, following the blood thorns. Suddenly, the blood stinger shattered, and an ice-blue six-legged beetle crawled out of the hole in his chest. When this insect appeared, a biting cold aura erupted from Shuang Ling's body, instantly exploding throughout the entire 9th floor of the tomb. The air in the entire 9th floor of the divine tomb froze, and the blood on the ground instantly froze. The holy maiden looked at her hands in shock. Her hair was covered in ice, and she seemed to feel that the blood in her body was about to freeze. This is the mystic ice holy beetle. Those who were lucky enough to survive were all frozen in just a few seconds. No one was spared. However, they were only frozen and did not receive any injuries. With her chest broken, Shuang Ling's face gradually turned pale, and her eyes lost focus. She just looked into the distance without meeting her eyes. Brother Kuang, I'm sorry. I lied to you. I'm not a full-time support. I was afraid that you were a person with evil intentions, so I did not tell you the truth. Forgive me. For the Frost clan, I hid this from you. This woman, who carried the fate of her clan, carefully lived alone in the 4th heaven. How could she easily trust anyone? Until I saw you heal me, until I saw you risking your life for me, until I saw you sleeping beside my pillow, I really hope that I can accompany you for a while longer. The mystic ice holy beetle crawled along Shuang Ling's collar and into her mouth. A heart-wrenching scream was heard. In an instant, Shuang Ling's bright eyes turned white. The muscles on her face bulged and were covered with blue lines. Her originally peaceful face became extremely ferocious. She did not look like a human being at all. Then, ice spikes of different lengths pierced out of her body. From her abdomen, 2 pairs of arms stretched out. The holy maiden who was closest to Shuang Ling saw the whole process with her own eyes. She was still shocked. The mystic ice holy beetle was an extremely rare goo worm. When it lived in the heart, it would greatly increase the host's skill damage, ice affinity, reaction speed, and other attributes. Therefore, only Shuang Ling could block the desolate god's war soul in advance. However, if the mystic ice holy beetle was allowed to enter a person's brain, the situation would be very different. It would take over the host's consciousness and body, and its strength would instantly soar. However, the current Shuang Ling was no longer herself. Xuanling walked step by step towards the desolate god's war soul. With every step, ice lotuses would form under her feet. Around her, the water vapor in the air froze, as if ice flowers were blooming in the air. The madness in the desolate god's eyes did not diminish. Instead, it became even more fervent. He said in a stiff tone, "Insect race. I like it." No one knew if the insect race that the desolate god was talking about was Xuanling herself or the transformed Xuanling. However, everyone already knew that the battle between the two powerful beings was about to begin. The 9 iron chains behind the desolate god moved, and Xuanling was summoned from all directions. However, Xuanling did not dodge. When the iron chains hit the ice barrier around her body, these iron chains that were made of unknown materials shattered like ice. "Mystic ice spell, ice dragon," Xuanling shouted. The desolate god's feet were covered by ice pillars, and it could not move for the time being. Countless water vapor gathered around, and the ice on the ground flew up, forming a huge amount of ice spikes. They formed a huge ice dragon and rushed towards the desolate god. Countless ice spikes crazily collided with the desolate god's war soul, and the body of the 100-meter-long ice dragon shattered layer by layer. The entire 9th floor of the divine tomb was covered in an endless ice storm. The holy maiden's eyes were wide open. She did not expect Xuanling to be the strongest person here. However, in order to obtain such strength, she must have paid an extremely heavy price. Could Xuanling, who was in the form of the mystic ice holy beetle, defeat the desolate god? The 100-meter-long ice dragon was destroyed, and the desolate god had been attacked countless times. However, there was not a single trace of blood on its withered body. Although the mystic ice holy beetle was strong, it did not seem to have any effect on the desolate god's war soul that did not have blood. After suffering a series of heavy injuries, the desolate god's war soul knelt on one knee with its head lowered. That guy lost. Everyone was extremely nervous. Now, whether the treasure was a treasure or not was secondary. They would be thankful if they could make it out alive. However, at this moment, the desolate god's war soul suddenly raised its head and let out a shocking roar. "Roar! I'm going to kill you!" Sword breaks the 6 Tao, burial deity. No one expected that although the desolate god did not have a sword in his hand, he could use sword will. A black light flashed, and the speed was incredible. People could only judge from the huge hole in Xuanling's chest that there was indeed a sword that had pierced through Xuanling's body. With a thud, Xuanling knelt on the ground. Was the desolate god's war soul really so terrifying? Brother Quang. In Xuanling's eyes, life gradually disappeared. Chapter 652. Outside the door, Lu Chun was in his strongest state, unleashing the void-shattering triple attack. The stone door made a loud noise, and a crack appeared on the wall. At that moment, he realized that the blood that seeped out from the bottom of the stone door had all been frozen, and a chill that could penetrate the bottom of his heart was surging out. The only ice magician in the door was Xuanling. Xuanling! She's still alive. It's just that the temperature is a few times lower than the ice magicians she used before. Not long after, the stone door shook a few times, and Lu Chen's heart was in his throat. Oh no, if Xuanling's spell works, the origami will definitely kill her first. Damn it, spiritual energy storm. Lu Chen did not have time to think. He quickly replenished his pure spiritual qi and attacked the stone door again. After 3 attacks, the stone door finally had a huge gap. However, as soon as he saw the scene of the stone door, Lu Chun was stunned. At that moment, the 9th floor of the tomb was covered in ice and snow. Broken limbs could be seen everywhere on the ground. After looking around, Lu Chen did not see Xuanling. However, in front of the Aragami's war soul, there was an ice-blue creature with ice spikes all over its body. She seemed to be severely injured, and the Aragami was walking towards the creature. Someone broke the stone door and entered the tomb. Perhaps the Aragami's war soul was surprised, so he stopped and looked at the door. He ignored Lu Chen and looked at the dried corpse behind Lu Chen. Loathsome was also staring at the Aragami. The grudge of thousands of years had not been resolved with time. Instead, it was accumulating. At that moment, the two powerful beings met again after thousands of years. Loathsome teleported and appeared in front of the Aragami. Ugh! The war souls of the two celestial prime level powerhouses attacked in an instant, and the entire tomb turned dark. Lu Chen did not have time to care about Loathsome's battle. He still could not find Xuanling. Everyone else was sealed in ice, except for Xuanling. In a flash, Lu Chen appeared in front of the Saintess. Where's Xuanling? The Holy Maiden's entire body was sealed, but her eyes could still move. Her eyes, which were usually calm and unperturbed, were now trying hard to signal Lu Chen with her eyes. He kept gesturing to Lu Chen to look at the creature on the ground. Lu Chen's mind was spinning rapidly. He quickly looked at the creature in front of the Aragami in shock. Although Xuanling's face was covered with lumps of flesh, and it was impossible to tell her original appearance, her clothes and body shape were exactly the same as Xuanling's except for the two pairs of arms that extended from her abdomen. She is Xuanling? The Saintess blinked. Lu Chen's eyes widened. His mind was in a mess. How did Xuanling become like that? Moreover, she was able to seal the Holy Maiden? There were so many experts here, and she had them all under her control. That meant that her strength was even higher than his. However, now was not the time to figure this out. At this moment, Xuanling had fallen near the battlefield where the two war spirits were fighting. It was too dangerous to be there. Lu Chen approached the battlefield with a triple step. His hands moved. I'm all ears. After pulling Xuanling over, Lu Chen quickly retreated from the center of the battlefield. It was really difficult to associate the creature in front of him with the beautiful girl. At this moment, her appearance was a little scary. However, after living with Xuanling for a few days, Lu Chen was very sure that she was Xuanling. At least, her body was Xuanling. Xuanling, is that you? What happened to you? Lu Chen looked at Xuanling, who was lying in his arms with heartache. There were two fatal wounds on her chest. One was at her heart, which was a small hole. The other was near her abdomen, which was completely penetrated. Lu Chen's hands were trembling. Xuanling, you wake up. With a crack, the Saintess was the first to break free from the frozen state. He also hurried over. Solipsistic, she is the host of the mysterious ice golden beetle. In the past, the mysterious ice golden beetle was only lodging in her heart. Just now, she had no choice but to release the mysterious ice golden beetle and let it drill into her brain and completely occupy her body. What do you mean by completely occupying her body? Lu Chen anxiously asked. The Saintess shook her head and sighed. It means she is no longer Xuanling. What? Lu Chen's eyes widened in anger. The green fog in his eyes became thicker. However, he still needed to calm down. Lu Chen suppressed his anger and asked, Why? Saintess, is there any way to save her? The Saintess sighed again. Although I don't know much about the mysterious ice golden beetle, I have heard that once the mysterious ice golden beetle drilled into the brain, there is no cure. This news was like a heavy punch to Lu Chen's heart. There was no cure. Solipsistic, she told me before that she did not want you to see her like this, but the Saintess shook her head and sighed. If it were not for Xuanling, they would all be dead. She seems to have something in her hand. The saintess took out something from Xuangling's hand. It was a voice transmission talisman. Perhaps she had placed it in her hand when she was dying. The voice transmission talisman was left for Lu Chen. After Lu Chen opened it, he saw the message on it. Brother Kuang, I have picked up a lot of treasures. I have sent them to you through email. If I can kill the Aragami's war soul, you must help me check if there's any divine blood of Black Frost in his coffin. That's the hope for the Frost clan to rise again. If you can deliver the divine blood of Black Frost to my sister, the Frost clan will remember it forever. Actually, compared to the mission of the clan, Xuangling hopes that Brother Kuang can live more. Every word made Lu Chen's heart ache. Lu Chen hugged Xuangling tightly. I'm sorry. I'm late. If only I could have been faster. If only I could have been faster. Lu Chen lay on Xuangling's body, his voice choked. The two powerhouses beside him launched an unusually fierce attack. The entire tomb was shaking, but at this moment, Lu Chen was immersed in the great sorrow of losing his friend. Everything around him had nothing to do with him. He used to think that he was strong enough to protect the people around him. Until now, Lu Chen knew how rough the road of Zhoutian was. Mysterious ice divine blood. Xuangling, I have found it. That thing is not in the desolate god's tomb at all. It is in the Lochwater god's tomb. If you can wake up, you will be overjoyed. Beside him, the saintess could also feel Lu Chen's sorrow and sighed. At this moment, the battle between the desolate god and Lochwater had come to an end. The two of them exchanged blows, and unimaginably powerful skills were used casually. They had integrated with their battle and were seamlessly connected. This level of battle had stunned everyone. Suddenly, when the two of them were in a stalemate, the desolate god and Lochwater attacked at the same time. Both of them were sent flying. With two loud bangs, the two fighting souls hit the wall at the same time and were seriously injured. Not long after, the desolate god's fighting soul stood up again. He staggered and swayed, but he finally stood up. The medicine boy's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as he rushed toward the Lochwater fighting soul. Master Lochwater, no, you can't lose. However, the Lochwater fighting soul's dry body began to slowly decompose. The desolate god had won the battle between the two celestial primes. To everyone present, this was a nightmare that they could not accept. Chapter 653. Lord Fei Shui. The medicine boy desperately ran to the Fei Shui fighting soul. 1,000 years of companionship had finally come to an end today. No one knew how deep the friendship between Fei Shui and the medicine boy was when they were fighting in the Zhoutian. The fact that they did not abandon each other for 1,000 years was enough to prove it. They might be Lu Chun, Xiao Min, and Little Green of that era, but it was all over now. The medicine boy did not care whether the person in front of him was Fei Shui or not. As long as he had a little consciousness, it was enough. Lord Fei Shui. Don't. Unexpectedly, the unconscious Si Shui looked at the medicine boy, and his dry eyes finally softened. He raised his hand and gently placed it on the medicine boy's head. Tong Tong, I'm sorry for leaving you alone for thousands of years. Lord Fei Shui, you remember me? Even if it's the simplest consciousness, I still remember you. This sentence made the medicine boy burst into tears. Perhaps Fei Shui did not speak because he did not want to. Every time the medicine boy went to see him, he knew. It was just that he had been waiting for today's battle. Unfortunately, this battle was lost. In such a battle between experts, there was no absolute. Victory and defeat could only be decided by a single thought. Fortunately, Now he could finally tell the medicine boy that he was not alone for thousands of years. Tong Tong, if you can get out of here alive, follow that kid. He has a lot of potential, and from his attitude towards his friends, you can see that he is a person who values friendship and loyalty. After that, Fei Shui's body gradually disappeared, leaving only his head. Tong Tong, tell that kid that the black frost divine blood can... Before Fei Shui could finish, he had turned into dust. The former celestial prime, the dust of today, dissipated from the medicine boy's palm. The medicine boy screamed at the top of his lungs. Solipsistic, as long as you kill the desolate god, I am willing to follow you. With a boom, the entire tomb of the god of sin was suddenly wrapped in chaos. The surrounding wind blew, and every bit of spiritual qi was filled with strong killing intent. Lu Chun gently put down Shuangling's body and slowly stood up. Even if you don't say it, I will personally kill that bastard. The saintess hurriedly said, Solipsistic, now is not the time to let your emotions affect your decisions. Although the Aragami is heavily injured, he is such a powerful being. If you are not careful, he could easily take your life. Lu Chun squinted his eyes and stared at the rage god fighting soul. Today, even if the desolation god himself is here, I will still kill him. Before this, when Lu Chun smashed the stone door, he was already in his most powerful state. However, it seemed that if he wanted to kill the desolate god's war soul in this state, it was obviously not enough. Lu Chun took a deep breath. Are you willing to lend me a hand? Ah, of course. At this moment, we are in the same boat. Do you have any other treasures? How can we help you? The others asked. What Lu Chun wanted was an affirmative answer from them. This was already the effect of tacitly accepting the divine might of the reverence of heaven. After saying that, Lu Chun shouted in a low voice, Feng Tian Shun Wei, heaven defying demonic might. Double heaven defying demonic might. According to the innate power level, it was actually between level 3 and level 4. It was more than level 3, but not level 4. However, this was enough. More than 90% of the people here did not have level 4 innate power. The two special effects were activated at the same time. Although there were not many people here, they were strong enough to support Lu Chun to activate two innate powers at the same time. A strong flow of spiritual qi fiercely lifted Lu Chun into the air. He was like a god, but also like a demon. The surrounding air was tumbling, just like his anger, uncontrollable. What is that thing? Innate power? Why are my attributes so low? How is it possible for someone to have two innate powers? Is he a god or a demon? Damn it, the desolate god has blocked the hole in the door. He really wants to kill us all. Now, we can only depend on this human kid. 6 million attributes. This was Lu Chen's strongest state. Shura, doppelganger. Lu Chen activated 3 heads and 6 arms. Suddenly, 3 identical Lu Chen appeared. These doppelganger were all physical doppelgangers. Heaven's Eye. Lu Chen activated Heaven's Eye to deal with the desolate god's abnormal speed. Not far away, the desolate god slightly squinted his eyes and snorted, "You die, mountain-splitting fist." After saying that, the heavily injured desolate god exploded with an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Lu Chen. Although it's slower than before, it's still so fast. I can't react at all. Wait, that kid also attacked at the same time? He can react in time? Lu Chen was also an ordinary person. Naturally, he could not react in time. However, he had Heaven's Eye. Through the flow of spiritual qi, he could predict the location of the desolate god's skill. Mixed element attack conversion. Give me back my frost silk. void-shattering, triple attack. The three doppelganger threw out their strongest punch at the same time. The three punches combined into one and collided directly with the desolate god's fighting soul's fist. With a loud bang, the entire desolate god's tomb was suddenly illuminated by a ball of white light. The collision of the two strongest skills caused the spiritual chi to leak out. Before it could leak out, it rolled and formed into a ball of white light. In the ball of light, there were only 4 black figures. Nothing else could be seen. This is such a strong energy leak. Everyone, be careful. When the ball of light explodes, there will be a huge energy shockwave. Oh my God, that kid can actually fight with the desolate god's fighting soul. Even though the doppelganger's fighting soul was severely injured, its strength was still not to be underestimated. It was like a severely injured adult. Although it looked like it was dying, it could still easily cause terrible damage to a 4 or 5-year-old child. When the solipsistic fist collided with the desolate god's fighting soul, the degree of danger was unimaginable. After a while, the ball of white light exploded violently. Everyone at the scene was directly overturned and slammed into the walls and stone doors. At this time, they were in bad condition. After suffering such a heavy blow, many of them spat out blood. Some of them were not even sure if they were dead or alive. The Holy Maiden held her chest. She only felt that her chest was about to collapse from the pressure. Just the aftershock was already so terrifying. The power of the punch was too terrifying. Even if she was in her best condition, she would not be able to withstand it. Did the solipsistic fist win? The Holy Maiden did not care about the injuries on her body. She looked at the battlefield anxiously. Suddenly, 2 of the solipsistic fist's doppelgangers were turned into ashes. The third doppelganger, or should it be said that it was the real body, had its right arm broken. The entire arm, together with the shoulder, was directly shattered into pieces. The solipsistic fist. Is that a doppelganger or the real body? It's over. Such a terrifying punch. And it did not kill the desolate god's fighting soul. We are dead meat. However, at this time, the chest of the desolate god's fighting soul exploded. Its entire body was blasted into 2. The desolate god's fighting soul's head and shoulders fell to the ground. He looked at Lu Chun in shock. Who are you? How could you win? Lu Chun coughed out a mouthful of blood. He held his right shoulder and arm and looked coldly at the desolate god's fighting soul. You're just a monster. You'll never become a real person. So what if I win? The fighting soul's eyes flashed with confusion. That kid was right. After all, he was not the desolate god. He was just the obsession of the desolate god, the obsession to be reborn. Go to hell. Lu Chun pulled out the limitless sword and used Tiger, descends the mountain to cut the rage god's head into pieces. Chapter 654. The desolate god's war soul had been killed. Whether it was the desolate god, the first saintess, or Fei Shui, none of them would have thought that their story would end thousands of years later by another ordinary person. After killing the desolation god, everyone was finally able to relax their tense nerves in an instant. They could finally live. Many people began to check on the injuries of their companions. The explosion of the air mass had almost killed them, but fortunately, many of them had only fainted. Even so, in this trip to the tomb of the god of sin, there were originally 600 to 700 people in the team, but now there were only a little more than 100 people left. Those who had a fortuitous encounter would forever sleep in the tomb of the god of sin. The saintess sighed. The tomb of the god of sin was a treasure trove for everyone, but at the same time, it was also an unimaginable danger. The alchemist stood there in a daze. The desolate god was dead, and his last wish had come true. Oh, right. Fei Shui's boss had said something to him before he died, and it was about the black ice divine blood. Thinking of this, the alchemist hurriedly ran to Lu Chen. Hey, the black ice divine blood is with you, right? Lu Chen did not feel any joy from getting a treasure at all, and he did not want to talk to the alchemist at all. Hey, say something. Do you still want to save your friend? Huh, what did you say? Lu Chen looked at the alchemist in shock. Xuanling could still live. Fei Shui told me before he died that the black ice divine blood was the only thing that could save your friend. The alchemist said the black ice golden beetle had only entered your friend's brain for a very short time, and because of this, your friend may still be saved. The one who should be dead now should be the black ice golden beetle, but because it has taken over your friend's body, so your friend is also considered dead. But if you put the black ice divine blood in her body, she may be able to come back to life. Lu Chen made up his mind. Without saying anything, he rushed to Xuanling and took out the black ice divine blood. This thing was the hope of the Frost Clan's revival. Xuanling asked Lu Chen to give it to Xuangwu, but he did not care so much now. Tong, where should I put it? Her mysterious ice golden beetle came out from her heart. There is a hole there. Try putting it in. The black ice god blood was only the size of a small stone. Lu Chen gritted his teeth and stuffed the black ice god blood into the gap in Xuanling's chest. Xuanling spat out a mouthful of blood, but there was no reaction. Why isn't he alive yet? Of course it won't work that quickly. Hey kid, it's getting late. Let's take the Aragami's treasure and leave this place. If we don't leave now, we'll be trapped here. At that time, your friend can only wait for death. The alchemist boy was also wrong. Lu Chen carefully put down the frost silk. Help me keep an eye on it. I'll go get the treasure. The effects of Lu Chen's dual gods' might had not ended yet, so no one would be able to snatch the treasure from him. Lu Chen didn't care about anything else. He took everything from the rage god's coffin and hurried back to pick up Xuanling. Everyone, hurry up and leave if you don't want to die. The Tomb of the Gods will close in a few hours. Not long after coming out of the Tomb of the Gods, the black hole portal in the sky slowly closed. The Tomb of the Rage God had finally closed. When the others saw this scene, they could only shake their heads and sigh. This trip to the Tomb of the Gods had exceeded everyone's expectations. They had actually encountered the war souls of the Rage God and the Loachwater Immortal. Almost everyone couldn't make it out. Compared to those treasures, it was obvious that their lives were more important. Sigh, we only got 5 or 6 immortal level core materials. We lost more than 2/3 of our people. This is a big loss. That kid got the Rage God's treasure. It shouldn't be a loss. Damn it, I thought he would be so sad that he would forget to take the treasure. Don't talk about it. He should be thankful to be able to come out alive. It's natural for him to get the treasure. He was the one who brought the Loachwater War Soul here. He was also the one who killed the Rage God. Plus, he lost his lover. Thinking about it, I feel better. There were too many things that these people didn't know. Of course, Lu Chen wouldn't explain it to them either. After coming out of the Tomb of the Gods, Lu Chen summoned the 9-winged beast and quickly left with Xuanling and the alchemy boy. They went straight to the inn. The 9-winged beast flew quickly in the sky. Lu Chen looked at Xuanling anxiously. Alchemy boy, why hasn't Xuanling woken up yet? The alchemy boy shook his head. I'm a herb grower, not a doctor. Even if you ask me, I don't know. Anyway, Lord Loachwater said that this is the only way to save your friend. Lu Chen had no choice but to urge the 9-winged beast to return to the inn quickly and let Little Green take a look. Maybe the success rate would be higher. However, it would take at least 3 or 4 days to fly from here to their town. Late at night, Lu Chen was too tired and fell asleep. Hey, hey, wake up, wake up. Your friend is reacting. The alchemy boy shook Lu Chen hard. Lu Chen opened his eyes with difficulty. What? Xuanling is awake. She's not fully awake, but her hand. Oh, it's this hand. It moved a few times. The alchemy boy pointed at Xuanling's right arm. As for Xuanling's 2 pairs of legs, they were drooping and did not react at all. Lu Chen observed carefully for a while and saw Xuanling's fingers move. Then Xuanling coughed out a mouthful of blood and opened her eyes slightly. Brother Quang. Where am I? Xuanling asked in a daze. Are we dead? Lu Chen let out a long breath. Ha 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 ha, that's great. Xuanling, you're alive. You really scared me to death. Lu Chen hugged Xuanling and said excitedly, Brother Quang, be gentle. It hurts. Lu Chen hurriedly let go of Xuanling. Xuanling saw the wound on her abdomen and 2 extra arms at a glance. Her previous memories came back. She was killed by the origami when she willingly allowed herself to be possessed by the mystic ice sacred beetle. And now she was in the form of an insect. She touched her face, which was full of wrinkles. Xuanling was stunned. Brother Quang, why do I still have my own consciousness? The alchemy boy explained, the mystic ice sacred beetle is already dead. This stinking brat followed the method taught by Master Fei Shui and implanted the mystic ice sacred blood into your body. That's why you're alive. Your body and the mystic ice sacred blood fused very well. If I'm not wrong, you'll inherit the mystic ice sacred beetle's transformation ability, and your strength will greatly increase in the future. You have the mystic ice sacred blood in your body. What? Mystic ice sacred blood? Brother Quang, you got the mystic ice sacred blood? But why did you save me? You should give it to Sister Shuang Wu. She's the hope of our Shuang clan's revival. Now, the alchemy boy shook his head. Are you stupid? What hope? You were about to die. It was this brat who saved you. But how am I going to explain this to my family? Lu Chen suddenly said. Fool, it's actually easy to explain. If the Shuang clan's hope was the mystic ice sacred blood, then from now on, the Shuang clan's hope is you, me. Yes, Lu Chen said with certainty. Chapter 655. 4 days later, Lu Chen, Xuanling, and the medicine boy returned to the inn. Lu Chen had just returned, and the little fur ball jumped onto Lu Chen's shoulder. It seemed that it missed Lu Chen very much. Boss, these 2 are? Little Green looked at the medicine boy, and Xuanling, who was in the form of the profound ice-golden beetle. Xuanling lowered her head, looking very shy. She didn't want others to see her current ugly appearance. Miss Little Green, it's me. You are Xuanling? Little Green looked at Xuanling in shock. Yes, it's me. My injuries haven't fully recovered yet, so I need to maintain my current state and speed up my recovery. I'm sorry for scaring you. Lu Chen smiled. Xuanling, actually, your current appearance isn't very scary. You haven't seen my previous appearance. When it came to ugliness, Lu Chen had never been afraid of anyone, but I also think it's ugly. When I recover, I will return to my original appearance. Xuanling said with certainty. Lu Chen didn't care if he was ugly or not. As long as he was strong, it was enough. But Xuanling was a girl after all, so she naturally cared more than Lu Chen. Little girl, you are also a ghost pet? At the side, the medicine boy didn't wait for Lu Chen's explanation and walked to Little Green. Little girl, you are the 8-star alchemist ghost pet that kid talked about. Lu Yi was a little unaccustomed to being called a little girl by a 3 to 4-year-old brat. It felt weird. This I am boss's ghost pet, but I am a 9-star alchemist now. What? It's only been a few days, and you are already a 9-star alchemist? Yes. These few days I have been refining those herbs that give a lot of experience. All right, boss. My poison and goo skills have also improved. I am now a rank 5 poison master and a 3-star goo master. The saintly maiden tribe has too few materials that can improve my goo skills. You also know how to refine poison and goo. Before Lu Chen spoke, the medicine boy said in surprise. Lu Yi nodded. Is it strange? This is my life skill. Actually, I am an alchemist who cultivates medicine, poison, and goo. But I am too weak now and can't help boss. I can only help him earn money. Why do you have a profession? The medicine boy was even more curious. Lu Chun saw that the medicine boy was very curious about LVE. At the same time, LVE also wondered why this little kid kept interrupting, so she introduced them to each other. Little Green, let's get to know each other. This is the medicine boy, Ji Shui, Immortal Venerable's medicine boy. Medicine boy, this is my ghost pet, and also my friend, Lu Yi. Actually, she is not a ghost pet in the true sense, but after dying in a low-level heavenly domain, she became a ghost spirit. I helped her, and she followed me. Oh, Xiao Min, come out too. Medicine boy, this is my other ghost pet, Xiao Min. When little Min came out, she walked to LVE's side and angrily glared at the medicine boy. Impudent. Hey, little brat, this is big sister LV. How old are you? How dare you call her a little girl? Xiao Min looked 2 or 3 years older than the medicine boy. As the saying goes, newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. She did not care that the medicine boy was once the Immortal Venerable's ghost pet and protected Lu Yi. TSK, you are the little kid. I am a few thousand years old. A few thousand years old is still a little kid. You, Lu Yi blocked Xiao Min, looking strangely at the medicine boy. You are a medicine boy? You know how to plant and gather herbs? Speaking of his old profession, the medicine boy's nostrils flared up. Of course, for herbs at your level, I can make annual crops grow in a day, and the effect will only be stronger than naturally grown herbs. What? In the room, a group of people exclaimed in unison. What kind of ability is this? It is too strong. You can cultivate an annual crop in a day. You must be bragging. This is against the laws of nature. The medicine boy was very proud, smiling slightly. Is it strange? I have followed Ji Shui, Immortal Venerable, everywhere. This ability is nothing. Give me a seed. I can cultivate a planet. Lu Chen sucked in a breath. This tone was not small. But on second thought, if the medicine boy did not have extraordinary abilities, Ji Shui, Immortal Venerable, would not think so highly of him. If the medicine boy and Lu Yi worked together, did that mean that he would be able to eat pills like eating jelly beans in the future? Xiao Min looked at the medicine boy doubtfully. Are you really that powerful? The medicine boy saw the suspicion in Xiao Min's eyes, which he could not tolerate, so he said to Lu Yi, that little green. He forcibly changed little kid to little green. Little green, do you have any extra low-grade fruit herbs? Give me one. Some herbs' roots could be used as medicine, while others could be used as fruits. Yes, the psychic blood fruit, which is used in many pills to fuse the medicinal effects of various herbs. I have a lot of it here. With that, little green took out a small seed and handed it to the medicine boy. The medicine boy took the seed, looked at it for a while, and said with slight disdain, this psychic blood fruit probably grew in a damp and rainy area, which caused its growth cycle to be shorter. The fruit looks big, but in fact, it does not absorb enough spiritual energy. Next time when you buy a psychic blood fruit, don't choose a big one, choose a small and heavy one. The effect will be increased by at least 30%. Lu Yi was also from an elixir family, but she had never studied such a detailed thing before. I see, I thought the bigger the better. Yes, the bigger the better, but the higher the grade of the herb, the more it has its own temperament and cannot be generalized. When it came to professionalism, the medicine boy was very serious, which was rare. The blood transformation fruit seed was being harvested. The apprentice alchemist opened his palm, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, the seed began to sprout, grow roots, grow flowers, and bear fruit. In a short 10 minutes, a stalk of psychic bloodgrass had grown. The medicine boy carefully took one of the fruits, and after crushing it, there were 3 seeds inside. Each seed was very small, but the weight was a quarter heavier than the previous one. This is the best psychic blood fruit seed. The medicine boy placed the psychic blood fruit in Louis's hand. However, the scene was strangely quiet. Everyone looked at the medicine boy in shock. The medicine boy smiled faintly. "Don't make a fuss. I like to keep a low profile." Xiao Min hurried to the medicine boy's side. Didn't the mythic water fighting spirit ask you to follow our boss? You said before that as long as our boss kills the mythic water fighting spirit, you will follow him. Then we will be together in the future. Speaking of this, the medicine boy lowered his head, and his expression was sad. I only have one boss." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Medicine boy, you can make your own decision. If you are willing to follow me, it is my honor. What ghost pet or not, in fact, in my opinion, you are all my friends. In the future, we will be a family. Of course, if you want to leave, I will not stop you. Ghost pets are rare pets for many people, so you have to be more careful in the future." The medicine boy looked up at Lu Chen, and his mind was in a struggle. This guy had completed the task of the first saintess. He would kill the mythic water-fighting spirit for his friends, and to save his friends, he would use a treasure like the black frost divine blood without hesitation. He would give his ghost pets freedom, and he believed in them. Those 2 ghost pets seemed to really like him. Most importantly, he had gained the approval of Lord Mythic Water. After 1,000 years of loneliness, he also longed for a warm family. The medicine boy's eyes were filled with tears, "but I will not call you boss." That position was reserved for Lord Mythic Water, and even Lu Chen could not replace it. Lu Chen smiled. "Up to you." Chapter 656. The medicine boy finally agreed to join Lu Chen's team. Xiao Min hugged the medicine boy's shoulder and said, "Little brat, Big Sister will protect you from now on." "TSK, who needs your protection?" The medicine boy looked at him with disdain. "I want to train Little Green to be the strongest alchemist." Lu Chen was secretly delighted. With the medicine boy's heaven-defying ability, it would definitely be of great help to Little Green. Of course, the help to him was also immeasurable. Little Green had been busy these few days buying medicinal herbs, refining pills, selling them to the saintly maiden tribe, earning the difference in price, and then buying medicinal herbs from them. Not only was her alchemy level increasing, she had also made a small profit. "Boss, here are 30,000 spirit stones, which I earned these days, and the 20,000 spirit stones you gave me." The medicine boy suddenly said, "Little Kwong, don't live in the inn anymore. Let's find a place to build our own house. I want to make a portable herb garden." "A portable herb garden?" Lu Chen asked in surprise. "Yes, a good herb garden, just like the one in Master Ji Shui's tomb. The soil is extremely exquisite, but we can't make such a good herb garden now, so we can make one with ordinary soil. However, we still need some time to cultivate herbs and let the herb garden have spiritual energy." Lu Chen understood the medicine boy. The reason why he didn't take away the herb garden in the tomb was that he wanted to leave it in Master Ji Shui's tomb. In other words, if his army was next to him, he could open up a large herb garden in the army. This matter could be discussed later, but first he needed to make a portable herb garden. Although the inn was quite comfortable, Lu Chen had too many people coming and going, so it was not very comfortable. It was not convenient to use the divine demon symbiosis to cultivate spiritual energy. 20,000 spirit stones were left for Little Green to continue to do business and to improve his profession level. The other 30,000 spirit stones were enough to build his own residence. Brother Kwang, there is a place with a beautiful environment in the wild. It is very suitable for building a residence. Xuanling said. Aya, don't be in such a rush. Boss, just what kind of treasure is inside the desolate god's coffin? I still don't know what you've obtained. In this trip to the divine tomb, Lu Chen obtained a large number of immortal-grade materials, including refinement, formation, medical and poison goo materials, puppet materials, tailoring materials, and even fishing and cooking materials. His backpack was already full. However, among the two most important treasures, one was an immortal-level cultivation technique called the Desolate Heaven Sword Heart Manual. It was a pity that the Learn button for this martial art was grayed out, and the learning requirements made him speechless. Required physical agility 10,000 points. Lu Chen's dexterity had long since exceeded 10,000. Now, his dexterity attribute was at 870,000. Originally, Lu Chen was very surprised, wondering if there was some kind of bug. Then he thought of a possibility. The Desolate Heaven Sword Heart Sutra's physical body values might be real physical body values. He would have to wait until he had the opportunity to exchange for the attribute extraction scroll before he could confirm this point. The other treasure was a gray stone that looked similar to the Black Ice Divine Bloodstone. It was called the Desolate Heaven Fiend Bloodstone. Lu Chen displayed the Desolate Heaven Fiend Bloodstone's attributes for everyone to see. Desolate Heaven Fiend Bloodstone, immortal level magic treasure. Unique, required to fuse with the physical body. I don't know what this thing is for. Lu Chen shook his head. This magic treasure in the desolate god's coffin was very strange. It can't be the same as the Black Ice Divine Bloodstone. Xuanling frowned. Lu Chen nodded. I think the reason why the two heavenly venerables' war souls could exist for thousands of years might be related to these two stones. Perhaps their effects are very similar. They can revive people who died in a short period of time and strengthen the physical body. If I use it now, it's equivalent to one less chance of revival. I'll use it when I'm in danger in the future. The medicine boy said, That's true. This stone's effect is very similar to Boss Ji Shui's stone. However, I'm not sure how it will strengthen the physical body. It's best to wait until we figure it out before fusing it. In that case, the two strongest magic treasures could not be used for the time being. Lu Chen suddenly thought of something and took out a map from his backpack. Medicine boy, look at this map. Is this the map of the Ji Shui Divine Tomb? The medicine boy took it and examined it carefully. He quickly nodded. Yes, this map was the one that Xuangwu gave Lu Chen. It seemed that she had found the map of the Ji Shui Divine Tomb. It was also there that Lu Chen obtained the Black Ice Divine Bloodstone. That's right. Xuanling, when you recover, go back and tell the people of your Frost tribe about the situation. I'll tell them today. Lu Chen nodded. After resting for a day, Lu Chen checked out of the inn and led everyone to a riverside that they had passed by earlier. This would be their future residence. After a field trip, Lu Chen began to build a residence. The next day, the people of the Holy Maiden tribe actually came. The flying white tiger stopped at the edge of the forest. The Holy Maiden came over with the Zhuhua sisters. Brother Solipsistic, are you planning to settle down in the wildlands? The Holy Maiden seemed to be very careful when she walked today. Her weakened state had not yet recovered. Lu Chen was also very weak. His backlash state would only recover tomorrow. The two's attributes added together probably did not exceed 1,000. I don't want to stay in the inn forever. Lu Chen put down the wood in his hand and walked over. The holy maiden smiled. I heard that your people are making money with my trading officer. They're making a lot of money. Lu Chen scratched his head. That's not true. The holy maiden smiled like the moon. All right, don't play dumb. I already knew about it. But after thinking about it, this is equivalent to you helping us refine pills. We'll pay the service fee. It's a win-win situation. The holy maiden's attitude today was much better than before. Lu Chen smiled. Since the other party had already said so, there was no need to hide it. Oh, right. I saw the first holy maiden in the divine tomb. What? You mean the Holy Maiden of 100 Spirits? I think that's her name, but, Sai, how should I put it? There are some complicated grudges between them. I won't say much. You mean the matter between the Holy Maiden of 100 Spirits and the Water God? It's nothing. In our tribe, this is something that everyone knows. They were originally lovers, but the desolate god used the Holy Maiden of 100 Spirits family as a threat to get the Holy Maiden of 100 Spirits. The grudges between the water god and the desolate god were formed because of this. They would not rest until one of them was dead. Lu Chen was not interested in asking too much about other people's family affairs. Solipsistic, does the deal you promised us still count? The Holy Maiden suddenly asked. Previously, I said that when you have the strength to defeat a heaven domain boss, you can come and find me. Now, it seems that I have seriously underestimated your strength. You already have the strength to fight a heaven domain boss. Lu Chen smiled. Don't say that. This time, killing the desolate god was just me picking up scraps. With my current strength, I don't have absolute confidence in winning against a heaven domain boss. Absolute confidence in winning? You still want a treasure that can guarantee you victory? At our level, it's already very difficult to increase our strength. Lu Chen smiled. It's not difficult, but it will take some time. After 9 months, I will come and find you. What you need to do is to prepare the demonic god's lotus heart fragment. Chapter 657. The Holy Maiden left behind a group of people to help Lu Chen build the house. Lu Chen didn't refuse. The work that was supposed to take a month was completed in a week. Lu Chen's residence was actually very simple. There were 3 bungalows and a courtyard. At the entrance was the Tsangshui River. The water here was clear and could be drunk directly. You could also fish here. There was a piece of farmland in the courtyard which was prepared for the alchemy boy. Behind the house was a bamboo forest, and not far away was a mountain forest. Gathering wild vegetables and catching wild animals was a piece of cake. Although the construction was simple, this was Lu Chen's first real personal property in the Jiutian. The 3 rooms were very simple with bamboo beds, tables, and chairs. After finishing the house, Lu Chen set up a defensive array around it. The immovable Vajra array was a heaven-level array that Rhubarb had brought out from the whirlpool. Lu Chen had originally planned to use it for the army. Now that he had a place to stay, it came in handy. Everything was ready, and Lu Chen and the rest moved into the new house. Xuanling could now control her own form normally, and she returned to her original youthful and beautiful appearance. Brother Quan, this is my room. Lu Chen smiled. Of course, 1 for you, 1 for me, and 1 for Little Green. If there are guests, they can stay there. Ha ha, it's a little shabby, but I like it so much. It feels like home. Lu Chen said disdainfully. Is it shabby? I wouldn't let ordinary people stay here if they wanted to. Xuanling, you just merged with the divine bloodstone. Ask the alchemy boy more during this period. He knows a lot about the divine bloodstone. It will be of great help to you in the future. Okay. In the following time, the people in the courtyard began to get busy. Xuanling constantly tried to strengthen her fusion with the divine bloodstone, and her attributes were also increasing along with the progress of the fusion. The alchemy apprentice was busy reclaiming his herb garden. Every day, he meticulously took care of those precious herbs. At the same time, he also asked Little Green for some seeds so that he could provide more alchemy materials for Little Green. Little Green, on the other hand, was wholeheartedly focused on alchemy. Sometimes Lu Chun would take her to a nearby town to buy medicinal ingredients and sell medicinal pills. The more troublesome one was Little Furball. After this fellow saw the herb garden, he couldn't walk anymore. All day long, he stared at the herb garden. As for the apprentice alchemist, he also guarded against Little Furball as if he was guarding against a thief. After all, Little Furball was originally attracted by Yao Lao's medicinal field. Seeing this medicinal field, it would be strange if it wasn't moved. Xiao Kuang, take care of this rat of yours. It's been hiding in the dark every day. I haven't slept for days. The alchemy apprentice complained to Lu Chun several times. Lu Chun called the Little Furball over to teach it a lesson and promised to give it the pills refined by Little Green. Only then did the little fellow become well-behaved. Lu Chun's days were more leisurely. Due to Little Furball's poor performance, he would often take Little Furball hunting and shopping. In short, he wouldn't miss the opportunity to send it away. Other than these chores, Lu Chun would usually cultivate in the state of divine demon symbiotic cultivation. There were no outsiders here, so Lu Chun could cultivate in the state of divine demon symbiotic cultivation without worry. 5 points per minute. If he cultivated for 14 hours a day, that would be 4,000 points of spiritual energy, which was equivalent to 4 immortal spirit pills. That would be 120,000 points of spiritual energy in a month. This kind of life passed for almost 4 months. On this day, Lu Chen's spiritual energy finally broke through the 500,000 point mark. He could also cultivate the second stage of the divine demon symbiotic cultivation technique. It's finally reached 500,000. Lu Chun let out a long sigh of relief. Immediately after, Lu Chun impatiently said, "Learn the second stage of the divine demon symbiotic cultivation technique." Ding! You have learned the second stage of the divine demon symbiotic cultivation technique, symbiotic golden pill. Lu Chun immediately looked at the cultivation technique's description. Your spirit pill has advanced to the symbiotic golden pill. Description: the symbiotic golden pill. The symbiotic spirit chi in the symbiotic spirit pill has become pure. All cultivation techniques and spiritual energy efficiency have increased by 20%. Cultivation technique effects have increased by 20%. Seeing this sentence, Lu Chun froze for a moment. In other words, if he used the same move with the symbiotic golden pill, the damage of his offensive skills would increase by 20%. This was a very terrifying effect. Shattering the void was 100 times the damage, but after the symbiotic golden pill, the damage became 2 million. Lu Chun didn't do anything, but the damage increased by 20%. In addition, the symbiotic golden pill retained and enhanced the effects of the symbiotic spirit pill. During normal cultivation, he would obtain 2 points of spiritual energy every minute. Special effect: the effect of divine demon bloodline is increased by 70%. The current affected bloodline is the Kuei Ox bloodline. Attacks have an additional 14% of the maximum health of the earth element. Effect: exclusive special effect. In the state of divine demon symbiotic cultivation, you will obtain an additional 8 points of chaos spiritual energy every minute. During battle, you will obtain the domain Chaos Domain. Duration 12 minutes. Effect exclusive special effect. At the current level of the cultivation technique, it is not activated and does not meet the activation conditions after activating divine power of heaven and heaven-defying demonic power. At the same time, your attributes will increase by 100% and your weakened state will be reduced by 50%. It's not a qualitative change from the symbiotic spirit pill to the symbiotic spirit pill, so it's normal that the change isn't big. However, 10 points of spiritual energy per minute is already very terrifying. Speaking of which, my spiritual energy is already 500,000 points. Cultivation techniques all add spiritual energy to the damage. I've added at least 400,000 points of attack. However, Lu Chen's skills did not have much spiritual energy. However, for many professions' cultivation techniques, spiritual energy would have a huge impact on the final damage after several professions. A small increase in spiritual energy could lead to many times the benefits in cultivation techniques that valued spiritual energy. For example, the sword manipulation technique, mage's spells, explosives master, psionic explosives expert, and so on had high spiritual energy requirements. At the same time, the benefits of increasing spiritual energy were also huge. I've heard that a psionic explosives expert's psionic bullets can cause dozens or even hundreds of times the damage of spiritual energy. However, the average person's spiritual energy is only in the tens of thousands. A few hundred times the damage is not impressive. Therefore, more people prefer to use bullets that combine physical attacks with spiritual energy attacks. Lu Chen pondered. He now had 500,000 points of spiritual energy. If he could have 200 times the damage, then one bullet would have 100 million points of damage. One bullet has 100 million points of damage, and it's a spiritual attack that ignores physical defense. Lu Chen calculated and suddenly realized that it was a little scary. Doesn't that mean that the average person would die after taking one of my bullets? Thinking of this, Lu Chen was a little uneasy. He hurriedly took the 9-winged eagle and went to town. There were some shops in town, but there was only one bookstore. The owner of the skill book was probably dead and had not been open for several days. Lu Chen went to ask the trading officer of the Saintess tribe. They did not sell skill books. Mr. Lone Tyrant, if you want to buy a skill book, it's actually very difficult to buy one under normal circumstances. The level of the skill books dropped in the wildlands are very high. Even if you get one, you will either use it yourself or keep it in your hands to exchange for something good. However, in 2 days, the Wildlands annual market will be held in the neighboring town. At that time, there will definitely be people selling skill books. Oh, also, Mr. Lone Tyrant, at the market, the items that everyone will display are very rare. If you want to exchange, you must have something good. For example, the pills that you usually refine might not be of high enough quality. Lu Chen slightly frowned. My hometown also has a market. Don't they sell some cheap goods? Mr. Lone Tyrant must be joking. Usually, there might be some ordinary items in the market, but this time, the scale of the market is very large. No one will waste their time looking at those ordinary items. Lu Chen nodded. Okay, thank you. I'll take a look when the time comes. Chapter 658. After 3 months of fusion, Xuanling's condition was already very stable. The medicine boy's medicine garden was already starting to take shape. He had already tried to transplant some herbs into his medicine garden. Little Green had not advanced to 10-star alchemist. Yet, It was said that this level was the hardest to advance. It seemed that a large amount of investment was needed. But her poison refinement and goo creation skills were rising rapidly. Lu Yi was now an 8-star poison refinement master and 7-star goo creation master. Everyone would be bored if they cultivated all the time. Now that they could participate in the market, everyone wanted to go and take a look. Boss, didn't you say that only precious treasures can be used for the exchange? Do you have any unused high-grade items? Lu Chen faintly smiled. Are all of my immortal-grade materials fake? The medicine boy shook his head. You can't exchange them. These materials are very precious. I have followed Lord Ji Shui for so long, I know how rare these materials are. We obtained many treasures in the Divine Tomb, but it is a pity to exchange them. Lu Chen frowned. Are they so precious? Of course they are. Lord Ji Shui and Desolate God were both immortal venerables. They died with the people around them. How bad can their items be? You can't use these things now, but you can't exchange them. Trust me. Lu Chen's lips twitched. If these things could not be exchanged, then the things he could exchange for were limited. Little Green could refine immortal pills, but he only had the immortal spirit pill formula, and the medicine boy did not have the materials for immortal spirit pill. He could not refine them. After thinking about it, Lu Chen thought of an item. It seemed useless, but it was definitely a rare item for others. Anyway, let's go take a look first. 7 days later, Lu Chen brought Xuanling, Little Green, Xiaomin, Xiaotong, and Rhubarb to the market. From afar, there was already a sea of people there. There were no laws in savage wilderness, but there were established rules. No one was allowed to cause trouble at the market. This place practiced barter. There were people selling items everywhere. The organizers would choose some valuable or interesting items for public sale. The seller who was chosen would make a huge profit because he would be able to give his goods to everyone who attended the gathering, greatly increasing the probability of exchanging for the desired item. Of course, in order to obtain a stall here, there was a limit to the level of the items sold. The level of the items sold here was very high. Immortal pills, immortal pill materials, immortal grade equipment forging materials, rare fashion items, high-grade talisman papers, array diagrams, food ingredients. Everything was available. Lu Chen was alone with 3 ghost pets, which immediately attracted countless gazes from the surroundings. Damn, that guy has 3 ghost pets. It is said that the abilities of ghost pets are very strong. Although they are not combat type, they are very useful. I have always wanted to get a ghost pet. How could it be that easy? To subdue a ghost pet, one must have the luck to encounter a ghost pet, and then obtain its approval. Otherwise, even if you kill them, they won't recognize you as their master. Who is that guy? Let's see if we can. And I heard that if you use your master to threaten a ghost pet, there is a high chance of subduing a ghost pet. Can the 2 of you please wake up? Do you know who that guy is? An old man walked in front of the 2 juniors and slapped the back of their heads. Elder Lu Xing, isn't he just a human? The woman beside him is also a human, so it should be easy to kill him. Easy to kill him. Elder Lu Xing looked at the 2 of them with disappointment. Let me put it this way. Do you know Butcher? Of course, that guy is a pervert. He specializes in being a hunter in the trapped beast arena. His methods are extremely cruel, and he is also very strong. Elder Lu Xing snorted coldly. It's good that you know. The human you are talking about is the one who scared Butcher to death. What? He is solipsistic. It's him, the one who killed the Desolation God's war soul in the Tomb of the Gods. Oh my God. Then the woman beside him is the woman from the Frost clan who fused with the Black Ice Divine Bloodstone? That's right. Not to mention the solipsistic. You are not even a match for that woman from the Frost clan. If you anger her, she will freeze your blood and then shatter it into pieces of ice. The two of them were scared out of their wits. The two of them were thinking about the solipsistic and the Black Ice Frost clan. In the past, the Frost clan was not famous. But now, so many people had seen the solipsistic implant the Black Ice divine blood into her body. Xuanling had not even fought, but she was already famous. She was even more famous than the solipsistic. Lu Chen suddenly sneezed. He did not know who was talking about him. Stop looking. I don't have anything to trade. Let's go straight to the point, Lu Chen said as he led the few of them to the exclusive area for skill books. He looked at a few books on sword manipulation. The damage was not too high. Sword manipulation mainly focused on the technique of controlling the sword. It combined physical and spiritual attacks. Although spiritual attacks were more important, it was not the best. Mage skills focused more on spiritual attacks, but they were not related to Lu Chen's lightning attacks, dark attacks, and chaos attacks. It seemed that his elemental attacks were rare among mages. Finally, Lu Chen found the skill area for explosives specialists. There were very few explosives specialists. This profession was a bit awkward. It was not as agile as an archer, and its crowd control was not as good as a mage. Its HP and defense were about the same. The most important thing was that in Zhouqian, where xianxia was the norm, explosive specialists were not cool enough. Most of the explosive specialists were actually team fill-ins, damage, and crowd control. This also caused the number of explosive specialists to be the smallest branch of the 9 major professions. There were very few explosives specialists. Now that Lu Chen wanted to find psionic explosive specialists, there were even fewer of them. Brother, do you have any books on psionic explosive specialists? Lu Chen asked a dwarf musketeer. Psionic explosives specialists? I say, friend, are you kidding? You are now in the 4th layer of heaven. Even if you are awesome and have 30,000 to 40,000 spiritual energy, what's the use of that? Who in the 4th layer of heaven can really rely on spiritual energy to make a living? No one wants psionic explosives specialists. It's almost extinct. Lu Chen frowned. The problem was that he did not only have 30,000 to 40,000 spiritual energy. He had 500,000. Then you don't usually get it. I got it before. I used it when I went to the toilet. Lu Chen almost coughed up blood. This big brother was also a ruthless person. After looking around for a long time, Lu Chen did not find a skill book that he was satisfied with. When the market was about to end and Lu Chen was about to leave with a disappointed mood, Lu Chen opened the many messages pushed by the organizers for the last time. Many transactions had been completed. Those popular goods, as soon as the information was pushed out, were snatched up by many people. Lu Chen suddenly thought that instead of looking for it, it was better to let the organizers help him trade and push it to everyone. Maybe one of them had a copy of it. Thinking of this, Lu Chen ran to the organizer's ring. Hello, I want you to help me sell an item. The staff looked at Lu Chen and saw that he was a young human. He said in a bad mood, Kid, we are not in a hurry to sell ordinary things. Lu Chen smiled slightly. I know. Then, can you help me sell this thing? After that, Lu Chen took out a key and put it on the table. When the staff got the information of the item, he suddenly screamed. Damn! Impossible! It's impossible to have such a thing. Hurry! Hurry! Arrange it immediately. Push this message to everyone. Someone wants to sell the whirlpool key. Chapter 659. A banner suddenly appeared on everyone's transaction information bar, occupying a quarter of the entire screen. It was extremely envious. Everyone, please pay attention to this auction information. This is the first time in history that someone is auctioning this item. Whirlpool key. used to return to the current world from any whirlpool world. Quantity: 1 exchange item. Advanced psionic skill book, pure psionic damage. The medicine boy almost collapsed. He stared at Lu Chen. "Brother, I told you not to sell the materials, and you're selling this?" Lu Chen frowned. "This is the only thing I have that is useless." "Useless? Whirlpool key. I don't even know how you got this thing. Even Master Li Shui didn't get this thing." Lu Chen shook his head. "It's okay. I still have another one." The medicine boy's face turned a little ugly. This guy actually has 2 whirlpool keys. What the hell? The whole scene exploded. "Hey, you guys, did you guys receive the notification from the banner? Yes, someone is selling a whirlpool key. But that's impossible. Although there are people who can come out of the whirlpool, they have to use a whirlpool key to do so. After using it, it's gone. How can you sell this thing?" "Yeah, this doesn't make sense at all. It's said that you can find a void-shattering technique in the whirlpool, and the damage multiplier is 100 times. It's just that no one dares to enter the whirlpool. If you have a whirlpool key, you'll be safe no matter what." Not only did Lu Chen have a whirlpool key, but he also had 2. He only sold 1. The medicine boy repeatedly emphasized that the immortal core materials were very precious, and he wouldn't be able to get them in the future. As for the key, it seemed to be useless. Lu Chen could see that the number of views on his message had reached more than 10,000 in an instant. Almost everyone was browsing. Soon, Lu Chen received the notification that someone had offered an exchange item. Heaven-level intermediate technique, galloping wind sword. Heaven-level inferior technique, traceless phantom. Heaven-level inferior technique, netherworld fire fragment shot. Lu Chen frowned. Didn't these people see the conditions he offered? He wanted a psionic explosion master's advanced technique. Why did they put everything on it? Behind the transaction information, there was a statement from the buyer. "I really want the whirlpool key. Even if I don't use it, I can scare people to death just by taking it out. Boss, please sell it to me. Trust me, my Darkfire spear art is very powerful. It's definitely more practical than the spiritual ability type." "Boss, you're a good person. I don't have what you want, but the Heaven class movement technique can be used by anyone. My immortal class movement technique is extremely rare, so I won't exchange it for anything else." Lu Chen couldn't reply to them one by one, so he just clicked to reject the trade. However, the transaction requests came one after another. Lu Chen had no choice but to report the situation to the organizer. "Hey, the items they gave me aren't what I want. There's too much information right now. I can't read it all." Lu Chen looked depressed. "Big brother, sell your whirlpool key to us. Our boss is on his way here." Lu Chen widened his eyes and looked at the other party in disbelief. His question had been ignored just like that, and the situation was even worse. There were more people on their way here. The market that was about to close suddenly became a little different. A large number of advanced mounts flew over quickly from afar. The people here began to quickly contact their own forces. "Boss, something big happened at the market. Someone here has a whirlpool key." "What whirlpool key?" "That's right, the whirlpool. Aren't there many whirlpools in each faction?" "What? You're talking about that whirlpool? Impossible. How can there be something like a whirlpool key?" "It's true. The organizer recommended it. Now everyone is fighting for it. However, that guy only wants the advanced psionic explosion skill book. No matter how good the other things are, he directly rejected the trade. It must be that those things can't move him. Wait, I'll bring people over immediately. Pay attention to this matter at all times." The entire market was in an uproar. No one expected such a rare treasure to appear at the end. However, Lu Chen and Shuang Ling were now very depressed. What's going on? Should we wait? Lu Chen sat in a corner and looked at the people around him as if they were facing a great enemy. Some were calling for people, while others were looking for people to trade remotely. His group seemed a little out of place. Brother Kwong, they're all contacting people. Let's wait a little longer. I think after the news spreads, we might be able to find the skill book you want. Lu Chen nodded helplessly. I didn't expect to cause such a big commotion. I just wanted to try my luck. If I can't trade for it, then forget it. I'll be able to get it in the future. I'm a little hungry. Don't worry, I'll cook something good for you when we get back. There was no other way. Shuang Ling and the others felt that they had to wait. As the person involved, Lu Chun could only wait a little longer. More and more people came to the market. Many big shots of various forces also appeared. As a result, more and more people came to Lu Chun to trade. Damn, there are a few hundred more. Lu Chun patiently sifted through them, one by one. He directly passed through the items and glanced at the skill books. He also passed through the ones that were not explosive specialists. There were not many left, only 300 or 400. He looked for the psionic skill books, one by one. Shuang Ling, Little Green, Xiao Min, and the medicine boy were also helping Lu Chun to sift through them. After the arduous sifting, there were finally 4 psionic explosion skill books left. 1 was Heaven Tier, and 3 were Medium Heaven Tier. Next, Lu Chun began to carefully look at the information of this basic skill. There are so many trade requests, but there are only 4. This skill book is really rare. Medium Heaven Tier skill book, Wild Spirit Grenade Shot. This attack is too scattered. The grenade fragments can reach 120. It's quite strong in area of effect, but I don't feel like I want it. This one passes. Medium Heaven Tier Psionic Landmine. Damn. 500 times spiritual power damage. The damage is very strong, but this needs to be set up in advance. It's a bit silly to set up landmines in front of others in actual combat. I'll leave it for now. Medium Heaven Tier Psionic Homing Shot. 200 times spiritual power damage. I have 500,000 spiritual power, so that's 100 million damage. And it has a tracking effect. It can even track units in displacement. This is not bad. Let's look at the last one. The last skill book was the only low heaven tier skill book. The level of the skill book was often dependent on whether the skill book would be suppressed by the opponent. Just like psionic homing shot, if one used a more advanced movement skill, one could get rid of the lock. However, Lu Chen now had the chaos attack. At least in terms of attack power, it would not be reduced. Psionic Spatial Cannon, Volume 1? Lu Chen saw the 2 words and fell into deep thought. Could this be the reason why it was only a low heaven tier skill book? The skills were not complete. Big brother, don't make it a Volume 1. The 9 transformations of the celestial demons is already giving me enough headaches. Lu Chen was very repulsed by the 2 words. He even looked at the introduction very casually, dealing a huge damage of spiritual power *300 to the target and causing an illusion of space. Following skills and attacks, there is a 60% chance of missing and causing physical damage. Note, this skill blurs the concept of space and cannot be used by illusory doppelgangers. However, it has a melee passive effect. Seeing this line of explanation, Lu Chen's whole person was not good. Chapter 660. Enjoy melee special effects. In other words, stun, silence, deceleration, mirror attacks, and most importantly, combo attacks could be effective. Although the skill damage was lower than the homing bullet and could not be tracked, just the words, "Enjoy melee special effects," made Lu Chen's brain buzz. One shot was 150 million. A 5-hit combo was 750 million. If he added a tiger descends the mountain, 5 billion. Plus 20 poison damage, 10 additional damage from the Kuei-Ox bloodline's upper limit, 6 billion. Even if he did not look for the middle or lower volume, this skill alone was far superior to the homing bullet. Without a doubt, Lu Chun would definitely choose this space cannon. However, a low-grade heaven-level skill book, and an incomplete one at that, made Lu Chun somewhat dissatisfied. He thought about it and sent a message to the buyer. "Brother, your skill is not bad, but it's only low-grade heaven level. The quality is a little low, and it's only the upper volume." As soon as the message was sent, the other party immediately replied, "Brother, this skill is definitely not low-grade heaven level. After synthesis, it will be the best in mid-grade heaven level. I can give you the location of the middle and lower volumes of the space cannon. Those things are not too hard to drop, but I've sold them before." If he could assemble a complete set of space cannon, the attack should not be too low, and there might be other effects. Then he would definitely choose this book. But you're only telling me the location, not directly trading it to me. I know. How about this? I'll add an immortal martial weapon to you. What immortal martial weapon? You should be a psionic explosion expert. I happen to have an immortal martial gun here, an exclusive weapon for the psionic space cannon. It's just that its attributes and exclusive special effects are a little bad. Doing business is about integrity. I won't hide this from you. The other party quickly put a golden weapon in the trade box. Psionic space large caliber soul cannon, immortal level, extractable. All 3 dimensions were 5,000, which was definitely low enough to set a new record in the immortal martial weapon. But what was rare was that it added 5,000 spiritual energy. This was definitely rare in general equipment. The special effect was a hit and firearm modification. If even a high-grade heaven-level skill could not be dodged, it seemed that this weapon's quality was indeed very high in the immortal martial weapon. The gun modification was more interesting. Through the transformation of the spirit god cannon, it could divide the muzzle into 3 barrels and launch an attack at the same time. The exclusive special effect was indeed garbage. It was called suppressive fire, and the gun barrel could be divided into 5. Compared with the exclusive special effect that could easily produce qualitative changes, the exclusive special effect of the spirit god cannon was like a joke. At most, it could only be considered a quantitative change. However, as soon as the guy placed the weapon on the table, the seller immediately clicked "Complete the transaction." Somewhere in the market, an extremely nervous middle-aged beast race male furrowed his brows. "A deal." "Ha ha ha, deal. I got the whirlpool key. I just want to ask, in the entire 4th heaven, who else has the whirlpool key? I'm going to challenge a whirlpool, and when I return, my name will shake the entire beast race." Ha ha ha. He didn't want those mid-grade immortal grade techniques. Instead, he wanted my low-grade immortal grade technique. Ha 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 ha. Awesome. On the other hand, Lu Chun heaved a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was fast enough. An immortal grade technique and an immortal grade spiritual technique were all in his hands. Lu Chun inquired about the origin of the 2 volumes. The location was in a dungeon within the Beast Race Alliance's territory. The difficulty seemed to be quite high, and the key was that it was not easy to get through. "Brother, if you really want it, I can help you get it. It just so happens that I'm going back to challenge a whirlpool. However, you need to pay a fee for your hard work." The other party sent a message. "How much?" 20,000 spirit stones. Lu Chun thought that he had misheard. The other party only wanted 20,000 spirit stones. For him, who had already found a way to become rich, it was as if he didn't need money. Okay, then add me as a friend. The other party's ID was Hammerstone. As soon as he added him as a friend, the other party sent him a message. You're the solipsistic who killed the butcher, and the rage god's war soul? That's me. Oh my God, so it's you? You're my idol. How about this? I'll go back and get you the other 2 volumes. I'll mail them to you in half a month. Thank you. I'll pay you when the time comes. The transaction was completed. The Spatial Canon Skill Book and the Divine Soul Canon were both in Lu Chen's pocket. Even the other 2 volumes of the Spatial Canon were settled. Lu Chen was very satisfied with this transaction. Just as he was about to leave, 7 or 8 people walked past Lu Chen. These people were all filled with righteous indignation. You're the seller, right? Why did you choose a low-grade heaven-grade technique? You didn't like my mid-grade heaven-grade technique and insisted on choosing someone else's. Are you playing with us? Lu Chen's face was full of astonishment. It's my freedom to choose my technique. It has nothing to do with you. How can it have nothing to do with you? We came all the way here just to be played by you? Lu Chen shook his head. Friend, there's only the first volume of the Spatial Canon, so it's a low-grade heaven-grade technique. He also added an exclusive immortal weapon. Moreover, he promised me that he would find the second volumes. After collecting them, the quality of the Spatial Canon won't be low. Why can't I choose his? That person couldn't find the problem at the moment and said, if you want a weapon, you can say so earlier. I have one too. Lu Chen was also depressed. This guy didn't get the whirlpool key and was so angry that he lost his mind. Brother, a transaction is a transaction. You should calm down. After saying that, Lu Chen brought Shuangling and the others out. At this moment, the boss of that group of people came over. When he saw Lu Chen and Shuangling, he was stunned for a moment. When he reacted, he hurriedly stopped his subordinates. Shut up, boss. This guy didn't give any face to our war god alliance. We can't tolerate it. Can't tolerate it? You know who he is? He's here to cause trouble for me. The boss looked serious. That guy is the solipsistic. Fortunately, I came over in time. Otherwise, do you know the consequences of offending him? Butcher was scared to death by him. To be able to scare Butcher to death, you can probably imagine how cruel his methods are. When the leader of the troublemakers heard that, his face instantly turned pale. He's the solipsistic. Then the woman beside him. Isn't she the Ice Queen Shuangling? Shuangling's name was now more famous than Lu Chen's. Before she merged with the Black Frost Divine Blood, she was the only one who could fight with the Rage God Battle Soul in its peak state. Now that she had merged with the Black Frost Divine Blood, no one knew how terrifying her strength was. Lu Chen brought Shuangling and the others back to his residence on the Nine-Winged. Lu Chen had learned the Spatial Canon on the way. At this time, he was equipped with the Spatial Soul Canon. I really want to try its power, Shuangling suddenly said. Brother Kuang, why don't you try hitting me? Shuangling, stop fooling around. If I hit you with this cannon, you might die. Shuangling covered her mouth and laughed. Brother Kuang, I know you're strong. However, I probably won't die. With Lu Chen's stubbornness, he had just bought the Spatial Canon with exclusive special effects. Was Shuangling sure she wasn't joking? Chapter 661. Lu Chen looked around. This place doesn't seem to be able to withstand our torment. Let's find a place where no one is around and test the power of my cannon. There's no need to look, Shuangling said. Then With a wave of her hand, the Tsangshui River, which was more than 200 meters wide, was instantly frozen. For the past 2 days, Lu Chun released his battle pets and let them play around. The two little guys, the ocean-toppling warlord and the gilded black tortoise, were playing in the river. They were frozen before they could figure out what was going on. Lu Chen's eyes widened. Xuanling's technique was much stronger than before. The speed of freezing was almost instantaneous, and the range and thickness of the ice were incomparable to before. Xuanling, after you fused with the dark frost divine blood, how did your skills become stronger? Xuanling smiled shyly. The dark frost divine blood can strengthen all ice spells. Lu Chen nodded. No wonder the dark frost divine bloodstone was the hope of the Frost clan. It was too compatible with their family's skills. Now that they had a place, all that was left was to learn from each other. The two of them came to the ice. Xuanling, you have to be careful. My cannon is worth hundreds of millions. Xuanling couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, Big Brother Kwang, I can take it. Use your full strength. He didn't know why, but Lu Chen always felt that their unusually serious conversation always had a strange feeling. Maybe he was thinking the wrong way. In any case, Lu Chen believed that Xuanling wouldn't be so reckless. As long as he didn't damage his body, at most, he would be revived. Lu Chen took out the spatial spirit cannon. Because the spatial spirit cannon was a pure spiritual attack, Lu Chen didn't need to transform. On the other side, Xuanling also became serious. Her eyes instantly turned white, and a layer of ice armor automatically covered her body. Her whole body was glowing with a pale blue light. Huh, you don't need to transform into the dark frost golden beetle form? Lu Chen asked curiously. Xuanling was a little embarrassed. It was so ugly. I don't want to transform into that form again. But Big Brother Kwang, don't worry. I don't need to transform into that form now. I already have some of the characteristics of the golden beetle. Lu Chen nodded. Are you going to take it head on? Or let's move around a little. Big Brother Kwang, just treat it as a normal battle. All right. Since it was a battle, Lu Chen did not hold back. He immediately activated the 6 transformations of the demonic god and activated Flash Shot, increasing his attributes and movement speed. All right, I'm coming. Extreme Frost Domain. Xuanling wasn't polite at all. She was the first to make a move. She raised both her hands, and the temperature of the entire space plummeted. Lu Chen had several debuffs on him. His movements were slowed, his reaction speed was reduced, and his fire-type attacks were ineffective. The 2 most special effects were the Bloodline Seal effect and the Ice Suffocation effect. Bloodline Seal. By sealing the blood, it prevents the bloodline characteristics of the race from losing effect. Ice Suffocation. The body must be in a state of high activity. When the body is in a state of inactivity for more than 1 second, the body will be frozen. Lu Chen was stunned. What kind of domain was this? It sealed his bloodline and prevented him from displaying his advantage. Combo attack, critical hit, poison, lifesteal, and earth damage were all gone. The ice suffocation made him even more speechless. Other domains would do everything possible to prevent the opponent from moving, but the jealous frost domain actually prevented him from stopping. One had to know that many powerful cultivation techniques required energy accumulation, which meant that they required casting time. When one's body was frozen for more than 1 second, what kind of concept was that? In addition, most people's skills had cooldowns. If they were forced to constantly use skills to move, they would soon run out of skills. Fortunately, this was a friendly match between the two of them. After Xuanling activated her domain, she did not continue to attack. This domain is too strong. It's the complete opposite, but the effect is even more troublesome. Lu Chen hurriedly ran on the spot. After being praised by Lu Chen, Xuangling was a little proud. Brother Kuang, you can't stop for even a second. Lu Chen laughed. All right, then I won't break this domain. Let's see if I can make good use of the spatial cannon here. Xuangling, I'm coming. After saying that, Lu Chen's figure instantly disappeared. He used the Big Dipper steps and moved quickly. While moving at high speed, Lu Chen launched an attack. Spiritual spatial cannon. Ice wall protection. Xuangling raised her hand, and ice walls instantly rose from the river. The spiritual cannon's shell was actually highly compressed spiritual energy. A ball of light shattered the ice walls. How much spiritual energy is Brother Kuang's? Xuangling's expression did not change. She thought that Lu Chen was bragging. How could it be possible for a cannon to cause hundreds of millions of damage? However, this cannon had broken through several ice walls in the blink of an eye. Each ice wall was 7 to 8 meters thick. After fusing with the black ice god's blood, the hardness of the ice had greatly increased. In the end, they were still shattered. The spatial cannon could not be avoided. It had to be resolved before it was shot. Ice god's thorn. Xuangling's hand turned into a sword finger, and 100-meter-long spear formed in the sky out of thin air, colliding with the spatial cannon. With a boom, countless ice shards exploded. The entire area seemed to have been hit by a hailstorm. However, what surprised Lu Chen was that his spatial cannon was cancelled out. In other words, Xuangling's ice wall and Ice God's Thorn could cause 150 million damage. Lu Chen was stunned for half a second. He suddenly felt that his body was half a step slower, and the blood in his body quickly turned cold. Damn, that was close. I was almost frozen. Now, Lu Chen finally confirmed that Xuangling's strength was just as strong. Since that was the case, he had to be more serious. At this moment, Xuangling's attack came. Ice Dragon Breaking Dawn. Dozens of huge ice dragons rushed toward Lu Chen. Looking at the situation, it was actually comparable to Lu Chen's 9 dragons destroying the world. Lu Chen hurriedly used the spatial cannon many times. However, each shot only shattered half of the ice dragons, and the ice shards quickly condensed back into the ice dragons' bodies. Damn, can I kill it? It's a bit strong. Lu Chen quickly dodged. Firearm modification. The Divine Spirit Cannon's muzzle was divided into 3, and 3 spatial cannons were fired at once. This attack could destroy 1 ice dragon. Mysterious ice storm. Countless ice shards fell from the sky. Some of the ice shards fell on the thick river surface and directly penetrated the ice layer. Damn, the power of these ice shards. Lu Chen was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. Blood, sacrifice shield, fire suppression. He didn't expect Xuangling to be forced to use her exclusive skill so quickly. Lu Chen's target was Xuangling's body. Dozens of ice walls blocked 4 of the shards, and 1 shard successfully broke through and went straight for Xuangling. With a loud bang, the shard turned into spiritual energy and dissipated. However, Xuangling was unscathed. Only her ice armor was directly shattered. This ice armor is so strong. However, due to his carelessness, Lu Chen was hit by the storm several times in a row. -1, 22 million, -1, 22 million, -1, 22 million, freeze. Lu Chen was shocked. Not good. He forgot that Xuangling could enchant weapons. After 3 consecutive attacks, he would be frozen. After being frozen, what followed would be endless ice because Lu Chen's body had been in a static state for more than a second. Chapter 662. Xuanling was so strong. This was the strongest thought in Lu Chen's mind. He was too arrogant. At this time, several ice dragons rushed towards Lu Chen. Brother Kuang, is there any way to solve it? Lu Chen was sealed in ice and watched the ice dragons attack. More than a dozen ice dragons rushed towards Lu Chen with ice that was more terrifying than steel. Lu Chen's HP dropped to the bottom. Xuanling actually hit Lu Chen's mixed divine demon domain. When receiving a fatal blow, the negative state would be removed and the opponent's domain would be stacked, so the effect would be greatly reduced. Lu Chen's bloodline was finally partially released. Tiger descends the mountain. Suppressive fire. 10 consecutive shots, plus 5 gun barrels. A total of 50 shots. Xuanling looked at the sky full of space cannons and gasped. Why are there so many? Divine blood of black ice. Freeze. Xuanling's body was instantly frozen. A large number of cannons hit her body, and it showed immune. Freeze froze herself in ice, and she was temporarily invincible, but she couldn't move. When the 5 seconds of freeze ended, Xuanling saw Lu Chen shoot another 50 shots. Brother Kuang, why do you have so many cannons? Oh, right, you have spiritual energy storm. Hee, I have as many as you want. You didn't freeze this time, right? Brother Kuang, you underestimate me again. Xuanling smiled. Divine blood of black ice. Summon ice goddess. A huge statue appeared in front of Xuanling. It was at least 100 meters tall, and an ice shield quickly erected in front of the statue. A large number of cannons hit the ice wall, and a loud sound was heard. The huge energy shockwave caused the entire Tsang Shui River's ice layer to crack, and the ice goddess's ice wall was already full of holes. One more time, I don't believe I can't break your black ice. Lu Chen used spiritual energy storm to replenish his spiritual energy. This time, Lu Chen directly used Tiger, descends the mountain to launch a suppressive fire attack. Then, with the 3-barrel gun modification state, he shot out a large number of space cannons. Even if it was a normal attack, Lu Chen still had 5 EXP. Combined with the 3-barreled spearhead, he could fire 15 artillery shells at once. Even the ice goddess's ice wall couldn't hold on for long before it finally collapsed. Big Brother Kuang, you're too much. You said you'd only fire 1 shot, but you fired so many. Xuanling felt her scalp go numb when she saw so many shells. I'm not firing anymore. If you continue, I'm going to use my ultimate move. Lu Chen thought about it and felt that he had gone a little overboard. Back then, he had said that he was afraid of hurting Xuanling, so he would just fire a few shots. But now, I'm sorry. I forgot about it once the battle started. Lu Chen finally stopped. It's mainly because you're too strong. If I don't try my best, I definitely won't be able to beat you. Xuanling also withdrew her ice goddess and looked at Lu Chen in amusement. Big Brother Kuang, do you really think I'm very powerful? Too powerful. Lu Chen sighed from the bottom of his heart. I only have 15 seconds of invincibility. Once the invincibility is over, if I don't break your domain, I'll definitely lose. You said you still have an ultimate move. I think it's not impossible for you to last 15 seconds. Xuanling walked to Lu Chen's side and felt a little embarrassed. Big Brother Kuang, I know you went easy on me. You didn't break my domain, and you only used the spiritual energy cannon. If we really fight to the death one day, even if I use my ultimate move, I might not be able to beat you. Lu Chen patted Xuanling's head. Silly girl, why do we have to fight to the death? Oh, right. How's your fusion with the black ice divine blood? It's 20% fusion now. Big Brother Kuang, don't you also have a desolate fiend bloodstone? If you fuse with it, you'll be even stronger. Lu Chen nodded. Your black ice divine blood is almost perfectly compatible with your body. Plus, the ecstasy water said you could fuse with it. Back then, you were between life and death, so I gave it to you. However, I don't know what the desolate fiend bloodstone's effects are. I don't know what the effects will be after it fuses with my body. It's best to figure it out before using it. Shuangling nodded. Yes, Big Brother Kwong is right. With your current strength, there's no rush to fuse with it. The two fought for a while, and the river was already a mess. There were ice shards everywhere, and the thick layer of ice on the river was riddled with holes. A large area of cracks had appeared, and it looked like it would collapse soon. Let's go up. It's cold after fighting with you. If I fall into the water again, I'll probably freeze to death. Big Brother Kwong, can we spar again in the future? I feel that fighting with you can increase my combat experience. I still haven't used some of my skills. I originally had a few offensive skills, but I was completely suppressed by you and didn't have the chance to use them. Lu Chen smiled. When fighting, you should suppress your opponent if you can. Try not to give them a chance to use more skills. If there's time in the future, let's spar again. I just learned the spatial cannon, and I need a lot of combat experience. The two people who had been at loggerheads before were now walking down the Azure River, laughing and chatting. There was still half a year before the 9-month promise Lu Chen made to the Saintess. During this time, Lu Chen planned to cultivate his spiritual power. At the same time, he fought with Shuangling to increase his combat experience. The days returned to normal. However, every week, the two of them would spar and move the Azure River. Lu Chen still didn't break Shuangling's domain, and he didn't use any other offensive skills. He only honed his spatial cannon skills. The two of them fought for longer and longer periods of time. During this time, the two of them had their wins and losses. The control of ice spells was one of the best. Even Lu Chen had to be careful when dealing with it. If he wasn't careful, he could use the mixed divine demon domain to save the situation. If Shuang Ling lasted for more than 15 seconds, Lu Chen's chances of losing would be even higher. Of course, Shuang Ling didn't dare to be careless. The spatial cannon enjoyed close combat, and Lu Chen's close combat passive was painful. In short, after Lu Chen broke her ice armor, Shuang Ling would definitely lose if she was hit again. The following days were calm, but not dull. Lu Chen and Shuang Ling were both growing. 3 weeks later, Lu Chen received an email. His Beastman friend, Hammer Rock, had obtained the 2nd and 3rd volumes of the spatial canon and sent them to Lu Chen. This guy was also a straightforward person. He didn't even mention the spirit stones. Lu Chen didn't hesitate and immediately paid him 20,000 spirit stones. After taking out the attachments, Lu Chen remembered that Hammer Rock said he wanted to synthesize them. However, after he put the 3 books in the synthesis panel, there was no reaction. Strange, can I synthesize them? Lu Chen had a puzzled expression. The medicine boy ran in a panic. Little Kwong, your woman is causing trouble again. Lu Chen raised his head and didn't react for a moment. Ah, what woman? Shuang Ling, that crazy girl. When she cultivates, the temperature is too low. My herbs have no vitality. The medicine boy looked unhappy. Lu Chen held his forehead. Little medicine boy, you're so powerful. Can't you handle such a small matter? You can complain, but you can't talk nonsense. Shuang Ling isn't my woman. Humph, I knew you'd side with your woman. Forget it. It's useless to tell you. Lu Chen shook his head. By the way, do you know how to synthesize the skill books? My psionic cannon's 2nd and 3rd volumes have arrived, but I can't synthesize them. It's strange that the 9 transformations of demonic and divine doesn't need to be synthesized. Big brother. That's why the 9 transformations of demonic and divine is the #1 forbidden technique. It's very common for ordinary rare techniques to be separated into volumes. However, most of the skill books can be synthesized directly. Then, what's the matter with mine? It's telling me that I'm missing a core item. All 3 books are here. Is there anything more core than them? Are all the synthesized materials in your backpack fake? This still needs to be synthesized. Didn't you say that those materials are very precious? When the medicine boy was seriously questioned by Lu Chen, he felt very good. It made him look very knowledgeable. I say, little Kwong, sometimes you're quite smart. Why are you so stupid sometimes? If you need good materials, it means that the synthesized items are also good. Lu Chen took a deep breath. So, the psionic cannon could give him a surprise. Chapter 663. After returning from the tomb of the god of sin, Lu Chen obtained nearly 500 rare materials. He sorted them out and showed them to the medicine boy. Which one should I use? Use the fragment synthesis material, the medicine boy said decisively. Lu Chen thought to himself. The medicine boy's strength seemed to be cultivating plants, but in fact, he had a very strong advantage, which was that he had followed the Loachwater Immortal and had rich experience. For a novice like him, who had no guide, the medicine boy's help was too great. After figuring out the situation, Lu Chen put the Immortal Fragment Core synthesis material and the 3 books together to synthesize. A golden light flashed, and a new skill book appeared. Psionic Space Cannon. Lu Chen's eyes widened in shock. This was actually an advanced heaven-level skill book. The attack power of a single cannonball was increased from 300 times spiritual power to 800 times spiritual power, and the cooldown time was changed from 30 seconds to 10 seconds. Of course, the cooldown time was not important. After all, Lu Chen could reduce the cooldown time to negligible. The biggest improvement was the cannonball's special effect. The previous space illusion effect had been greatly enhanced. Now, the special effect was called space disorder. After being hit by the space psionic cannon, the target would be in a state of space disorder. For a short time, the target would lose their sense of direction, and their body would be in a serious state of disharmony. In this state, it was almost impossible to dodge the second space cannon, and his skill could not hit Lu Chen. The duration of the space disorder state was only 1 second, but between masters, 1 second was enough to determine the outcome. Damn, is this an advanced heaven-level skill book? In other words, as long as one is hit, the opponent will fall into an absolute passive state. Lu Chen took a deep breath. This special effect was a bit strong. 800 times spiritual power damage. That is to say, 1 cannonball is 400 million. If all 50 cannonballs hit, it will be 20 billion. Lu Chen only felt his heart beating wildly. Originally, he did not expect the damage of the spiritual power attack to exceed his other attacks. After all, his purpose was to make up for his shortcomings. Moreover, it was said that the later in the 9 heavens, the more powerful the spiritual power attribute would be. So Lu Chen made this skill. As a result, he accidentally got an advanced heaven-level skill book, and the damage directly exploded. This is such a good deal. There were still 4.5 months left until the appointed time with the Saintess. During this time, Lu Chen focused all his energy on improving his strength. While improving his combat ability, he also crazily increased his spiritual energy. The time he spent cultivating the mantra had been extended to 10 hours a day, 600 minutes. After reaching the 2nd level of the mixed Yuan mantra, Every minute was 10 points of spiritual energy, which was 6,000 points. That meant 180,000 points of spiritual energy a month. 3 months later, his spiritual energy had reached 1 million. After upgrading the mixed yuan cultivation method to the 3rd level, his cultivation speed increased again, reaching 20 points of spiritual energy per minute. At the same time, the 2nd special effect was finally activated. Effect, exclusive special effect after activating divine power of worship and demonic power of defiance at the same time. Attributes increased by 100% and weakened state duration reduced by 50%. When Lu Chen used the 2 innate godly auras at the same time, the total attribute points he obtained would increase from 1,600,000 to 3,200,000. At the same time, the weakened state would only last for 24 hours. After cultivating in the wild land for more than 7 months, Lu Chen was confident that he could kill the 4th heaven domain boss. But now there was also bad news. When Lu Chen continued to cultivate his spiritual energy, an abnormal situation occurred. And why is my spiritual energy not increasing? Lu Chen opened his personal panel. He had been cultivating for almost 2 minutes, but his spiritual energy was still fixed at 1 million. Even the medicine boy didn't understand what was going on. Lu Chen thought about it and thought of a possibility. His spiritual energy might have reached the upper limit because the number on the card was exactly 1 million. Such a round number would easily make people think that it was some kind of limit. Impossible. There is only a level limit. How can there be a spiritual energy limit? The medicine boy said, I have followed Master Fei Shui for so many years, but I have never encountered such a thing as a spiritual energy limit. Xiao Kuang, how much spiritual energy do you have? 1 million. The medicine boy almost broke the herbs in his hand. 1 million? Are you kidding me? Who in the 4th heaven can have a spiritual energy of 1 million? Even Master Fei Shui didn't have such an exaggerated amount of spiritual energy at this time. Lu Chen frowned slightly. If Fei Shui didn't reach this number, then he naturally wouldn't have encountered a spiritual energy limit. So his guess might not be wrong. Oh, right. You have the divine demon origin cultivation method. The medicine boy suddenly thought, below the 5th heavenly layer, 9% of the items are restricted by the rules of the 9 heavens. Normally, there won't be any powerful mental cultivation methods below the 5th heavenly layer, and your divine demon origin mental cultivation method is the only exception. Lu Chen nodded. Indeed, if it wasn't for the divine demon origin cultivation method, it would be impossible to reach 1 million spiritual energy in this lifetime. The medicine boy thought carefully and said, if that's the case, then it's possible that you have really encountered a spiritual energy limit. Oh my God, there's actually someone who can hit the spiritual energy limit. I've never heard of it before. Well, this time I'll reluctantly praise you. This is really too strong. Lu Chen didn't feel happy at all. What's so strong about it? It's annoying. I could have raised my spiritual energy by a few 100,000, but now it's impossible. Forget it. I've been thinking about cultivating my spiritual energy all this time and haven't leveled up. Let's go to the wild area tomorrow. The medicine boy said, didn't they say that the wild area here is very dangerous? It's full of boss-level wild monsters. The Saintly Virgin tribe hunts in groups. Lu Chen smiled slightly. That's them. I have frost silk. What's there to be afraid of? The level limit of the 4th heaven was 200. Of course, the people here basically had Shen Wei, and their levels would break through this number. Lu Chen's dual Shen Wei was Tier 3, which increased his level limit by 120%. He could reach level 440, and he was currently only level 304. Frost Silk was originally Tier 3 Shenwei, but after fusing with the Dark Ice God Bloodstone, the God Bloodstone had a God's Blood effect, which was equivalent to fusing with a portion of God's blood. Now, she had reached Tier 4 Shenwei, and her level limit was level 360, because she had just leveled up, and because her main goal in the fourth heaven wasn't to level up. She was only level 259. Little Green was now level 112, so he could level up with her. Big Brother Kwong, where are we going to level up? A few of the larger leveling areas seem to be controlled by the native tribes. If Big Brother Kwong wants to force his way in, Frost Silk will accompany you. Lu Chen smiled slightly. To be honest, he didn't want to make things difficult for the native tribes. This was where they had lived for generations. If he went to rob them, it would be like discovering that the Americans had invaded the Native Americans' territory. Moreover, the medicine boy didn't want him to bully the native tribes. After all, there were the descendants of the Loachwater and the saintly virgin's descendants here. We won't rob them. We'll do our part and quietly pay the money. That should be fine, right? Chapter 664. The higher the level, the scarcer the monsters were. There was only one leveling area in the entire barren land, and the leveling area here was jointly operated by many tribes. The leveling area used a fee principle. Everyone could enter the leveling area by paying a certain amount of spirit stones. Because there were no so-called ordinary monsters in the leveling area, all of them were boss-level monsters. No matter how strong one was, they would not be able to withstand a group of bosses. Therefore, there were a large number of hunting teams between the major tribes. These hunting teams were led by the tribe's powerhouses. They entered from the entrance of the tribe's wild area and went to the entrance of other tribes according to their respective routes. It would take about 3 days for a trip. The members who joined the team needed to follow the team all the way. In addition to providing guidance and protection services, the hunting team also provided special services. For example, if a player died, they would protect the player's resurrection. Such a considerate service naturally required an additional fee. Therefore, each resurrection required an additional 100 spirit stones. The price was ridiculously high. There was also a supplementary medicine service, but the medicine was several times more expensive than outside. However, if someone died in the leveling area, it was basically impossible to revive if there was no one guarding. Therefore, everyone would prepare a few hundred spirit stones before they dared to enter. As for medicine, many people who entered the wild area for the first time did not think much of the monsters here. There were often situations where they did not carry enough medicine. It was embarrassing to spend more money. However, it was difficult to make money from the hands of veterans. After all, it was not easy for everyone to obtain spirit stones. Every little bit was a little bit. As for which hunting team you met, how many bosses you could kill, how much experience you could gain, and how much equipment you could get, all depended on your strength and luck. At this time, Lu Chen was looking at the information of the hunting teams on the screen. The teams that could appear in Lu Chen's list were all nearby teams. They could gather nearby. He did not expect there to be so many teams nearby. There were a total of more than a dozen team information. High Priest Tribe Hunting Team Elder Yuan Tian, Fire Mage, Team. 20 Tribal Warriors. 83 out of 100 people. Team Fee 260 Spirit Stones. Saintess Tribe Hunting Team Pearl Flower 3-Star Warrior, Assassin, Team. 20 Tribal Warriors. 94 out of 100 people. Team Fee 170 Spirit Stones. Eagle Tribe Hunting Team Lien Fei 3-Star Warrior, God's Descendant, Team. 20 Tribal Warriors. 68 out of 100 people. Team fee 150 spirit stones. The route of each team was also shown on the map. This was secondary. After all, the time taken was about the same. They would be out in 3 days. How unscrupulous! 1 to 200 spirit stones per person. Luchan frowned, taking a closer look. An elder's team usually cost more than 200 gold coins. 5-star warriors were even more expensive. 3-star warriors cost more than 150 gold coins and less than 200 gold coins. 2-star warriors cost around 100 gold coins. There's a 1-star warrior here. Medicine Lady Tribe's Fragrant Tea 1-star warriors, Doctor. Team, this is the first time this team is leading a team. 20 tribal warriors will work together. 42 50ths people. Entry fee, 20 spirit stones. This is so cheap, only 20 yuan. And there are very few people. Lu Chen did not hesitate to choose this team. Subsequently, Lu Chen and the others rode on the 9-winged dragon wings and headed to the Medicine Lady Tribe. After the payment was made, the guards of the Medicine Lady Tribe allowed Lu Chen and the others to enter. No matter who was leading the team, they would have to come to the Medicine Lady Tribe's territory and enter the wild zone through the entrance. They were surrounded by people from the Medicine Lady Tribe. Not all of them were women. There were also children playing around the houses. It gave off the feeling of a small village. Outsiders could enter the tribe, but they were not allowed to walk around freely. At this moment, there were already a few hundred outsiders gathered near the entrance of the wild zone. They were waiting for the team to set off in the designated area. These people looked very nervous. After all, there were many accidents that happened during the hunt. Moreover, it was not easy for them to earn enough money. They had to maintain their condition and recover as much as possible. If we can get an immortal weapon, we'll be rich. Immortal weapon? Forget it. It's hard for the Wild Zone's boss to drop an immortal weapon. We might as well get 5 dark gold equipment and some materials. We can sell them to the blacksmiths and get back our money. The wild monsters here are ridiculously strong. However, the rewards are really bad. Other than the dungeon's boss, it's hard for the wild monsters outside to drop good items. It's good enough that there are wild monsters at level 4. What are you complaining about? Don't talk about it. Our team is almost full. Keep your spirits up. Getting back our money is secondary. The most important thing is to avoid any accidents. Yeah, you're right. I heard that the wild zone is getting more and more dangerous. Let's be careful. Lu Chun was eavesdropping at the side. Whenever they talked about wild monsters, Lu Chun felt that they were talking about him. Lu Chun deeply understood the feelings of these people. He missed the time when wild monsters were everywhere at level 1. Which team are you from? A man from the Medicine Lady Tribe stared at Lu Chun and the others and asked impatiently. That guy was not like the others at all. Others would be nervous when they saw him, but this guy was looking around. He did not look like he was going to a dangerous wild zone. Instead, he looked like he was here for sightseeing. Letting this guy into the tribe felt a little dangerous. Lu Chen said, "We're from Fragrant Tea's team." Huh, you're joining our Medicine Lady Tribe's team? Yes. The other party's attitude softened a lot. Oh, I see. You have good taste. Although it's Fragrant Tea's first time leading a team, she's quite strong. Moreover, we have 20 warriors. Even if everyone is young, being young is also a kind of capital. Look at our Medicine Lady Tribe. If we can't bring 100 warriors, we can't bring them. We're bringing 50 warriors. This is to ensure your safety to the greatest extent. You can rest assured. Lu Chen frowned. Why did he feel that the more this guy talked, the more uneasy he felt It was the captain's first time leading a team. The warriors in the team were all very young. They also knew that they could not bring 100 warriors. This guy was still trying to explain. Lu Chun and Shuang Ling looked at each other. They felt the same way. Oh, right. Do you have enough spirit stones? We've already paid the entrance fee. Sai, we're a hunting team. There will always be some unexpected situations. It's normal to die 7 or 8 times. However, you'll need to pay extra. Lu Chun felt even more guilty. This guy actually said that he needed to prepare more money for resurrection. Oh, your team is full. Don't loiter around here. The team is over there. Hurry up and go. Lu Chun shook his head and walked towards the team with the least number of people. 20 young warriors. Including the 3 of them, there was a total of 50 members. At this moment, they were standing behind a girl in yellow, waiting to enter the wilderness. Lu Chun glanced at the girl in yellow. He could only see her back. She looked a little weak. On her fair neck, there were faint beads of sweat. This guy was so nervous that he was sweating all over. Damn, it's true that cheap goods don't have good quality. Shuang Ling, have we been cheated? Shuang Ling smiled. Brother Kwang, who asked you to take advantage of us. This should be a newbie leading the team. Chapter 6, 65. Bro, are you here for cheap too? A Tauren brother next to him said innocently, then looked at Shuang Ling and Little Green. I have a family to feed, so I have to consider the cost. You see, I also brought my daughter out for training. A team of 1 or 200 can't afford to follow. Lu Chun found that this brother was holding a little girl in his hand. Of course, she was also a Tauren. Brother, our team leader should be a newcomer. Are you sure you want to bring your child here? Children have to grow up. This is the tradition of the Taurens. They have to follow their parents to train at the age of 8. Lu Chun was a little surprised. 8 years old. Then, how did she reach the 4th layer of heaven? We Taurens grow very quickly. Our race is different from your human race. When we enter the 9th heaven, we will reach the 3rd heaven. After that, someone will bring us past the 3rd heaven boss, and let us reach the 4th heaven earlier. Surviving in the world of the strong will be of great help to our growth. Lu Chun couldn't help but be amazed. The Taurens looked simple, but he didn't expect them to be so strong. They were only a little weaker than the demons. Speaking of which, the Taurens' customs were really fierce. It was dangerous to bring an 8-year-old to the 4th layer of heaven. Do you think I'm too abrupt to suddenly chat with you? In a situation where there's no war, I quite like to chat with people of different races. It's just that the wilderness is not a good place. We have to be careful at all times. The Tauren father sighed. Lu Chun smiled. Brother, you're joking. I also like to communicate with different races. In fact, it's also a pleasure to be able to see so many different races. It's just that the pressure of the war makes people a little breathless. Is that so? Then, brother, that's great. At least I have someone to talk to along the way. Hey, brother, let me tell you, the leader of this team is a newcomer, and the followers are also young. It should be their coming-of-age ceremony. I see that you also have a wife and a ghost pet. In short, you're under a lot of pressure. When the time comes, follow me. I'll take care of you. The Tauren race was very strong, but when he saw Lu Chun, he always felt that he was weak. However, Lu Chun wasn't angry. This Minotaur brother was quite enthusiastic. He smiled and said, Brother, they aren't my wives. Not my wife. Oh, I heard from a human that there's a phrase, something about friends. Oh, right, friends with benefits. Lu Yi and Shuang Ling burst into laughter at the same time. Xuanling looked at Lu Chun in embarrassment, while Lu Yi joined in the fun. This description is really appropriate. Lu Chun shook his head. What was this? He was such an upright person. How could he? It's okay, brother. We're all men, so we understand. Brother Oxhead winked at Lu Chun with a, you know what I mean, look. What the hell do you understand? Let me tell you, the jungle hasn't been peaceful recently. A few teams were wiped out before, and the reason hasn't been found yet. Although the probability is very small, less than 1%, don't run around. I'll protect you. Xiaolon, call me uncle. The little girl rolled her eyes at Lu Chen and snorted, Dad, can you not be so talkative? You're bringing me to see the world, not to introduce me to uncles. How many uncles and aunties have I introduced along the way? There are all kinds of races. Silly girl, what do you know? It's better to have more friends. Isn't it because people always ask you for help? Forget it. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Anyway, I won't ask you for help. This little girl had quite a personality. Lu Chun naturally didn't take it to heart. Then I'll have to trouble you, brother. The team quickly set off. Under Xiangcha's lead, the team passed through the gate of the jungle and stepped into the jungle. Everyone, pay attention. Don't leave the team, especially since strange things have been happening in the jungle recently. If anyone leaves the team, I won't be responsible for your safety. Xiangcha stopped and reiterated. Lu Chun really wanted to leave the team, but after thinking about it, he decided to just follow the team and familiarize himself with the map. Xiangcha looked fierce and wasn't easy to get along with. After that, Xiangcha pushed the Medicine Lady tribe's item list to everyone. This should be one of the responsibilities of the team leader. After all, the major tribes relied on this list to make money. After the preparations were done, the team began to enter the jungle. Up ahead is Windsweep Valley, and the monsters nearby are mainly the bloodthirsty Wolf King. However, we still have to be careful of the five-petal flower Demonis and the cloud-soaring hawk king in the sky. Occasionally, we'll encounter wind-type exotic beasts. Lu Chun widened his eyes. The Wolf King and Flower Demon were nothing. He already had these bloodlines, but he hadn't encountered the soaring Cloud Hawk King and Shengyu yet. This kind of strange beast bloodline could be strengthened by the divine demon origin cultivation technique. It was exactly what Lu Chun needed. Let's go to the leveling area here first. Everyone, follow closely. The team continued to go deeper into Windsweep Valley. The surrounding rocks were tall and towering. Strong winds blew through the gaps between the rocks, producing woo-woo sounds like the wailing of ghosts. No wonder it was called Windsweep Valley. There were a few giant eagles circling in the sky. Lu Chun looked at them for a long time and asked Brother Oxhead, Brother, there aren't many soaring cloud hawk kings. Brother, why do you need so many soaring cloud hawk kings? Those things are very hard to kill. They are extremely fast, and their diving attacks will directly injure the body. Moreover, the scariest thing is that they will take you away. If they take you back to their nest, the consequences will be terrible. Nest? Are there many soaring cloud hawk kings there? I don't know either. Just don't be alone. After walking for more than half an hour, the team passed through a gap between the rocks and stopped after entering a flat grassland. Not far ahead was a large group of bloodthirsty wolf kings. Each of them was 50 to 60 meters tall. Bloodthirsty wolf kings are pack members. This is very troublesome. We will be responsible for pulling their aggro while you guys kill them. Remember, we can only pull 10 at most at a time. The 5 of you will be in a group, and you will be free to group up. In each group, the final kill will depend on your own ability. When we are farming, don't run around. If you break the rules, don't blame me for being rude. After Fragrant Tea finished speaking, she led the members of the Medicine Lady tribe to pull the aggro. Lu Qin had a look of disdain on his face. After all this fuss, they just had to farm wolf kings. These were the things that he did not want to farm the most. Brother, there are 5 of us in total. Let's form a group. Brother Oxhead said. Dad, are you sure you want to form a group with a human? Xiaolon said unhappily. You child. No matter how weak they are still stronger than you. You are here to gain experience. You should broaden your horizons and hone your skills. Brother, don't mind her. My daughter's personality is like this. Lu Qin smiled slightly. This Brother Oxhead was really a good person. Lu Qin did not care about the experience points of a wolf king at all. He did not mind letting them have the experience points. More than 10 minutes later, the young warriors of the Medicine Lady tribe had pulled 10 wolf kings. It seemed that this group of young warriors had also been through a lot of training. They had completed the task perfectly. After the wolf kings came over, the other teams quickly took over. Brother Oxhead rushed over. Brother, let's start the aggro. I will tank it. You guys can attack as much as you want. Don't worry about the aggro. Chapter 666. Minotaur's father was a golden light monk. After activating the golden light Buddha, his defense should be quite high. However, the Wolf King's triple critical hit instantly took out 1/10 of Minotaur's HP. Although Little Lon always complained that her father had too many friends, she did not hesitate at all. She quickly took out her gun and started firing. Continuous shock shot. -170,000, -170,000, -180,000. She fired several continuous shock shots, dealing around 500,000 to 600,000 damage. Lu Chun was quite surprised. This little girl was actually an explosives expert. Moreover, her attack was much higher than Earth's players. For an 8-year-old child to deal such high damage, it was already quite impressive. Perhaps this was the racial advantage. Little Green, heal Big Brother Minotaur, Lu Chun said. Okay, boss. Little Green immediately found a good position and cast rejuvenation on Big Brother Minotaur, slowly recovering his HP and healing him at the same time. Frostling, help control the boss. Don't steal the monster from them, Lu Qin whispered in Frostling's ear. Frostling nodded. Okay, I'll adjust the ratio. Frostling then cast frost armor on Big Brother Minotaur, as well as sea ice armor, which strengthened his attack and defense. Lu Chun thought for a moment, then directly used ranged attacks, casually shooting a few black crystal arrows. -220,000. Lu Chun also weakened his own attack. Otherwise, Little Lon would definitely not be able to steal the monster. Little Green's level was still too low, so his healing was not high. Lu Chun saw that Big Brother Minotaur's HP had already dropped by 2/5. He raised his hand and cast rejuvenation, instantly restoring Big Brother Minotaur's HP to full. Although their party's healers were very strong, because Lu Chen and Frostling were both leeching. This boss had 6 billion HP. Their party's progress was very slow. About 10 minutes later, the other parties finished killing the boss one after another. After killing it, there were actually quite a few people who came to fight their boss. Hey, why are you guys stealing our boss? Little Lon grew anxious. Her father was tanking the monsters at the front, while the others were dealing damage from the back. Her own damage output was too low, so it was very difficult for her to snatch the monsters. Little girl, what are you talking about? The jungle has always been like this. Whoever has the strength can steal the kill. That's the rule here. That's right. Let's see who has the highest attack and can get the last hit. Xuanling frowned slightly. Brother Quang, someone is kill-stealing. Should we? Lu Chen snorted. Are you sure you want to steal our boss? If you want to snatch it, then I won't hold back on the rest of the monsters. Ha ha ha. Hey, human brat. That little girl's attacks can deal 500,000 to 600,000 damage. You're only dealing 200,000 damage. You dare to steal from us? At this moment, a voice sounded, "Don't fight for it." Lu Chen looked at the person who spoke in surprise. It was Captain Fragrant Tea. If you think that you have the ability to deal with 2 or more Wolf Kings, I can pull more of them back. However, stealing kills from each other will cause chaos in the party. If we encounter a difficult boss, it will be very easy for us to be wiped out. Although Fragrant Tea was a newbie, she was very experienced. It was obvious that she had followed her seniors into the jungle many times. Although you're the captain, it's not my first time joining a hunting party. If other parties can steal the kill, why can't you? Someone was dissatisfied with Fragrant Tea's decision. Fragrant Tea's expression did not change. She said calmly, "Other parties are other parties. This is the rule in my party. If you don't want to accept it, I'll get someone to send you back." That person did not expect Fragrant Tea to be so forceful. Although he was furious, he did not dare to vent his anger on Fragrant Tea. Since the captain had spoken, the others stepped aside despite their dissatisfaction. Fragrant Tea observed the situation of this party and shook her head. Finally, her gaze fell on Lu Chen. "You're a man. How dare you join a hunting party with such a weak body? If it weren't for your strong tanks, your party wouldn't be able to defeat the Wolf King." Lu Chen frowned slightly. Everyone's attack was low. Why did she have to criticize him? Was it because he was a man? Forget it. Let's have a group of experienced people help them. The Medicine Lady tribe's small group quickly launched their attacks. Some healers healed, while others dealt damage. -4, 6 million, -5, 13 million, -7, 22 million, -13, 44 million. With the help of team number 1, Lu Chen and the others' killing speed increased significantly. When the boss's HP dropped to black, team number 1 stopped attacking and handed the boss to Lu Chen and the others. Finally, as the bloodthirsty Wolf King's huge body fell to the ground, Little Lon managed to land the final blow and obtained 1 billion worlds spiritual energy. The Tauren brother touched the corpse. He then shook his head disappointedly and returned to the party. "There's nothing here. The drop rate here is too low. Miss Fragrant Tea, thank you." Fragrant Tea did not reply. She turned around and led the others to pull the boss's aggro. "Dad, I told you they were weak. Their damage isn't even as high as mine." Little Lon hurriedly ran to her father's side. "Are you all right?" The Tauren said, "What could possibly happen to me?" "Little Lon, don't always say that about them. Without their healing, I wouldn't be able to hold on. Moreover, their attack speed is very fast." "What's the use of being fast? Their damage isn't as high as mine. I was the one who dealt the final blow." As the party leader, the Tauren revealed the information to everyone. A level 300 boss provided a total of 1,800,000,000 EXP. He distributed the 800 million EXP to Lu Chen and the others, while keeping 1 billion EXP for himself. "Brother, I'm a little unlucky. I didn't get anything. Is it okay to divide it like this?" Lu Chen smiled and shook his head. "No problem." Fragrant Tea said disdainfully, "That guy's attack is so low that it makes one's hair stand on end. It's already good enough that he got a share of the EXP. Hey, Tauren, you're pretty strong. You should form a new party. You can't carry 3 people by yourself." I might not be able to help you next time. Hey, you three. When we reach the other side, please leave my party. I don't welcome people who try to take advantage of the situation. You're seriously slowing down the other's progress. Lu Chen frowned. This woman was so direct. Okay, all the bloodthirsty werewolves have been killed. Let's continue to pull the monsters. For the second time, the people from the Yanu tribe lured over 20 wolf kings. The other teams claimed their own boss. Only Lu Chen's team only chose one boss. Brother, don't be discouraged. Let's farm on our own. There's no need to compare ourselves with others. The Tauren brother was still comforting Lu Chen. It's actually very easy for a party that can't fight wild monsters to end up like us. Lu Chen smiled and continued to attack the boss casually. It was indeed different with a tank. Lu Chen's attacking environment was too good. He was attacking while marking the locations of the wild monsters on the map. At this rate, they would be kicked out sooner or later. It was better to figure out the map and come into farm on their own in the future. Hey you, didn't you eat? Why are your attacks so soft? Little Green said, angrily. At this rate, we won't be able to finish even after the others finish too. At this moment, dozens of skills hit the Wolf King at the same time. The Wolf King had already lost 1/3 of its HP. After that, the Wolf King's HP dropped rapidly. Lu Chen looked at Fragrant Tea in surprise. She had sent people to help them again. Moreover, this time, it was actually a full mobilization. Hurry up and kill this Wolf King. Victory encounters are coming. There are 5 of them. Fragrant Tea shouted. This is not a joke. Everyone, hurry up and help. Fight with everything you have. As soon as she said that, everyone's expression became tense. Victory encounters were coming. Moreover, there were 5 of them. This was a big problem. Chapter 667. The bloodthirsty Wolf King died quickly under the combined attacks of the party. No one knew who got the last hit. Everyone, follow me. Quick. Fragrant Tea led the party to a nearby boulder. The slope of the boulder formed an angle with the ground. The party stuck close to the boulder so they might not be seen from above. No one dared to make a sound. Shengyu was a bird-type beast. At this time, the Cloudhawk Kings circling in the sky had disappeared. They seemed to know that someone they could not afford to offend had arrived. Not far away, a dark cloud covered half the sky. 5 giant birds were patrolling their territory, like the overlords of the sky. Fortunately, Fragrant Tea's command was fast, and she had received the news in advance. Shengyu did not notice them. After circling in the sky for a while, it flew far away and disappeared into the horizon. Only then did the party breathe a sigh of relief. It's finally gone. It's already hard enough to fight one of them. This time, there are 5 of them. We'll definitely be wiped out if they find us. Isn't that so? Our party is weak to begin with. If it were a 3-star warrior or a 100-man party led by an elder, killing 2 or 3 of them shouldn't be a problem. That thing has a high drop rate. It even drops immortal martial arts and heaven-tier martial arts. Nonsense. That's a boss among bosses. I want to kill it too, but do I have the ability to? Speaking of which, didn't Shengyu always act alone? Why are they in groups now? Shuangling noticed that Lu Chen was the only one who did not speak. His gaze was fixed in the direction where Shengyu disappeared. Big Brother Kwang, they're all gone. What are you still looking at? Lu Chen frowned. My eyesight is much better than the average person. The strange thing is, after they left, they didn't go out of sight. Instead, they suddenly disappeared. Even without omniscient eye, Lu Chen's eyesight was still better than the others. He could see things that others could not see. At this time, the party had already come out from under the boulder. After the danger was eliminated, the party continued to farm. The Medicine Lady tribe members lured 20 bloodthirsty wolf kings, 2 per party. Xuangling said to Lu Chen, "Big Brother Crazy, why don't we pull Big Brother Oxhead and the others into our group? That way, we can share the EXP. Otherwise, others will steal our kills again." Lu Chen was still thinking about the strange disappearance of Sheng Yu and nodded inadvertently. "Xuangling, take Little Green and team up with them. I'll go take a look at Sheng Yu. I keep feeling that something is wrong. Why did they use a skill to hide their bodies when they were flying perfectly fine? All right, be careful. The items that were dropped were obtained randomly. Now that Lu Chun had left the party, Brother Oxhead and Frost Ling had 2 people on each side, so the chances were the same. Big Brother Oxhead was very generous. He immediately agreed to Xuangling's party invitation. After all, Xuangling hadn't shown any strength so far. "I'll tank the 2 werewolves this time. Let's work together and kill one of them first. As for the other, let them snatch it from us if they want to. With our current damage, we shouldn't be able to take down 2 werewolves." Xuangling smiled faintly. "Big Brother Oxhead, don't worry. No one can snatch our monster." Just as Lu Chen was about to leave and chase after Sheng Yu, he suddenly heard a cry of alarm. "Not good. The bloodthirsty wolves are surrounding us." Fragrant Tea was shocked. "How is this possible? We only pulled 20 of them. How many are there?" "Lady Fragrant Tea, there are at least 300 or 400 of them." The hearts of those who were still fighting the bloodthirsty wolf king shrank. 300 or 400. Without a doubt, this was definitely not the result of a mistake in pulling the monsters. However, how could these monsters suddenly surround them? Fragrant Tea frowned. "Everyone, pay attention. In a moment, I'll give the order. Use your control skills to control the current wolf king. We'll retreat immediately." Lu Chen had originally intended to leave. However, he had no choice but to stay behind after discovering this matter. Could it be related to Sheng Yu? Let's take a look first. Although it hadn't been a long time since their team entered the wilderness, Fragrant Tea's performance in the past few incidents was commendable. She was able to make decisive decisions in the first instance. This was very rare for a first-time team leader. "Our leader is not bad," Lu Yi said. Lu Chen smiled faintly. "Yeah, she's not bad. With a little more time, she'll grow into a good leader." Fragrant Tea shouted, "Medicine Lady Tribe, listen up. Follow your party and assist them in controlling the Wolf King. Make sure nothing goes wrong. As for the others, do your control skills still have cooldowns?" "No problem." "Good. 3, 2, 1, move out." Everyone in the 10 parties used their control skills one after another. Golden Urn, Stun Shot, Purple Firmament, Soul Suppressing Sword. Everyone, activate your teleportation skills and follow me closely. Fragrant Tea quickly led everyone to retreat. Suddenly, an incomparably fierce whirlwind came from the front of the party. Under the violent wind, everyone who was still in the midst of teleportation was directly knocked out of their original bodies. What kind of evil wind is this? It can directly break my advanced Earth rank teleportation skill. Even my Heaven rank teleportation skill is broken. Who is it? It's over. We can't escape. Fragrant Tea climbed up from the ground. Her mind was spinning rapidly, and she quickly reacted. "Let's run in the opposite direction. Follow me closely." However, another violent gust of wind directly knocked everyone back to their original bodies. After a few attempts, all of them ended in failure. No matter which direction they ran in, the gust of wind would always blow them back to their original positions. It was as if there was an invisible gust of wind around them that they couldn't break through. At this moment, the pack of wolf kings also surrounded them from all directions. Among the many bloodthirsty wolf kings, a huge wolf king with fiery red fur raised its head and howled. The other wolf kings responded one after another. It's the Bloodfire Wolf King. Oxhead Big Brother's eyelids trembled. His eyes were filled with disbelief. We actually encountered the Bloodfire Wolf King. F***CK. It's really dangerous this time. Everyone began to subconsciously shrink their formation. Suddenly, everyone realized that the sunlight above their heads was blocked, and their surroundings became dark. When they raised their heads, several of them had already turned pale with fright. Right above their heads, there were at least 50 victorious wolf kings. They were like vultures staring at their prey that was about to die. Fragrant tea drew a sharp intake of breath. How could this be? Did they just discover us? It's over. There's no way we can escape this time. Oxhead Big Brother panted heavily. He grabbed onto Lu Chen's hand, and his voice trembled slightly. Brother, this time, I'm afraid we're all going to die here. I'm the tank. I have to stand at the front. If you have a chance to survive, even if it's just a sliver of a chance, I beg you to take Xiaolan with you. Dad, what are you saying? I won't go. I won't leave you behind. Xiaolan, who had been scolding her father this entire time, was already in tears. Chapter 668. Lu Chen smiled at Oxhead. Brother, do you still remember what you said about the benefits of making more friends? Oxhead didn't know how to react. This guy was still leisurely talking about the benefits of making friends at a time like this. The more friends you have, the more options you have. Lu Chen smiled. You accompany Xiaolan and leave these to us. Leave them to you? Oxhead was confused. Wasn't this guy's attack only 200,000 to 300,000? What was the point of leaving it to him? Xuanling said, Brother Kuang, leave these little guys to me. You go and deal with the guy controlling the wind. It was best that Xuanling was willing to help. The guy controlling the wind hadn't appeared yet. Lu Chen was hiding in the crowd, waiting for it to appear. Hundreds of wolf kings pounced over under the lead of the Bloodfire Wolf Lord. Sheng Yu disappeared from the sky, but this time, no one thought that they had left. They had already launched an attack from the sky. At this moment, a woman in white robes shouted, Extreme Cold Mystic Ice Domain. With a boom, the surrounding 1,500 meters was instantly sealed by ice. Xuanling floated in the air under the support of a cloud of ice mist. Her long hair spread out and fluttered in the cold wind. Her expression was calm and pure, just like the Ice Queen. Mystic Ice Demonic Blood, Ice Dragon. Dozens of crystal-clear ice dragons circled around her. Their bodies were constantly absorbing the surrounding ice crystals, becoming bigger and bigger. Suddenly, the ice dragons flew out in all directions. Half of them pounced on the wolf kings on the ground, while the other half rushed into the sky. Boom, 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 boom. A series of deafening sounds rang out, and the entire wind-crying valley shook violently. The ice dragons' bodies washed the ground and the sky. One of the ice dragons was more than 100 meters long. After its thick body hit its target, it turned into a large number of ice spikes. It took dozens of seconds for the ice dragon's body to disintegrate. Logically speaking, this was also a skill that dealt continuous damage. One ice dragon was equivalent to accumulating a skill that dealt continuous damage. However, The difference was that the mystic ice divine blood ice dragon was instantaneous, which could release the caster perfectly. A large number of damage values had already appeared on the screen. The overlapping numbers were difficult to see clearly. In the blink of an eye, half of the normal Wolf Kings had fallen. When they saw this scene, everyone in the Fragrant Tea team was dumbfounded. What kind of group attack is this? The damage was too terrifying. If we were to calculate her damage, how much would it be? I remember now. She is the Ice Empress Xuangling. Ha ha ha, we are saved. She is the Ice Empress. Xiao Lan's eyes were already wide open. Her small mouth was agape, and her eyes were filled with shock. Ice Empress? Doesn't she only have 200,000 to 300,000 attack? Behind him, Lu Chen smiled and said indifferently, Actually, we are following the team mainly to familiarize ourselves with the map. We don't want to attract attention. The Tauren elder brother looked at Lu Chen in shock. If she is the Ice Empress, then aren't you, Shu? Lu Chen made a shushing gesture and winked at Oxhead. Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. Brother, the Ice Empress has always been with her lover. Since she's here, you must be her lover. I can't hide it, even if I want to. Lu Chen's head was filled with black lines. This script wasn't right. Shouldn't it say, Brother, so you are the solipsistic? In the end, it became, Brother, you are the Ice Empress lover. In any case, he had some fame. How come he didn't even deserve a name now? Xuangling, this girl, seemed to have a bigger reputation than him. She had directly overshadowed him. This, from what I know, the Ice Empress doesn't seem to have a partner. We are friends. Aren't you guys friends with benefits? Moreover, the Ice Empress seems to listen to you. If she doesn't like you with her strength, how could she be so obedient? Brother, can't your thoughts be more simple? Is there no pure friendship between men and women? We are really friends. At this moment, Xiangcha rushed over to Lu Chen's side. Hello, are you the Ice Empress husband? Lu Chen's head was filled with black lines. This matter couldn't be explained clearly. I'm not. I'll say it again. We are friends. Lu Chen shook his head. Aren't you guys living together? Forget it. Forget it. This isn't the main point. I want to tell you something. You must tell the Ice Empress that these guys are surrounding us. They must have been ordered by some powerful creature. I suspect that it is the thing that used the astral winds to trap us. Tell her to be careful. Lu Chen nodded. She knows. Right. Do you know what is behind this? Xiangcha hesitated. After thinking for a moment, she finally pulled Lu Chen to the side and said, Sai, now is not the time to hide it. I'll tell you. The wilderness has not been peaceful recently. Many small teams have gone missing in various areas. If they went missing here, there was no need to say more. They were basically dead. After a few of our tribes exchanged information, a similar situation occurred almost every time a team was wiped out. What's the situation? Lu Chen asked. Wild monsters suddenly gathered and surrounded a small team. When those small teams tried to escape, they would also encounter a similar situation. However, we encountered astral winds while they encountered other skills. Lu Chen frowned. So, there might not be one person behind this. Yes. After listening to this matter, Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. The complexity of this matter seemed to have exceeded his imagination. If he didn't figure it out, it might not be safe for him to train here. Xiangcha continued. Actually, I think there is a possibility. This is the largest wilderness in the fourth heaven. You should know that the higher the heaven region, the fewer wild monsters there are. However, The strength of the monsters is greatly increased. We, the Medicine Lady tribe, believe that all herbs have spiritual intelligence. Even plants are like this, let alone these wild monsters. Since they have spiritual intelligence, then we can't rule out the possibility that the wild monsters have evolved to have human intelligence. You saw it too. The process of us being surrounded was obviously planned. If a wild monster has spiritual intelligence, then it will definitely want to become stronger. It might even want to go to the fifth heaven. Before that, it is constantly increasing its strength. The recent events might be its attempt to become stronger. Lu Chun was completely stunned. A wild monster with spiritual intelligence. Isn't that himself? Of course, there was a difference between them. Lu Chen's identity was messed up. He changed from a player to a wild monster. But now, Xiangcha was talking about a wild monster with spiritual intelligence. One was a fake wild monster, and the other was a real wild monster. This opponent was starting to become more and more interesting. Chapter 669. Xuanling's attack was already overpowered, but Lu Chen knew that Xuanling's most terrifying ability was still crowd control. Extreme frost spread. Ice quickly grew and spread all over the ground, and the ground beneath the Wolf King's feet was quickly sealed. Sheng Yu's flying speed suddenly decreased, and even a few that were heavily injured by the ice dragon stiffened and fell from the sky. Once controlled by Xuanling, what happened next was the most terrifying. As long as they didn't move for a second, it meant that they would be frozen indefinitely. Extreme frost storm. Countless ice spikes shot down, and countless damage figures drowned everyone's vision. One of the Wolf Kings had 6 billion HP, but under Frost Silk's continuous control and a large number of AoE attacks, these Wolf Kings fell one after another. Even the exotic beasts had fallen one after another. At this time, Minotaur and Lon were shocked to find that their system notified them of a large amount of experience points. Your team has killed Bloodthirsty Wolf King, level 3 20 wild boss. You have captured 500 million world spirit energy. Your team has killed Xingyu, level 3 40 exotic boss. You have captured 700 million world spirit energy. Silver light kept appearing under Lan's feet, and her level was quickly rising. Dad, my level is rising so fast. Lan's eyes were full of shock. Oh my God, Sister Xuanling is so powerful. Her domain combined with her strong crowd control is simply too overpowered. I looked down on her before. I'm a frog in a well. Lu Chen saw that Lan knew she was wrong and smiled. That's why your dad brought you here to broaden your horizons. Don't worry, Sister Xuanling won't mind. With Xuanling's attack, these Wolf Kings were all dead. However, there was still one that escaped, the Bloodfire Wolf King. In this domain, the Wolf King was the only one that wasn't restricted. Flames appeared around its body, and it pounced toward Xuanling in midair. Xuanling waved her hand, and ice spikes shot toward the Wolf King. However, the ice spikes melted before they could get close. Oh no, this Wolf King is of the fire attribute, and its fire type seems to be very strong. It can restrain the Ice Queen. Minotaur said anxiously, I'll go help her. No need. Lu Chun pulled the Oxhead elder brother back. If even this little wolf needs help, Xuanling will definitely be unhappy when she comes back. Let her deal with it herself. Sure enough, seeing that the wolf sovereign could actually melt her ice, Xuanling was a little angry, and some faint ice patterns appeared on her face. Profound ice god's blood, ice flower bloom. A large amount of snowflakes appeared in the air. Although they were thin, they passed through the flames around the wolf sovereign and landed on its body. The snowflakes didn't cause any harm. When they touched the wolf sovereign's skin, the snowflakes melted. This was also the first time Lu Chen had seen Frost Silk use this skill, so he was curious as to what was going on. Why wasn't he injured at all? Immediately after, the wolf lord suddenly wailed. In an instant, a large number of blood spikes pierced out of the wolf lord's body. These icicles were condensed from fresh blood, and each one was bright red. They were of different lengths, and they pierced outwards from the inside. In the blink of an eye, the wolf sovereign had turned into a ball of icicles. The icicles that had shot out quickly fused with the surrounding ice. The wolf sovereign was forcibly sealed in midair. As long as it moved, it would cause severe pain to its internal organs. The flames on its body had already been extinguished. In the Arctic domain, not moving meant death. 2 ice dragons crashed into the wolf sovereign's body. Even though it had 5 billion HP, it was still killed. Your party has slain the bloodthirsty Wolf King, level 350 exotic beast boss. You have captured 1 billion heaven and earth spiritual energy. You have obtained the item Hellfire Belt Celestial Equipment. We actually got a celestial equipment. Oxhead couldn't believe it. He hurriedly told Lu Chen about it. Brother, I'll give this to you. I don't deserve it. Lu Chen shook his head. You were willing to bring us along because you thought we were weak. Now we'll treat you the same. Since you got it, it's yours. I still can't take it. Lu Yi walked over and said with a smile, Brother Oxhead, our boss seems to like your character a lot. You should just take it. He'll get these equipment himself in the future. Don't worry. After a fierce battle, within 10 minutes, Frost Silk had killed hundreds of wolf kings in the surrounding area and the remaining 50 wolf kings. The Ice Empress really lives up to her name. She's so strong. She took on a group of bosses alone. The Ice Empress has appeared, and the Frost Tribe has risen. It looks like the Frost Tribe is really going to be revived. The most terrifying control mage faction has returned to the Joutian stage. I didn't expect the Ice Empress to be in the same group as us. If it weren't for her, we'd all be dead. Even Xiangcha walked up to Shuangling and greeted her warmly. Ice Empress, thank you for helping. Shuangling smiled at Xiangcha. You're welcome. She then returned to Lu Chen's side. Brother Quang, that guy didn't help. Lu Chen nodded. Maybe you scared him. After being praised by Lu Chen, Shuangling lowered her head in embarrassment and blushed. It's a pity that you didn't have a chance to show off your strength. Lu Chen stroked Shuangling's hair. Silly girl, why should I show off my strength to others? Lu Chen didn't care about being the center of attention anymore. After all, he had experienced it too many times, and it didn't feel too bad about it. Lu Chen didn't want to be the center of attention, but he couldn't help but be the center of attention. Damn, that guy is so close to the Ice Empress. Even a super powerhouse like the Ice Empress is shy in front of him. I heard that a human male has a good relationship with the Ice Empress. Could it be him? He's really lucky to be able to cozy up to the Ice Empress. He doesn't have to do anything and can still win her over. Damn, I'm so jealous. I heard that the man beside the Ice Empress is also very strong, but I forgot his name. No matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than the Ice Empress? She has fused with the Dark Ice Divine Bloodstone. That's the most valuable treasure in the Tomb of the Gods. What kind of place is this? It's the tomb of a Celestial Supreme. What kind of treasure would a Celestial Supreme leave behind? It's something that shouldn't appear in the fourth heaven. As the saying goes, there is no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. Lu Chen had become famous earlier, but it was only limited to the circle of the trapped beast arena. Although he had killed the Aragami's war soul later on, it was only when the Aragami was severely injured that he made his move. In this way, compared to Shuangling's encounter, people naturally paid more attention to Shuangling. It was good that no one was paying attention to him. Otherwise, the guy behind him wouldn't dare to come out after noticing something. When Shuangling returned, a group of people immediately walked over nervously. That Ice Empress, we were blind just now. We even wanted to steal your boss. We hope that you can forgive us and let bygones be bygones. We're really sorry. We won't dare to do it again. Ice Empress, please let us live. Here's 3,000 spiritual stones. We don't have that many spiritual stones. Please accept our apologies. Luchin didn't hold back. He grabbed the bag of spiritual stones and taught these people a small lesson. A warrior from the Demonist tribe came over to pass on a message. Just now, 3 teams picked up the communication. They might have been killed. What? The warrior who passed on the message said, "It seems that something was angered by the battle just now and sped up the hunting speed." You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.